Rebuild World, Chapter 137, Reselling Relics. Ravin and Hazawa were looking in Colbert's direction, their gazes indicated that they had something they wanted to say. Colbert noticed that, so he asked Cheryl to give him some space for a bit. "Would it be okay if you leave us for a bit? There are a lot of things that we need to talk about, you see, like the budget and stuff. Of course, please do call me if you need anything." Cheryl excused herself and left them alone. Hazawa and Ravin then came to Colbert. Ravin had a rather conflicted face as he said. "Say, your plan, it is basically buying and reselling relics? Are you planning to buy relics here and sell them somewhere else at a better price?" "Well, to put it simply, yes. You've been working as a hunter for a long time, so I'm sure, unlike those amateurs, you can discern which relics are valuable relics, right?" Ravin seemed worried as he said. "Even if you say so, it's not like I have the money, you know. And I don't know where to resell them either. In the first place, I'm contracted to sell all the relics that I have to Katsuragi. Although that guy is also the one who forces me to keep buying stuff from him." Colbert was still smiling like usual. "Don't worry, I have a plan for that. Your contract only forces you to sell the relics that you gathered from the old world ruin to Katsuragi. So it doesn't include the relics that you buy from another place." Is that really how it works?" "Yeah. There were precedents in the Hunter office. So it's okay. And also, I know that you don't have that much money. So just buy cheap relics, don't aim for those technological and mechanical relics that the Hunter office usually looks for. The price of those kinds of relics changes with the trend after all. Moreover, there are usually many hidden gems out there. Some relics that are only worth 100 orum and look like junk from a glance can earn you 1 million orum in a specialized shop if you're lucky. So, we're basically aiming for those hidden gems. You can think of this as a small gamble. Although it depends on your luck, if your ability to discern valuable relics is real, you should have good odds here. So it basically depends on your ability as a hunter." "I see, so it's a gamble that depends on my ability as a hunter, huh? And also, if my information is correct, this shop just opened recently, so they might be selling the relics with a discount to attract customers. There's also a chance that they don't have a strict evaluation to decide the prices of the relics since they are inexperienced to do that yet. They might also sell some relics at a low price on purpose to show their customers that they might find some hidden gems in this place. It's true that it's still a gamble, but I think we have good odds in this gamble." Hazawa, who was listening next to Ravin, nodded. It seemed that he was convinced by Colbert's explanation. He then said, "I see, if we're lucky, Ravin might be able to pay his debt in one go." After listening to what Hazawa just said, Ravin started checking the relics there seriously. Colbert, who saw that, just smiled bitterly. "Well, I did pay the entrance money for you, so at least buy one thing before we leave this place. It would be meaningless if we go to a relic selling store after this if we don't have any relics to sell." "Yeah, I know." Ravin replied with a serious tone without looking back at Colbert and Hazawa. He had his eyes fixed on the prices of the relics lined up on the white sheets in front of him. He seemed to be rather desperate. Colbert and Hazawa looked at each other and smiled bitterly before joining Ravin in looking for good relics. They eventually decided on the relics that they wanted to buy and spent about 1 million orum. Half of it was paid with Colbert's money. Ravin only picked some relics that cost him 100,000 orum in total. The one that Hazawa picked was a box of trump cards. The cards were still inside the sealed container. Although it was an old world ruin, it seemed unscathed. Its original selling price was 10,000 orum, a rather expensive price even for an old world relic like that one. The only reason why Hazawa bought it was because he did not want to leave that place without buying anything, but at the same time, he did not want to spend too much money there, and it would be stupid if the price of the relic that he bought there was less than the entrance fee. Colbert then asked Cheryl, "Is it okay if we pay through our Hunter ID?" Cheryl smiled and replied, "We do accept Hunter ID too. Other than that, we also accept cash, cards and money transfer. So, are you sure that you're going to pay with Hunter ID? Yes. Very well. Please let me borrow your Hunter ID then. Colbert handed over his Hunter ID, Cheryl received it, used a terminal to read Colbert's Hunter ID, and operated the terminal to complete the transaction. After that, she politely returned Colbert's Hunter ID. Colbert checked his own information terminal and checked his account to see if the payment properly went through. After confirming that there was no problem, he smiled lightly since he confirmed that he got the information he was looking for, but his expression immediately returned back to normal. After they finished buying their relics, they then left that room. Tyal was waiting for them outside the room. He then guided Colbert and his friends back to the back door of that building. Not too long after they left that building, Tyal asked them a question. Let me ask you one more time, is there really any need for me to guide you back all the way to the main street? Colbert answered that question. Nah, it's fine. Wait, on second thought, please do. Alright. All of them then headed back to the main street. Hazawa found that reply a bit weird, so he questioned Colbert. It's not like there's any need for him to guide us back, no. Although we're in the back alley of the slum city, I'm pretty sure none of them are stupid enough to attack a group of 3 hunters, you know. It's fine, isn't it? It's a good thing to accept others' goodwill. It would be really bad if we get lost here after all. Not to mention, the other 2 hunters in our group were even hesitating to go inside that big building. Colbert was poking fun at Hazawa and Ravin. Hazawa tried to defend himself. I was just being careful, you see. I'm someone who is really careful when it comes to something like that. Just so you know, I was being careful too, yeah. Oh of course, I bet you were. Colbert was also keeping his eyes on his surroundings while talking as they walked with Tyal through the alleys of the slum city. He was checking how the people around them looked at Tyal and his group, and how Tyal was reacting to all the attention that was directed at him. From there, Colbert could more or less check how the people around that area saw Cheryl's gang. All of these were valuable information. At the least, the people in that area did not see Tyal or Cheryl's gang as mere children. Some of them did look at Cheryl's gang with contempt, but there was a trace of envy and caution mixed in those gazes. It showed that Cheryl's gang had enough influence for other people to be envious and cautious of them. Tyal and Colbert's group went in different directions once they arrived on the main road. Colbert was in a rather good mood since he was able to gather valuable information. Ravin was holding back his eagerness as he asked Colbert a question. So then, where to go after this? I bet you already have a plan where to sell these relics, right? Yeah, I know just the right place to sell these relics, it's the Kurigen. Ravin and Hazawa looked surprised when they heard Colbert's answer. The Kurigen was a company that specialized in trading relics. It had multiple branches in the Eastern District. It was also famous as a pawnshop company where hunters with debt problems used to go to pawn their relics. Their ability in appraising all kinds of relics was top-notch, and they had good reviews from people and companies who were looking for a certain type of relics. The exchange centers owned by the Hunter office basically existed to help the corporate government of the Eastern District to gather and analyze old-world technology, thus it had the tendency to prioritize more for relics with technological value. As such, when the hunters brought relics with artistic value to those exchange centers, in the end, the people who would appraise those relics were amateurs, not someone who was knowledgeable in that subject. So, even if someone brought an old-world handkerchief with old-world design and made of a nanomaterial that the current era still could not replicate, the value of that relic would be decided by the quality of its material. The artistic value of it normally did not bring any extra value at all. While on the other hand, the Kurigen appraisers simply decided the price of a relic based on whether there was any demand for such a relic either from individuals or from organizations. Even if it was a relic that looked like junk, if a collector was willing to buy it at a high price, Kurigen would buy that relic depending on how much that collector was willing to buy it. Hazawa still sounded a bit surprised as he said to Colbert. Kurigen, huh? Well, I do hear that Kyorijin's appraisers are real experts. But I also heard that their service is pretty expensive. Even if we take our relics there, we might end up in red if we consider the price of their service, you know. There were many hunters who brought junks to Kyorijin hoping that they could get lucky, thus it would not be much of a business if Kyorijin did not charge them anything at all. So to prevent that from happening, Kyorijin set an expensive price for their service. The hunters could be considered to be lucky if the price of their relics were exactly the same as the price of the appraisal. After all, sometimes they even had to pay money to Kyorijin after handing over their relics. Colbert smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, I have a plan for that too. In the worst-case scenario, it will stop at 0 and won't go to minus. So, let's go." Colbert then just dragged Ravin and Hazawa, who were still dumbfounded, to head to Kyorijin. The closer an area to the defensive wall of Kagomayama City, the safer it would be, and of course, the more expensive the plot would be. In the lower district, there was a Kyorijin branch that was directly connected with the wall. It showed just how powerful the Kyorijin company was. When Colbert and his friends arrived, they immediately started the administration works to sell their relics. Colbert only submitted a portion of the relics that he had brought, while Hazawa and Ravin submitted all the relics that they had. Colbert then said to the Kyorijin's clerk, "I'm here to appraise these relics in place of Viola. Do it as fast as you can, we're already planning to sell them here, and please pay us with cash. Ah, and also, my relics and their relics separately, okay?" "Certainly. We'll take about 3 hours to appraise these relics. We'll contact you when we're done. This will be your receipt. Please make sure not to lose it. If you do, it might cause some trouble for the following administration work and you might not be able to receive either the relics or the money from selling the relics." That clerk then handed Colbert a receipt. It was a card with a high-level security technology that made it impossible to replicate or modify that card either physically or with hacking. Ravin then questioned Colbert. "Who is this Viola? You said to appraise the relics in place of Viola." "Just an acquaintance. She's a Kyorijin employee. I heard that she gets free appraisal quotas each month and she still has some free quota for this month. That's also why I told them to pay with cash. Since if they transfer the money, it'll be transferred to Viola's bank account. Well, I have nothing to complain about since we can get away for free here." The clerk also did not say anything in particular. In reality, it might violate some rules which in that case, they must have prior arrangements about doing something like that. Moreover, Ravin had to pay for his debt, so if there was a way to pay it, he had no plans to complain about it. Colbert and his friends then exited Kyorijin and picked another place to hang out while waiting for the appraisal to finish, *******. After Cheryl finished her business and Colbert and his friends exited the room, Cheryl returned back to her private room with Akira. When they arrived there, Cheryl started changing her dress. She only wore that dress to serve the customers and she wore a different dress when she was not serving customers. She was being careful as to not get too used to that dress and get it dirty. Cheryl had decided to keep that dress dearly so that she would not forget that it was a very expensive dress. Cheryl slowly took off her dress piece by piece. There was no need to rush herself, so she was taking care not to damage the dress. In the middle of that, she stopped and glanced at Akira. Since there was no special partition in Cheryl's private room where she could change her dress privately, she was basically in open view when she was changing her dress. But Akira was sitting on the sofa in that room while being focused on his terminal. She then called Akira. "Akira." "Yes." Akira's gaze shifted from his terminal to Cheryl. He looked straight at Cheryl, who was in the middle of changing her dress. Her half-naked figure was very seductive. Cheryl checked Akira's reaction. From what she could see, Akira's face was simply saying that he was just reacting to her since she called his name. Cheryl sighed deep inside her heart. "Thank you very much for helping us, although it's taking some of your time. So then, Akira, how much longer can you keep helping us like this?" I'm planning to stay inside the city until I can get my reward from that request in Mihazono Ruin and use that money to take care of some stuff. So I'll be helping you until then. I myself don't know how long it would be, but I'm sure it won't be longer than a month. I see. Cheryl returned back to changing her dress, so Akira's attention also returned to his terminal. Cheryl finished undressing and kept her expensive dress in her drawer while she was only in her underwear. Lately, Cheryl was wearing the casual clothes that Akira chose for her back in Kashua's shop. They were pretty good clothes for their price and they fit really well for Cheryl as they made her beauty more prominent. Although in reality, it was Alpha who chose those clothes, Cheryl thought that Akira was the one who picked those clothes, so she was keeping them dearly. Cheryl grabbed her clothes and stopped again. She then called Akira one more time. Akira. Yes. Akira's gaze once again shifted from his terminal to Cheryl. He was looking straight at Cheryl's beautiful figure as she was only in her underwear. Cheryl checked Akira's reaction again, but the result did not change from last time. It seemed that Akira did not feel anything in particular after looking at her figure. Cheryl's sigh became bigger than last time. She tried her best not to show her dissatisfaction. She said to Akira. About the relics that we sold back there though, should I immediately transfer the money to your bank account? No, there's no need to do that. You can transfer the money later when you have the time. But, Akira, you need the money for stuff, right? I heard that the ammo used by the hunters are pretty expensive. Are you sure you're okay with that? Don't worry. I still have some reserve ammo back in my home, and as I said before, should get the reward from the last request soon. So you can just send me the money and the data of the relics that you sold after you have sold a few more of them. Moreover, I might ask you to pay something for me, so when that happens, you can just subtract it from that money. Alright. She then continued changing her clothes, and Akira returned back to his terminal. Cheryl was trying to show off her body to Akira in the middle of changing her clothes. She was hoping that Akira would show at least a small interest in her body, but unfortunately, Akira did not show anything like that at all. Cheryl had taken a bath together with Akira before. During that time too, he did not show any interest at all in her body as he casually went and enjoyed the bath. So judging from that, it was understandable that Cheryl's figure while she was changing her clothes or when she was only in her underwear did not affect him at all. Cheryl understood that very well, but even so, she could not help but feel disappointed. She lightly sighed and continued changing her clothes. I wonder if I'm actually not as attractive as I think I am. Judging from how others in the gang treat me, I should be quite attractive though. Is it because I'm just beautiful compared to the other girls from the slum city? But, Akira has been living in the slum city only until recently, so I guess it's because he has a strange taste of beauty then? Not to mention, the hunters from just now also seem to be reacting positively too. I really don't understand. On the outside, Cheryl's position was Akira's lover, and that position allowed her to maintain a lot of things such as the safety of her gang, her position as the boss of the gang, her connection to Shirjima and Katsuragi. Cheryl was able to maintain all of them because of Akira's fighting prowess. If Akira was her real lover, Cheryl would feel much safer. But in reality, she was not Akira's lover. At most, she was only his friend, or even maybe just an acquaintance with a particular connection to him. It was too weak as a guarantee for Akira to keep supporting her. Cheryl already had zero confidence if she could live without Akira anymore. Since that time when Akira helped her and saved her, she was fully reliant on Akira both physically and mentally. If Akira asked for her body, Cheryl would give her body happily. She would be delighted that Akira wished for her and she would feel relieved after giving her body to Akira. After all, as long as Akira was asking for her, he would likely keep his connection with Cheryl. But unfortunately, Akira did not show any interest in her. Cheryl had asked Akira in the past for help in exchange for her body. But at that time, he only considered how far she could help him fighting monsters and buy him time. he did not see Cheryl as a member of the opposite sex at all. Akira's personality was distorted in many ways. Cheryl herself knew that well, but even so, she believed that she was able to get closer to Akira compared to the first time they met. If someone asked her if she liked Akira, her answer would be a yes. If someone asked her if she loved Akira, her answer would also be a resounding yes. But even before that, even without considering all these, Cheryl was already fully reliant on Akira. Even without taking account of her feelings or her love for him, Cheryl was already carrying a feeling that was close to blind faith toward him, and she too knew of it. But Cheryl herself could not do anything about it, and that in itself could be because she also had a distorted personality. Cheryl thought that as long as she kept getting along with Akira, Akira might one day get interested in her. But judging from his reaction until now, it did not seem Akira was interested in her at all. Well, at least, he's not seeing me as a bait for the monsters anymore, right? He did buy me some clothes after all, so, I'm sure that he's also planning to get along with me too. Just calm down, I just need to slowly get closer to him. Cheryl finished changing her clothes, she then sat next to Akira. Akira just glanced at Cheryl when she sat next to him, he did not show any reaction in particular and immediately returned his gaze back to his terminal. Even when Cheryl leaned towards him, Akira did not show complaint at all, he kept his attention to his terminal. As Cheryl leaned towards Akira, she glanced at him and thought. Even if I sit next to him, Akira does not show any signs of rejection at all. I'll just keep close to Akira until he feels that it's normal to have me around. Well, I guess I'll be too much of a bother if I sit on his lap and hug him, it seems that I wasn't as calm as I thought I was, huh? Cheryl remembered what she did in the past and smiled happily like the little girl she was, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Colbert and his friends returned back to Kurajin to receive the money after Kurajin finished appraising their relics. The clerk gave a report on the result of the appraisal of the relics that they brought there. Since the relics were processed separately, I'll give the report separately too. Let's start with the relics that Colbert-sama brought here. Colbert-sama, unfortunately, the relics that you brought here are not in demand in this branch. The appraisal fee would be free. So what do you want to do with the relics? You might take them back or let us take care of them. I see, you can go ahead and dispose them. Certainly. We'll dispose of them at our discretion. Next is Ravin-sama. Ravin looked at that clerk with hopeful eyes when that clerk called his name. That clerk was already used to having hunters looking at him with that kind of gazes. So he was not bothered much by it as he continued. The result from the appraisal, subtracting the fee for the same, is 10,000 orum. That clerk placed a tray with 10,000 orum in front of Ravin. Seeing that, Ravin disappointedly looked down. Colbert smiled bitterly and tried to cheer him up. Don't worry about it, you're just not lucky this time. Ravin did not say anything as he took the money on that tray. The clerk withdrew the tray and continued. Then lastly, Hazawa-sama. After hearing about Ravin's result, Hazawa did not put much hope on the result. But he was flabbergasted when he heard what that clerk said after that. The result from the appraisal, subtracting the fee for the appraisal, it's 1,500,000 orum. Colbert, Ravin, and Hazawa froze up as the clerk placed a tray in front of them. There was indeed a bundle of money on top of that tray which totaled 1,500,000 orum. The trump card set that Hazawa bought for 10,000 orum was worth 1,500,000 orum in Kurajin, and that was after subtracting the appraisal fee. Colbert enviously said to Hazawa. Whoa, you just hit a jackpot, not bad at all. Why did you pick that trump card set in the first place? Was there something in particular that made you choose that relic? Hazawa flusteredly replied. And not really though. I really chose it randomly. So basically, you just got lucky, huh? Alright then. It's decided. You're treating us today. Colbert smiled at Hazawa as he tried to make Hazawa treat him. Hazawa just shook his head exasperatedly and replied happily. All right, it's all thanks to your plan after all. That's great. Ravin, let's party today. Ravin? Ravin was still frozen up, he was so dumbfounded by what just happened. He then finally returned back to himself. The moment that happened, he immediately said to the Curagen's clerk. How in the world is that thing worth 1,500,000 orum? It was just a set of trump cards, you know. Ravin thought that if that trump card set was worth 1,500,000 orum, then the relics that he brought there should be worth more than that. He was still not fully recovered from the shock as he shouted at the clerk, demanding an explanation that could convince him. The clerk was also already used to handling customers who reacted like Ravin, so he just replied calmly. It's the result of our trusted appraiser's hard work and skill. Our appraisers dedicate all their time to make sure that they would be able to correctly identify the price of the relics that our customers bring to our shop. If Ravin-sama wants to know the details of the information about the relics that Hazawa-sama brought to our shop, you would need Hazawa-sama's permission and remit a small amount of money to pay for our appraiser's knowledge. So, do you still want to know? Ravin looked at Hazawa with a pleading gaze. Hazawa sighed and asked the clerk. I don't mind, but how much would the price be? It would be 300,000 orum in total. The information will be given directly from the person who was in charge of appraising that relic. We ask you not to record the explanation or leak it to a third party. Please keep in mind that if you try to share this information with someone else, we'll have to take appropriate measure. Hazawa then said to Ravin. I don't mind giving you the permission, but pay for the info yourself, okay? I won't be paying for your share of info too, alright? See, can you please pay for me this once? No, I need money for myself too. You pay for your share. That's the same to you too, Colbert. I won't be paying other than my own share. Ravin tried to negotiate with Hazawa. But the money that I have with me right now is just. Right? No. Hazawa was not that soft. Colbert then smiled at Ravin and said to him. If you don't have enough money with you right now, I don't mind paying it for you. But it'll be added to your debt too. Well, at this point, it doesn't change much even if you add 100,000 orum to your debt, right? So. Alright, I'll take that offer. After hesitating, Ravin finally decided to take Colbert's offer. With this, Ravin's debt got increased although only by a little. Rebuild World, Chapter 138, The Basis of the Appraisal. Colbert, Ravin, and Hazawa were guided to another room. Not too long after that, a Curagen employee came in with a transparent case. The trump card set that Hazawa just sold was kept inside that case. The case itself looked so secure to the point that the trump card set seemed like an expensive article. That employee placed that case above the table and started explaining the details of the appraisal to Colbert, Ravin and Hazawa. So then, please let me explain the details of the appraisal process. We've brought the relic in question here to help with the explanation, but please bear in mind that the ownership of this relic is already on us. So please don't touch the case. The employee was sitting face to face against the other three hunters. Colbert was the one who was the most relaxed among all of them, so he replied to that employee in place of his friends. Alright, go ahead. Ravin was listening very closely so as not to miss even a word from that explanation, while Hazawa was listening out of pure interest. There were many hunters who pawned their relics in Curagen only to complain later. So the people who work for Curagen were already used to facing those kinds of hunters. Even if Ravin was staring at him, or even glaring at him, that employee was able to keep his calm as he calmly explained. We have a lot of indicators that we use to decide the value of a relic. There are two big reasons why we value this trump highly. First is that the Engazon convention is close, and secondly, this trump card set is a still-sealed Old World relic. We used these two factors to decide the price of this trump card set. That employee continued his explanation, Colbert and his friends were listening closely to it without saying anything. The Engazan city in the Eastern District held a huge-scale gambling event regularly. A lot of people were swayed by the dream of winning the jackpot and decide to join that event to test their luck and skill. People who dreamt for riches, people who got their dreams granted and became rich in one night, people who failed and lost all of their possessions. Engazan was a city filled with dreams, even if some of them were nightmares. Colbert suddenly asked a question to that employee. "Ah, so basically, they'll use this trump card set for that gambling event, huh? That's also the reason why you need a still-sealed set of trump cards, right? But I still don't see how it's valued at 1,500,000 orum, isn't that just too high no matter how you think about it?" That employee nodded and said, "That's indeed true if it's only used for gambling with the corporation-issued currencies. But in Engazan gambling event, there are even important individuals and organizations partaking. In the past, some of them even made 100 million chrome as bet, and the big companies even put their relics as bets too. It was common for big companies to fight over old world relics. But fighting over it using force would warrant them to spend more money on the war than what they could get from the relics they were fighting over, while on the other hand, it was not like they could give up just because of that either. So in that situation, in order to reach a conclusion that both sides could accept, they often fought over the ownership of the relics through gambling. But the bigger the bets, the bigger the organization or the people who are partaking in the game, the harder it is to guarantee the fairness of the game. For example, when 5 big companies try to win over the ownership of a certain relic through a game of poker, there is no company in the world that can provide us with the trump card to use in that game. After all, those Goliaths are the companies that hold power in the Eastern District. It's fully understandable that they might scrap their hard-earned trust that they've built for years just to produce a single special trump card in order to win that gamble. Of course, there's no end to it if you start questioning other companies, but as long as that possibility is not zero, it's hard for them to trust each other. That is, of course, if the trump card used in that poker game is only from the current era's companies. Hazawa nodded deeply. It seemed that he was fully convinced by that explanation. "I see, so that's why they need a trump card from the old world, huh? It's true that even the 5 biggest companies in the Eastern District can't reproduce the same old world trump card. I see how it's highly valued now. But then, does that mean this trump card might be used for such gamble?" If asked whether it's possible or not, the answer is yes, it might be used for such a gamble. It's really something grand if you think about it. Hazawa just asked a question that came up in his mind out of imagination, and then that employee replied back with an answer that filled Hazawa's mind with more imagination. Although Hazawa was fully convinced by that explanation, that was not the case for Ravin. "Wait for a sec, if it might be used for that kind of gamble, doesn't that make 1,500,000 orum pretty low?" The employee answered Ravin's question. "That is indeed true if this trump card is good enough to be used for that level of a gamble. Which in that case, it might even worth a few billion orum or maybe a few chrome. Then dash. But to ascertain it, we would need more investigations. We need to make sure if it's really an old world relic, if it's really still sealed. We need to check if there's any problem with the article by comparing it in case someone excavated the same article in the past. Only after that long time-consuming, money-consuming process, and after it has been confirmed that it's good enough to be used for gamble between big companies and big people, only then, it'll be used for such a level of gambling. You asked us to do the investigation as fast as possible, as such, we can't do a full investigation. We've appraised the article in a short time per your request, and from that short investigation, we find that it might have the quality to be used in Engazan gambling events. The 1,500,000 orum is basically the price of that possibility." Ravin nodded deeply. "I see." That employee then moved on to end his explanation. Are there any other questions? If not, I will end the explanation here. After we close this session, we will not accept any more questions regarding this subject. In case if you want to inquire again later, you'll need approval from Viola-sama as well as pay the information fee. So, if there's no more question, is it okay to end the session here? Colbert, Ravin and Hazawa looked at each other to confirm what the others were thinking. Since it seemed that none of them had any more questions, the employee thought that it should be okay to end the session, so he then lightly bowed and said, "Very well then, let me finish my explanation here. Thank you very much for using our service." Colbert, Ravin and Hazawa left that building. Colbert then said to Hazawa and Ravin, "All right then, let's hit the pub." Ravin was fidgeting there, he then said, "Sorry, but I have something to do. See you around." Ravin only said that and quickly left Hazawa and Colbert. Colbert saw Ravin take off and mumbled, "That guy. I bet he's going to the slum again to look for expensive relics." Hazawa sighed exasperatedly, he could understand Ravin's feeling as he spoke. "I bet you're right. But it's not like you can easily find that kind of relic again. And even if he does, he doesn't have the money to buy it nor to get it appraised in Kurigen. I wonder what he's planning to do about that." "No idea. You'll need extra money to be a member of Kurigen too. And you'll only get the free monthly quota after bringing enough relics to Kurigen. I'm sure that he'll call us when he realizes that. Well, let's just leave him be and go for a drink." It was not like they had the duty to tell Ravin the problems that he might have to face later, so instead, they chose to enjoy the sudden influx of cash that they got that day and headed to the entertainment district. Ravin left on his own volition, and so, Hazawa did not give Ravin a treat, ******. Over the last few days, in order to help Cheryl's gang, Akira always went to visit her base during the day. Akira basically had two roles there. First of all, was a bodyguard for Cheryl when she was selling relics, and secondly to help the gang to open stands somewhere inside the gang's territory. The people who bought Cheryl's relics were those who had enough economical power to do so, and of course, a fighting power suitable for their economical power. Basically, they were hunters like Ravin and his friends. If they tried to use force to break into Cheryl's base, it would be hard for the gang to fight them back. They were basically people who regularly fought monsters out in the wasteland. Although the gang had more people and Cheryl could arm her gang with rifles, there was a limit on how far they could fight back. These hunters might look down on the gang, thinking that the gang posed no threat at all against them, and use their position to threaten back. And of course, if it really ended up in a fight, Cheryl's gang would have zero chance to win it. Because of that, when Cheryl was dealing with potential buyers, she asked Akira to hide behind one of the sheets in that room just in case anything bad happened. Akira was just another small kid like Cheryl. But he was using an augmented suit and carrying heavy weapons that normal people would not be able to carry without an enhanced strength, so people would not just mindlessly pick a fight against him. There were indeed some difficult customers, but when Akira came out, they would obediently withdraw. The reason why Akira was not showing himself was simply because Cheryl told him to do that. It was to make an impression that even if it seemed that Cheryl was all alone there, a heavily armed hunter might be hiding somewhere. It was to make that kind of illusion just in case if Akira was not really present. It was an important precaution since it was not like Akira could be there all the time. The small stands opened by her gang were basically serving as a filter to get suitable customers for the main shop in Cheryl's base as well as a source of spare money. They were looking for customers who seemed to carry enough money and would not cause harm to Cheryl before telling them about the main shop. There were also multiple stands, so Akira could not guard all of them all the time. Because of that, when trouble came up, they would contact Cheryl and she would go there with Akira. Each stand was manned by at least 2 people and one of them would be armed as a guard for the stand. Most who lived inside the gang's territory knew that Akira was supporting Cheryl's gang, but not many of them knew Akira's face. The armed kid was basically standing guard there in place of Akira, which for that one stand that Colbert and his friends visited, that would be Taial. The people who came to the stands were not only people from the slum, there were hunters too. And among them, there were bad hunters. When Cheryl's men could not handle them, they had no other choice but to ask for Akira's help. Cheryl was also not always dealing with customers, and it was not like there were always problems happening in one of the stands. She herself sometimes had her own job to do in her private room, so it was not like she was always with Akira either. Akira basically had nothing to do when Cheryl was doing something in her private room. Cheryl was working on her desk. She had a lot of jobs to do, distributing jobs for the gang's members, compiling all the relics for her shop, and many other jobs too. Akira was sitting on the sofa while working on his information terminal. He was just silently operating his terminal without saying anything, or at least, that was how it looked from Cheryl's point of view. He sometimes made a confused face as he was focused only on his information terminal. Cheryl glanced at Akira and threw a question. "Akira, what are you doing there? It seems that you're so focused on it." "Ah, it's just game." "Is that so? Is that game really that fun?" "It is. Well, at least, I think it's an interesting game." Cheryl thought that there was something strange about how Akira worded it out. She then made some guesses from what she could see. There were many games that could be played on an information terminal. The theme was also various. Some of them were games that you could not really tell a girl. Since Akira was a boy, Cheryl thought that it was understandable for him to be interested in that kind of game, and she could not help but get suspicious of him. She wondered if it was the right choice to ask Akira. If it was really that kind of game, it might help her understand Akira's preference. It might give her a good reference to get him interested in her. So she decided to casually ask Akira. "What kind of game is that?" "It's a relic hunting game. You basically control a hunter character to safely carry old-world relics back home." I see." After hearing Akira's answer, Cheryl realized how wrong her guess was, which made her blush and fidget around. She tried to smile to hide her embarrassment. Someone suddenly knocked on the door. Cheryl's face returned back to normal, and then she raised her voice a little to hide what just happened there. "Come in." Ario opened the door. "Sorry, there's a problem in one of the stands. So if Akira-san can come with me for a bit." If something happened, they did not have any other choice but to ask for Akira's help. Cheryl herself knew that very well. But it would be bad if they asked for Akira's help for every little thing. As the boss of the gang, Cheryl wanted to make sure that her men did not have the wrong impression of Akira. Cheryl then said to Ario, "Can you not do something about it? You and some of your men have rifles with you, right? That would be impossible. Just because we have some weapons, that don't mean that we're as strong as Akira-san. It's not like we call for Akira-san for every little thing. It's exactly because we can't handle the situation ourselves that we ask for Akira-san's help." Judging from the way Ario reacted, Cheryl knew that he was not lying. Cheryl thought that she needed to keep Akira's impression as someone who was reliable, but his help was not cheap. After all, in reality, her gang did not pay anything to Akira. They were just simply taking advantage of his kindness. It would not be a problem if her gang members felt thankful and indebted to Akira's help when they realized it. But in reality, some of her gang members would look down on him instead. In the end, the gang did not pay anything to Akira. So since Akira's help was something that they could get any time without paying anything, it would affect their impression of Akira sooner or later, even if they only asked for Akira's help for trivial things. After all, humans could get used to anything, both for the better and for the worse. Although it was something in the past, Cheryl thought that it was a good thing when Sebla tried to kill Akira. Sebla was one of her gang members. In Higuraka residence ruin, he looked down on Akira and betrayed the gang. He then went against Akira, and Akira killed him without showing any hesitation. What happened back there served as a good example to remind the rest of her gang members. It should be able to hold back Cheryl's men from looking down at Akira or getting too used to Akira's kindness. But that effect would not last forever. So for the sake of Akira, of herself, and for her gang, Cheryl had to keep Akira's image in the gang. Cheryl then said to Akira and Ario, It can't be helped then. Akira, I'm sorry to bother you again, but can you help me? Sure. Akira put his information terminal on the table and picked up his equipment. He picked up his rifles that he left on the corner of the room. His AAH assault rifle, A2D assault rifle, CWH anti-material rifle, DVTS minigun, and A4WM automatic grenade launcher. With all of those rifles on him, he really stuck out like a sore thumb within the slum city. Akira did not have the imposing aura of a strong person, that was why giving that impression through his equipment was quicker and safer. Even before Akira had the idea to scare his opponent with his equipment, he already killed 4 thugs and 2 former hunters. If they were still alive now, they would have told anyone that it was a bad idea to cause a ruckus in Cheryl's gang's territory. In order to send Akira off, Cheryl stood up and walked towards him. There she glanced at Akira's information terminal that he left on the table. After Akira finished his preparation, he noticed Cheryl was looking at his information terminal. He then remembered that Cheryl asked him about what kind of game he was playing, so he casually said to Cheryl, "If you're interested, you can go ahead and try it." Yes, thank you. Cheryl actually was not that interested in the game, but since Akira said so, she replied with gratitude. After Akira left the room, Cheryl returned back to her desk. From there, she could see Akira's information terminal lying on the table. Cheryl thought that Akira might ask about her impression of the game later, so she decided to try the game. The game that Akira was playing was a game of a hunter hunting old world relics. The player controlled a hunter in a simplified top-down view of a ruin to look for relics. Cheryl saw a chibi form of a hunter on the display of that information terminal. She noticed that it looked like Akira. Even the name displayed on that hunter character was Akira and its equipment were similar to Akira's. The character really looks like Akira, even the name is Akira too. Well, Akira was the one playing this game, after all, I bet he said it so that it looks like him. Since Cheryl did not get any instruction on how to play the game, she decided to just give it a try for now. The character that looked like Akira inside the game moved around, encountered a monster, and immediately got killed. Cheryl tried the game a few more rounds and eventually more or less understood the rules of the game. Alright then, now that I know how to play this game and understand the rules of this game, I can get to play it for real now. The game was basically a top-down simulation game where the player controlled a hunter inside an old-world ruin. The main goal was for the character to look for relics, gather expensive relics, and return back alive. Cheryl renewed her resolve and restarted the game. But again, although she understood how to control the character and the rules of the game, her character immediately got killed again. Cheryl then frowned. Isn't this game a little too hard? Or is it like this level of difficulty is normal? The time in the game stopped when Cheryl did not move the character. Thanks to that, she could take her time thinking of her next move. But even so, the hunter that she controlled quickly got killed again, attacked by either monsters or the other hunters. Since it was only a game, the character that looked like Akira could try again as many times as Cheryl wanted. But of course, in reality, you got only one chance. Thank goodness this is only a game. Or at least that's what I want to say, but this thing is still ticking me off. If Akira got killed, Cheryl and her gang would lose their support and the gang might as well get disbanded. Although it was only in the game, for Akira to not be able to return back alive even after multiple tries made her upset. Cheryl got a little obstinate since it felt like the game was saying that the hunter supporting her gang was so weak. I can understand now why Akira got so invested in this game. I'll definitely clear this game. Cheryl then used all of her skill and brainpower to try clearing that game. Ario guided Akira to the stand where there was trouble. On their way there, Akira asked Alpha a question about the game that he was playing until just now. Alpha, as I thought, isn't the difficulty of that game too high? But Alpha just smiled and refuted his claim. Oh my, but its difficulty level is already lowered compared to the original, you know. If I convert your skill, your ability to shoot, and your equipment to numbers, that's basically the status that you'll get. Not to mention, you have all the time to think about your next move and your movements will not be affected by your mental condition. From that point of view, the character in the game is relatively better than the real you. Well, that's true, but still. Akira understood Alpha's reasoning, but it did not erase his displeasure. Alpha smiled at Akira and tried to cheer him up. You're the one who said that you want to know your skill from another point of view, remember? So, just accept the result and focus more on getting better. Although it's a simplified game of real ruin exploration, it's still good training for you to see the overall situation when you're in a ruin. So just focus on working hard. I know, it's just that it's not that fun when I keep getting myself killed without making any progress. Akira then sighed. The game that he was playing had a character based on him and a stage that was made based on a real ruin. Although it had other modifications too, it was still pretty much close to a real situation. It looked like just a game from the outside, but it actually was an advanced simulation. The character inside the game was based on him and he was the one controlling it, so it was more or less Akira himself. The biggest difference between that character and the real Akira was that the real Akira had alpha support. The Akira in the simulation was exploring the dangerous ruin with the current Akira's real ability. The simulator was showing how the real Akira would perform, including the price that he must pay when he made a mistake or one wrong step, which was basically death, just like many other hunters who met their ends inside the dangerous old world ruin. Akira was still not able to finish even a stage of that game. Alpha already explained to him that she reduced the difficulty of that game so that he should be able to clear it. So basically, the real Akira was pulling the Akira in the game down. Akira sounded a bit dejected as he said. As I thought, I'm still really weak. Even back then in the Saranthal building, Shiori and Carol got suspicious of me just from seeing my movements when I lost your support. So I guess it must have been obvious. But then Alpha tried to cheer him up. Of course you can't become strong after just one night. Don't worry. You're at least stronger compared to the past you. It's just that there's always a bigger fish, so likewise, there's always more dangerous ruins out there. But don't worry, one day, you'll be able to grow strong enough. After all, I'm the one training you. Alpha was smiling confidently as she said that. Akira saw that smile and lightly smiled back, erasing the dark feeling welling inside him. You're right, I'll be counting on you. Just leave it to me. Alpha smiled satisfied seeing that Akira completely cheered up. Rebuild World, Chapter 139, The New Guy and His Doubt. Akira arrived at the stall where there was a problem. Over there, Ravin was quarreling with a young boy. And that young boy was trying to get Ravin to leave. As I said, I can't take you to the main shop. So just give up, will you? It's not like I can do anything about it no matter how much you ask me. It's the decision from the boss. Ravin raised his voice as he said to that boy. I told you that I've gone there once before. I'm someone who has permission to go there. So just take me there. No means no. It would be really bad for me if I go against the boss' wish. Can you at least understand that for me? That young boy was given the duty to filter customers to be brought to the secret shop by Cheryl. But the current hunter in front of him now was someone that he should not bring back to the base no matter how you look at it. His desperation, temperament and behavior were obviously telling that boy not to bring that hunter to the secret shop. Not to mention, he did not even try to buy the relics in the stand nor to pay the entrance fee, so he did not seem to have much money either. If that boy brought Ravin to the base and then if Ravin caused some trouble back in the base, he would be held responsible for that. In the worst case scenario, he might get kicked out of the gang. So when that boy thought of that possibility, he knew that he could not bring Ravin back to the base no matter what. But on the other hand, Ravin would not back down. If he got violent there, he could beat the crap out of that young boy. That boy panicked, He knew that he was stuck between two hard places, the intimidation of the hunter in front of him and the order from his boss. Akira seemed to have remembered seeing that hunter somewhere as he mumbled. What the heck is he doing? When that young boy noticed Akira, his face immediately turned teary. He was so happy to the point that he was about to cry. He then waved at Akira. "Oh, over here. Please help me." Ravin immediately noticed Akira and inadvertently said, "Gay. Why are you here?" Ravin remembered Akira very well. He met Akira back in Yanazuka Station ruin, and Akira was the exact reason why he was in the current situation. Akira was also the one that Katsuragi would ask for to collect his debt when the time came. Ravin's face puckered as Akira walked toward him. Is he here to collect the debt? No, that can't be, right? I'm sure he's not here to collect the debt. Akira then asked Ravin. I was told that there was a problem here, so, here I am, what's going on? At least Ravin knew for sure now that Akira was not here to collect the debt. He was so relieved as he replied. Ah, it's nothing. Really? If it's really nothing, can you just leave then? Even if Akira said that, it was not like Ravin could just give up and leave. After all, if he got lucky, this might be his chance to pay all of his debts in one go. What's your connection with these guys, by the way? The young boy immediately answered. Isn't it obvious, already? He's one of us. No, that's not exactly true though. But Akira immediately denied what that boy said. Ravin saw how that young boy and Ario were so surprised by what Akira just said. So then he tried to put more pressure on Akira. If you're not one of them, then this is none of your business, don't butt in. Or are you here trying to be a good Samaritan helping them? I'm not one of them, but I have a relationship with their boss. So basically I'm here because their boss asked me to. Ravin had a bad feeling when he heard Akira's reply. He sounded scared as he asked Akira another question. Don't tell me that their boss is Katsuragi. Nope, it's Cheryl. Phew, don't scare me like that. Does Katsuragi have something to do with this? I heard that Cheryl used Katsuragi's connection to open the bank account for the shop. Or what was it again? Akira was trying to remember what Cheryl had said to him. While he was doing that, Ravin's face turned paler and paler. Akira suddenly seemed to remember something and said to Ravin. Ah, since you're asking me if their boss is Katsuragi, that means this problem has something to do with Katsuragi, right? Can you give me a sec? I'll check with Katsuragi. Ravin flusteredly tried to stop Akira. No. Stop. I get it. I'll leave. So don't do anything, okay? Just don't. I'm leaving. Alright? This problem here, ends here, okay? Bye. After Ravin desperately pleaded Akira to stop, he immediately ran away. Akira saw that Ravin had left and tilted his head as he mumbled. What the heck was that? There was no one there who could answer Akira's question. After Ravin distanced himself away from Akira, he let out a big sigh. That was dangerous. If Katsuragi found out, this would definitely cause some problems later. It's a good thing that now I know Katsuragi might have something to do with that stand. Now that I can't get close to that place, what should I do? Ravin started to have a headache. In order to prevent his debt from growing any bigger, he could not just give up here. It was just a trump card in the end. So I should be able to find a similar thing in another stand or shop, right? After all, that Cheryl was selling that trump card without knowing its true value. If I try to look around, I'm sure I'll find something similar somewhere. And if that story is true, then it doesn't have to be a trump, anything that can be used for gambling should work fine, right? I feel like I should be able to find something good enough somewhere. Ravin picked himself up and planned to use the new information that he got from Kurajin to pay for his debt. Alright then. He decided to look around the shops and stands in the slum for another hidden gem. Not too long after that, a rumor was circulating about a certain man who was visiting stands and shops in the slum city, asking for peculiar things like a trump card set. It was a common happening when a rumor of an unexpectedly expensive relic was found, as just like usual, there were people who got lured by that rumor. Cheryl was playing the game on Akira's information terminal inside her private room. At the moment, she failed all of her trials. When she started to think that it was not because she was not good enough but more because the game was too difficult, Ario returned. Cheryl stopped playing the game and let them in. Ario and Tyal came in. Ario then gave Cheryl his report. The problem in the stand ended without any trouble. The guy who caused the problem seems to know Akira-san, although, I don't really understand the detail. Cheryl, who just heard that it seemed there was trouble with Akira's acquaintance, looked at Ario with a serious expression and asked. I see, so it was Akira's acquaintance, huh? Are you sure that there's no problem at all? Yeah. Although he knows Akira-san, it doesn't seem like they are friends. I'm pretty sure it was solved just fine. For some reason, he just left after talking to Akira-san for a bit. Well, that's fine then. It did not seem like Ario was lying at all. So Cheryl could feel safe, at least for now. She actually wanted to ask Akira directly, just to be safe, but she immediately noticed that Akira was not present. Where's Akira? Akira-san just went back home after that. That's why we closed the stand too. We can't do anything if something were to happen without Akira-san around after all. I see, so. Did Akira really return back home? He left his information terminal here though. Did he forget about it? No, he did remember. He said that it's okay since he has other information terminals. I see, well then. Thanks for the report, you can go ahead and take a rest. Cheryl smiled and thanked Ario and Tyal. Tyal blushed and got flustered for a bit, but his face immediately regained its seriousness as he asked. Boss, there's something that I want to ask, is it okay? What is it? What is your relation with Akira? What do you mean by that? We're lovers. Didn't we tell you that too when you joined the gang? Cheryl answered back casually as if to say that it was weird for Tyal to ask something so obvious. Seeing that, Tyal hesitated from saying what he was about to say next. But his curiosity and a glimmer of hope inside him pushed him to speak up. Is that really true? Cheryl's mood suddenly worsened the moment she heard Tyal's question. Cheryl's smile for her friend from the same gang who had gone through thick and thin together with her completely vanished from her face. In exchange, her smile turned dark and ominous. It was obvious that she was looking at Tyal with hostility. She then asked with a cold and low voice. What do you mean by that question? Tyal was taken aback by her sudden change that he could not immediately reply back, but that only caused Cheryl's mood to get even worse. During that silence, Cheryl stared at Tyal with a gaze that the normal Cheryl would never give. She then gave a short order to Ario that was devoid of wish to resolve it peacefully. Ario, your rifle. It was a short and incomplete order, but Ario understood perfectly what Cheryl was talking about. She was telling him to aim his rifle at Tyal. But even for Ario, he hesitated to do something like that to one of his friends who belonged to the same gang. Although it was true that Tyal's question could be interpreted as picking a fight against Cheryl, he thought that it would be an overkill to aim his rifle at Tyal just because of that reason. So Ario panicked and tried to think of a way to defuse the situation. Seeing that Ario did not immediately do what he was told to, Cheryl's glare shifted from Tyal to Ario. Ario got a goosebump from that, so he flusteredly tried to say something since he had a feeling that the situation would only get worse if he kept his mouth shut. Cheryl, just calm down, okay? It's not like Tyal was suspicious if you're really Akira-san's lover or anything like that. Isn't that right, Tyal? Try to word your question better next time as not to cause misunderstanding, okay? See, Cheryl misunderstood because of that. So what exactly are you trying to ask here, Tyol? Ario desperately tried to cover for Tyol, who was still paralyzed from the pressure from Cheryl. At the same time, he was hopelessly trying to signal Tyol to agree with him even if it was not true. After all, if he did not do that, it might be his end. Thanks to that, Tyol somehow was able to return back to himself and caught what Ario was trying to say there. Tyol then started speaking slowly and carefully as if not to hit any red flags. Why yeah, that's right, it's a misunderstanding. It's not like I was suspecting that you and Akira are not low, I thought that not only as lovers, I was wondering if you have some kind of special relationship with Akira, like maybe something from the past. I swear that was all I actually wanted to ask. Cheryl still had a bad mood as she inquired Tyol with a suspecting tone. It did not sound like that to me though. Tyol carefully checked Cheryl's reaction as he replied in a panic. I am really sorry for asking something that caused a misunderstanding like that. But Akira seems to be a very strong hunter, right? I heard from the other people in the stands that the person Akira dealt with when that problem happened in one of the stands was not a former hunter, but a proper hunter, someone who is still working as a hunter even now. So, I just thought for someone as strong as Akira who can deal with someone like that so easily, I wonder why he would associate with us. I just thought that maybe he has some other reason other than because he's your love, on top of the fact that he's your lover. It's not like I'm suspecting that it wasn't true, I swear. Tyol and Ario held their breaths, waiting for Cheryl's reaction. Cheryl did not say anything while still glaring at Ario and Tyol. After a few seconds, Cheryl seemed to have regained some of her calm as she said. I see, it's fine then if that's the case. Ario, you should teach Tyol stuff since it seems that he's new here and doesn't know much yet. Oh okay. If that's all, you can leave now. Ario and Tyol flusteredly exited the room. After Cheryl heard a clicking sound from closing the door, she then let out a big sigh. Cheryl looked rather dejected as if she was lamenting her mistake and mumbled. To think that I would lose my cool from something like that, I wonder what's wrong with me. I could have just smiled and cut it short. What I've done now might cause them to get even more suspicious. Just calm down, it's alright, I'm doing well. I can do this. Cheryl repeatedly took a deep breath while reflecting on her reaction. She felt that she did not give the best reaction there and resolved herself to do better next time. She then thought about what could have caused her to react that extremely. She reminded herself to stay calm as she kept thinking about it. She removed any reason that she made simply out of anger at Tyol as she was evaluating her guesses. After she arrived at a conclusion, she then said as if to tell herself. I thought I had resolved myself, but it seems that it wasn't enough, huh? I guess it's a good thing that I was able to confirm it. Cheryl put a stop to her thought there and nodded deeply. Although there were many rooms in Cheryl's base, she was the only one with a private room. Those with high positions in the gang like the officers were sharing a room with the other officers that they were close with. The ones with the highest position in that gang after Cheryl was Ario and Alicia, both of them were officers and a couple, because of that, they were sharing the same room albeit it was a small room. While the other gang members were living in the shared spaces inside the gang like in a big hall or in the hallways. It could be inferred how high their position in the gang was from where they slept when it got dark outside. From that point of view, Ario and Alicia's position in the gang was pretty high. As Cheryl's gang continued to grow, there were more people than expected who wanted to join the gang. Or at least it was more than Cheryl had anticipated. While on the other hand, it also served as proof that her gang was doing well as an organization inside the slum. It also showed how much influence her gang had in the slum. Thanks to that, the children in the slum started to gather around Cheryl's base. They got extra protection just from joining since those who wished to attack would think twice before crossing Cheryl's gang. The slum children even had to pay if they wanted to stay in certain places where people were more likely to misidentify them as Cheryl's gang members. Tyol was a new member of the gang. He used his hard-earned money to buy his way into the gang. The only reason why he got special treatment compared to the other new members was simply because he brought in extra money and equipment for the gang. Ario, Alicia and Tyal were inside Ario and Alicia's room. Ario brought Tyal there. Although Alicia was not exactly happy when she saw Ario bringing someone else into their room, she seemed to be okay with it after a short explanation from Ario. Alicia said to Ario with a rather serious expression. "Alright, I'll check on Cheryl later." "But still." Alicia looked at Tyal, her gaze was saying that she was blaming him as she said in a slightly annoyed tone. "Did you really think that it would not anger Cheryl when you asked that question? Good grief, give me a break." Tyal looked really uncomfortable as he apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't think she would get that angry." Ario then tried to calm Alicia down. "Well, let's just end that here, alright? We are getting a lot of new members too, so it's completely understandable. Then, what are you planning to do if she did not let that slide just because he's a new member? Back then, not only Tyal, but you almost get roped in too, right? So, do you really think that I'll accept that excuse? Look, like I said, we need to be extra careful from here and on to make sure that it would not happen again. Tyal is not the only new member of the gang. I'll warn the people under me, so you should do the same too, Alicia. I don't want you to get involved in something like that because of another new member who doesn't know about it. I want to be together with you, so please make sure to do that." "You're right, I'll do that." Seeing how Ario was worrying about her safety, Alicia finally calmed down. Ario then said to Tyal. "So then. If there's still anything you want to ask us, this will be your chance. Both Alicia and I know Cheryl for quite some time now, so I'm sure we can give you answers to your questions about her. You can go ahead and ask us questions that might trigger Cheryl. It's far better if you ask them to us rather than getting Cheryl angry later." So Tyal asked Ario a question with a serious face. "I see. In that case, I want to know if Cheryl is really the boss of this gang." "Whoa, right from the bat, huh?" Ario placed both of his hands on his head. Alicia looked at Tyal with a mix of amazement and resignation. Although Tyal was surprised by their reaction, he still wanted to know the answer. "Even if you say so, I think there are many other people here including me who are wondering about the same exact question, you know. I know that people have told me the boss in this gang is Cheryl. But just like me, there are other members who still have some questions about it. Like how did she get to be the boss of the gang? Or if the boss seat is just a decoration or that you can only sit there if you have enough power. Is she just using Akira? Or is it the other way around? Like maybe Akira is the real boss of the gang and Cheryl is just his proxy in public? Is it that Akira is simply in love with Cheryl and he's actually an outsider who has nothing to do with this gang? And then there's also that Katsuragi guy, is he actually giving us money and controlling us from the shadow or something? There are a lot of questions I want to ask and I'm not sure who I can trust." Ario and Alicia's faces twitched, but their faces were also saying that it was understandable. It was not easy to gather information about that kind of thing. After all, the only one who knew the answer to those questions in that gang was Cheryl. Other people could only make guesses. Tyal confirmed how Alicia and Ario reacted to that. He then asked another sensitive question. "In the first place, that story about Akira going out with Cheryl, it'll have a different impact if they are in love with each other or it is actually a one-sided love. It seems that Akira bought an expensive dress for the boss, but we don't know for sure if he actually spent a lot of his money to get the boss happy or that expensive dress might actually not cost that much for Akira. Then there's the fact that Akira rarely comes to the base. I know that being a hunter is a busy job, but is it okay to always leave your lover that much? And even if they're lovers, that doesn't mean that Akira would do anything for her, right? So how far can we ask from him before it's too much?" Ario and Alicia looked at each other. They could understand why Tyal would ask something like that. But at the same time, it was a taboo to ask that question in the gang. Questioning Cheryl's relation with Akira was equal to treason after all. So even if those questions were fully reasonable, it was not like Ario and Alicia could do anything about it. They could only trust what Cheryl told them even if it was not the real truth. Ario then said to Tyal with a serious face. I can understand why you would ask those questions, but the answer to those questions are simple and easy. Don't ask. That's the answer. I'll tell you later the reason why that's the answer. So basically, it doesn't matter if that answer is enough for you or not, if you want to keep staying in this gang, you'll have to accept that answer, okay? Oh okay. Tyal was overwhelmed by the pressure and barely managed to reply back. Alicia looked rather dejected as she said to Ario. So basically we need to explain this to the other new members too, huh? It can't be helped. We're the ones who know the most about it and it's not like we can ask Cheryl to do that for us too. Alicia smiled and jokingly said. If only you're as strong as Akira-san, we might be able to find a good solution to this problem though. Ario frowned. Don't be stupid. Being a hunter, going out to the wasteland, exploring old world ruins, fighting monsters, and returning back alive with old world relics like Akira-san. That's just impossible for me. I'll definitely die halfway. Even back then, I was only saved because I got lucky and Akira-san found me. Otherwise, I would have died eaten by that monster. I know, sorry, I don't want you to die either. So please don't do anything dangerous, alright? I know that you get yourself better equipment, but make sure that it won't go to your head, okay? I know. Ario and Alicia stared at each other. Tyal, who was left outside the sleeping net, looked at them awkwardly. Alicia and Ario quickly noticed Tyal's gaze, they flusteredly started to explain what they meant back there. Ario and Alicia did not notice that Tyal had those questions not because he was interested in the strong hunter supporting the gang. Tyal actually wanted to know Cheryl's relations with Akira. He wanted to know if they were really lovers. He wanted to know if there was a crack between them where he could slip in. He thought, in secret, that Cheryl actually was not in love with Akira. After all, it did not matter who led the gang. It was more of who was strong enough to support the gang. If he could get strong enough to rival Akira, then Cheryl might abandon Akira and try to get closer to him instead. Tyal actually liked Cheryl. It was love at the first sight. When Cheryl appeared in a dress that was specially made for her and smiled lovingly, it took his heart away. He wished that the relation between Akira and Cheryl was nothing more than a relation out of profit. He was hoping to have a chance to be Cheryl's lover. Although it was not too long ago, another member by the name of Sebla also had the same thought and he had to pay for that with his life. Tyal might end up meeting the same end. Or at least, he almost met the same end just a moment ago. Although, it was a whole different problem whether Tyal himself noticed that or not. Rebuild World, Chapter 140, Suitable Reward. Akira was waiting for Carol in the lower district of Kagamayama City. Right after the reward from the request in Mihazono Ruin was transferred to Akira's bank account, he called Carol. It was about how to divide the reward. The money that was transferred to Akira's bank account was the reward portion for his team, and since Carol was working in his team, Akira needed to pay her share of the reward. Money was a sensitive thing after all. In order to avoid having to fight Carol, Akira had to properly discuss with her and pay her. Akira actually wanted to finish the discussion on how to divide the reward through the call, but Carol wished to meet directly with him. So, they decided on a time and place to meet. Akira was waiting for Carol in the shopping district near the wall. Most of the areas in the lower district were relatively safe, so people who lived there were mostly peaceful people who could not fight. Of course, there were some guards patrolling the area too, but in order not to arouse any unnecessary ruckus and to give a more peaceful feeling, they were dispatched in civilian attires. Other than those guards, the rest of the people there were peaceful people. But because of that, Akira gathered a lot of attention there. He was donning an augmented suit and carrying AAH and A2D assault rifles. He was basically a hunter who could jump into a fight any second. If he was carrying DVTS minigun and A4WM automatic grenade launchers too, the guards would definitely escort him out of the area. Alpha smiled and said, "You're really sticking out, aren't you? It's not my fault, it's Carol's fault for asking me to meet her in this place." Although Akira was gathering a lot of attention, it was only on a level when someone came to a place with an attire not suitable for the location. It was not like the people around him were looking at him scared since he was an armed hunter, it was simply because they knew that the guards in that area would be able to deal with that level of a hunter with no problem at all in case if anything happened. They knew that Akira would face real trouble if he started making trouble in that area. Alpha looked at the people around Akira and compared them to him. "I don't really mind it, but if you don't like sticking out, maybe you should think more carefully about your outlook. It might be a good idea to buy some casual clothes that you won't use when you have hunter work. It's not like I'm planning to go somewhere that needs me to look sleek, and it's not like I want something like that either, I really don't need it. It's true that I'm sticking out here, but I just need to not let it bother me that much. Not to mention, good clothes are expensive, right? So there's no need to go out of my way to buy them." Well, that's true. Shiori and Kane are also always using their maid outfits. If you really are not bothered by it, there's no need to try to match the people around you. Akira looked rather annoyed and said, "Do I really look similar to Kane and Shiori right now? If you're talking about wearing an outlook that doesn't match the place, then yes. I guess I'll think about buying some casual clothes then." Alpha smiled as she saw Akira's resolve waver. Carol appeared a bit sooner than the appointment time. When she saw Akira, she waved at him and walked toward him. Carol was wearing a high-class looking dress that gave her a graceful look. It was the exact opposite of the design of her usual augmented suit. It properly hid most of her skin while still letting her beautiful figure be perceivable from the outside. People who were familiar with fashion could easily recognize that she was wearing an expensive dress. Akira was a bit surprised seeing how Carol was wearing a dress that was the exact opposite of how she dressed when she was out in the old world ruin. After all, he did not expect Carol to wear a dress like that at all. While at the same time, Carol was also surprised when she saw Akira's attire. Although she was smiling, there was a trace of displeasure in her smile. She sighed a bit and said, "I really didn't expect you to come in that attire when you're about to have lunch with a girl, you know." Akira decided to just shelve his thoughts for now and casually replied, "I'm a hunter, who is here as a hunter, and we're about to talk about hunter stuff. So I don't think I'm doing anything weird here." Carol watched Akira's reaction closely. It did not seem like he was trying to hide his embarrassment. "Ah, right, if I'm not mistaken, you're still in the middle of learning how to properly escort a girl, right? It seems that you still have a lot to learn." "Did I really say that?" "You did. I remember it very well even though it was just a silly talk. Now then, shall we go?" Carol was actually planning to take Akira to a high-class restaurant not too far from where they met up. But it was not a suitable place to eat when you were using an augmented suit. Although it was not like the restaurant would not accept them, it did not change the fact that Akira would look strange there. As Carol thought so, she also thought that she was glad she did not put in an early reservation. She smiled bitterly while hiding that smile from Akira. They entered another restaurant together, sat on a table for four facing each other, and scanned the menu for what to order. Carol looked at Akira, who was looking at the menu with a serious face, and thought that it was cute. She then thought about how to start the discussion there, or more like, how to use this chance to get Akira fixated on her. After they placed their orders, they chatted for a bit before the meals arrived. That was when Carol started talking about the reward. "Well, the foods are here, so let's start talking about the main reason why we're here. About the reward, right?" "Yep. Let's just omit the bargaining part and go to the main problem. Akira, how much are you planning to pay me?" Carol smiled confidently and waited for Akira's reply. Akira seemed troubled. He instead asked Carol a question. "How much do you think I should pay you?" Carol replied confidently with her smile. Oh my, you do know that I omitted the bargaining part for your sake, right? Or is it that you prefer it the other way? I don't mind accepting your challenge, but just so you know, I'm not an easy opponent. Akira hesitated as he said. That's not the problem here, to be honest, it's more like I don't know the right reward for hunters, you see. That's why I'm asking you, you're familiar with this kind of thing, right? Even for Akira, he knew that it was a bad thing to reveal that he was bad with negotiation. While on the other hand, Akira understood that he did not have the knowledge to even pretend that he knew. So he was sure that Carol, who was familiar with that kind of thing, would see through him in no time even if he tried. But from the other point of view, it could be said that Akira took his chance for something bigger. He knew what he did not know, so he was prepared to lose money in order to gain that knowledge. Carol looked at Akira for a while, she then thought for a bit before starting to talk while carefully observing his reaction. As someone who is more experienced in negotiation about rewards, I'll at least say this to you, your move now was a bad move. Even if you don't know the right number, as long as both of us did not agree on a certain number beforehand, you ought to firmly state the number that you have in mind, it doesn't matter even if it was a bad bluff or even if you ask for an unreasonable huge amount of money. Since you're the one with the money here, you should have used that position to come out stronger against your opponent. After all, if the negotiation breaks down, the one who will not get paid is me. And if you do that to me, I would be really troubled. So if you do that, I might decide to make a compromise to avoid any trouble later. Of course, with the less money you pay me, you will get a bigger portion of the reward. Akira listened to Carol's explanation closely, he agreed with what Carol said. You're right about that. So then, how much do you want me to pay you? Although that reply did not make Carol's smile waver from the outside, she actually felt troubled inside. It did not seem that Akira would try to bargain at all no matter how much Carol might ask. Even after she told him that he had the upper hand there, Akira did not seem trying to use it at all. To be honest, I'm not really interested in my portion of reward though. I was actually planning to accept a small amount of reward and get him indebted to me instead. Carol thought for a bit, she then decided to just say something to check Akira's reaction. The amount of reward that I want, To be honest, I don't want to sell my skill cheaply and I have the confidence that I can convince other people to pay me a big reward. That's why I usually start the negotiation with relatively high reward money. Hypothetically speaking, if I tell you to give me all the reward, will you do that? You did tell me that you have no knowledge about how to negotiate for your reward, so what will you do if I'm using my skill to convince you to give me all the reward? To be honest, I'm pretty sure that I can do that. Carol smiled confidently. But then Akira just casually replied. Well, in that case, it can't be helped, I'll just give you all the reward. Carol's smile finally wavered. It was not like Akira was willing to give all the reward because he was in a situation where he had no other choice but to do that. He was willing to do that simply because he had listened to Carol's explanation with his distorted sense of money. Akira went to Mihazono Ruin while bringing Carol with him in order to help Elena and Sarah. Right from the start, his goal was not money. Moreover, Akira was the one who hired Carol, so as the one who hired her, he unconsciously wanted to pay Carol the right amount of reward. Akira thought that Carol was a stronger hunter than him and he roped her to a dangerous place for his own reason, so it was understandable that he had to pay a big amount of reward for her. In the slum city, a one-sided negotiation where someone pointing his rifle at other people demanding everything that person had was a normal occurrence. Akira really did not want to be the one robbed, but he also did not want to be the one who did the robbing. Back then when he was the one on the other side, he wanted to at least be given a chance to negotiate, so he just wanted to remind himself that he was no longer in that situation any longer and there was no need for him to join the other side. But with that being said, Akira did not know the right amount of money to pay Carol. Of course, the suitable amount of money would differ from one person to another. Hunters risked their lives when they went out to the wasteland. And of course, they did not think that their own life was equal to the life of the other. That was why when it came to negotiation about reward, it tended to end up with a fight. It was not rare for hunters to fight and kill each other right after they finished a job together. Akira himself understood that very well. That was why he decided to ask someone who was knowledgeable about that thing. Which in this case, that would be Carol. Carol realized that she had stopped smiling, but she immediately returned her face back to a smile. She was pretending as if it did not surprise her at all while checking on Akira. It did not seem that Akira said that because he had some kind of ulterior motive. He was only being honest. He got me good there. I was actually planning to start with a high price and then lowering it bit by bit during the negotiation while making sure that he would feel indebted to me, and then I should be able to use that to get closer to him, but in this case, if I ask for a big portion and he accepts it, he might use that as an excuse to cut his ties with me. This is not easy. One thing that Carol got wrong there was that Akira would not just give all the reward without fighting back if she really asked for all the reward. What he meant back then was that he was willing to give all the reward if she could give him a good reason to do so. To be more precise, Akira was planning to fight back until the end. And if Carol was able to convince him after that, if she could make him agree that it was a suitable reward for her, then he would properly pay her that much. After all, that was the right thing to do if he agreed with that. And to add one more detail to that, Akira actually underestimated his words because Alpha did not say anything. Alpha was always so noisy reminding Akira of anything, that was why he was sure Alpha would say something if he did something bad. But the reason why Alpha did not say anything was because in case if Akira lost a lot of money there, she would use that as an excuse to encourage him to stop associating with other people. So after a lot of considerations, Alpha decided to just keep silent there. After a lot of thinking, Carol decided to take the safe route. She at least needed to make sure that she did not leave any bad impression on Akira. To be honest, I don't want to do this, but I guess I'll have to imitate what Elena and Sarah would do in this situation. Carol had decided on her plan and restarted the negotiation. It seems that you've worked with Elena and Sarah multiple times before, right? When you did that, how did you distribute the reward? Who decided on how to divide the reward and what indicator was used? Elena-san would be the one deciding and I guess we just divided the reward normally just like usual. To be honest, Carol wanted to know what was just like usual for Akira. But since he only gave her that much information, she decided to make a suggestion based on how Elena divided the reward with Akira in the last request. In that case, then let's divide the reward 50-50 and not talk about whether it's the right number considering how much we fought back in Miyazono ruin, right? After all, it's not like we have a prior agreement on how to divide the reward anyway. This way, we can divide the reward without causing more trouble or leaving any side displeased. When it comes to a suitable amount of reward, nothing is better than the amount of reward that both parties agree to. And since I want to get along with you in the future, let's just divide it 50-50 between us, what do you think? Sure. Akira stopped eating, took out his information terminal, and finalized the transfer to Carol's bank account. There, I've transferred it, can you check it? Okay. Carol also took out her information terminal and checked her bank account. Yep, I've received it. With this, the request from you is officially finished without any hitch. Thank you. Did I satisfy your expectation? I do want to hear the opinion of my employer, you know. Carol was smiling mischievously at Akira when she said that. Akira was a bit bothered by that, but he decided to reply back honestly. Yeah, you did well. I do feel glad that I brought you with me. Thank you. Akira lightly bowed, Carol then replied in a good mood. You're welcome. I'll be looking forward to working with you again. Looking at how Akira reacted, Carol thought that at least she did not fail, it might even be okay to say that she succeeded. And then when she saw him enjoying his delicious-looking meal, she was able to confirm that it was the right choice picking a restaurant as a place to discuss with Akira. If we do the negotiation in a restaurant, he would not leave until he finishes his meal. But if we've done this in a cafe, I bet he would have left the moment we finished the negotiation. Carol's guess was most probably correct. As long as she did not have anything interesting to talk about, Akira would just leave when his business with her was done. Unlike all the other customers that she had met up until now, Akira had no romantic feeling toward her at all. Akira and Carol continued talking to each other while enjoying their meal. Akira was talking without thinking much about what he was saying. In contrast to that, behind her smile, Carol kept thinking about what kind of subject she could bring up that might interest Akira. Carol talked about all kinds of things with Akira. She was paying close attention to how Akira reacted to different topics. They were mostly talking about hunter stuff while touching ordinary daily stuff from time to time. Akira was listening closely to a certain subject that he was super interested in. It was about how to sell old world relics. Oh, so sometimes you can even sell them with that price, huh? That's amazing. Yup. And with that rumor about a certain relic that you can buy with a few 100,000 orum and can be sold for a few million orum circulating around, it seems that some hunters and merchants were looking for the shop that sold that certain relic. A toy old world relic, huh? I wonder what kind of relic is that? I wasn't able to investigate much about that rumor, but it seems that it was sold to Kurajin. Kurajin paid a lot of money to buy that relic, and that relic was previously bought for cheap from another shop. So judging from that information alone, although it's a toy, it's not a mechanical toy. I think it's some kind of a toy with artistic value, and it was brought to Kurajin still in a good shape, and there might be some collectors out there who are looking for that kind of old world relic. After all, there are many people out there with certain hobbies who would pay a lot of money for something like that. Carol was talking with Akira about a certain relic deal that jumped into her information network. It was about a certain hunter who scored a very good deal in the lower district of Kagamayama City. It was not a rare occurrence, but since Akira was also a hunter, he might be interested in that kind of talk. That was why Carol decided to prepare some information about selling relics before she went to meet Akira. Although it was not a rare thing, it was enough to get Akira's interest. Carol smiled satisfied seeing that Akira showed an interest in that subject. After listening to Carol's story about reselling relics and the businesses around that subject, a question popped inside Akira's head. Do those companies that specialize in buying and selling relics get that much profit? That would depend on the skill of the owner. I heard that you can get quite a lot of profit if you have the necessary connection and money. Is that the case even if you open such a store in the slums? And even if it's a secret shop? Carol was surprised by what she heard. Oh, are you interested in that? If you ask me, with your skill, it's better if you keep working as a hunter instead of opening a shop like that, you know? There were many people in the Eastern District who worked as hunters only in order to get the capital to start a business. It was indeed true that being a hunter was a dangerous job, but it was a good way to raise a lot of money in a short time. Not to mention, if they left as high-ranking hunters, it would be easier for them to gather money for their business. And if their business went bankrupt, they could use their rank to borrow some money to restart their hunter activities again. Because of Carol's personal reason, and because of her distorted way of thinking, she wanted Akira to keep working as a hunter instead of changing occupation to a businessman. After all, she wanted the money that she received from the other people who were using her service to be the money they got from risking their lives, not the money they got from running a business. She did not lie when she said that she rather had Akira continue working as a hunter, but half of the reason that she said there was a lie. Akira himself did not think that he had any talent in running a business, so he just shook his head and said, "Nah, it's not about me, it's about someone that I know in the slum city who started running that kind of business just recently and I'm guarding that place right now." It seems that she spent quite a lot of money on the interior of that shop, so I was just wondering if you can get profit from opening that kind of shop in the middle of the slum. Oh, I see. I heard that you've been living in the slum before. Have you ever heard that kind of rumor when you were living there? Of course I did, but I've never gotten involved in it. I see. In that case, I can teach you a lot of things. After all, I'm pretty knowledgeable about that kind of thing, you know. Carol smiled confidently and started talking in a good mood. There were multiple shops inside Kagamayama City that handled buying and selling relics. Their scales and their specialization also varied greatly. There were many kinds of shops even in the slum city, and most of those shops in the slum were doing secret business. Opening a shop in the slum was not exactly an illegal thing. But it was also true that a lot of shops that were doing questionable business from the hunter office's point of view often had under-the-table deals to make sure they did not get rousted out. To be honest, the hunter office did not like the shops that sold relics since they allowed hunters to gather relics with money instead of from the old world ruin. Hunters could buy relics from such shops and then sell those relics to the hunter office's exchange center. This fact would definitely raise a question in the trustability of the hunter ranking. The hunter ranking was an indicator of the strength of a hunter, and that strength was basically based on hunters' ability to gather relics from dangerous ruin. The reason why the hunter office gave special treatment for the high-ranking hunters was to support the hunters who had the skill to reach that ranking. Hunter office gave special treatment to high-ranking hunters. Many cities in the Eastern District only allowed hunters of a certain ranking or higher to get permission to go inside the inner wall. Moreover, there were several secret information about old world ruins available for high-ranking hunters only. The companies also tended to offer their new equipment cheaply for high-ranking hunters, which doubled as a promotion for those companies. Because of that, some hunters chose to buy relics with their money and took them to the hunter office in order to get a higher ranking than their actual skills. There were hunters who gathered money from trading relics and then used that money to buy relics to bring to the hunter office in order to raise their hunter ranks. Although it was a rather rare thing, sometimes there were also hunters who did not want to raise their hunter rank for a certain reason. These hunters would sell their relics to the exchange center and shops that did not have any connections with the hunter office. This practice could be interpreted as buying and selling hunter rank. Thus, those shops with good reputations tend to limit the relic trading with the hunters or do a full identity check in order to prevent the hunter office from blacklisting their businesses. But then, if they asked those hunters who used that method to raise their ranks where they got those relics, most of them would reply that they got their relics in the slum. While on the other hand, some companies that were running their business in a relatively unsafe area tend to hire former hunters to bolster their fighting power. The higher the ranking of the hunters they hired, the better their fighting power were and the more protection they offered. Those companies sometimes paid those hunters not with money, but with relics. As for the hunters' side, some of them decided that it was better to get paid with relics rather than with money, so sometimes they made being paid with relics as one of the requirements to employ them. But in the end, the relics that the companies used to pay those hunters were mostly bought from the slum. Merchants in the slum were able to gain an unthinkable amount of money considering where they were conducting their business because of those under-the-table dealings. Akira was listening closely to Carol's explanation. Carol was smiling happily seeing that Akira was interested in her explanation. At the same time, she also thought about the reason behind that interest. Akira hailed from the slum. If I have to make a guess, I bet he got lucky, found an expensive relic, and used the money that he got from there to become a hunter. And then he grew so fast as a hunter, which would explain his lack of knowledge. So basically, Akira grew as a hunter so fast that he did not have the chance to learn basic knowledge as a hunter. Which means that he's a very talented person. No wonder Shikarabe got cautious of him. I bet the reason why he's showing so much interest in my explanation is simply because he's hungry for knowledge. I wonder if it's a backlash from living so long in the slum where he couldn't get much information. As for the reason why he shows almost no interest in the opposite sex, I guess he was so desperate just to survive that his mental development is not at that stage yet, huh? Although it was not exactly wrong, her guess was not exactly right either. From her experience seducing a lot of people, Carol was able to see through a small part of Akira's personality. Carol tried to look casual as she asked Akira a question. By the way, Akira, do you have any worry at the moment? Worry? Yep. I'm more experienced than you in all kinds of things. So if you have any worries, I might be able to give you some advice. Carol was smiling at Akira as if she was hiding something behind her smile. By the way, I have a particular worry lately. It's about a certain hunter who prefers food over women. He hardly shows any reaction no matter what I do to seduce him. Do you have any idea what I should do? Akira understood that Carol was teasing him, so he smiled back mischievously and said, "Nah, I don't have any good idea at all. I guess your only choice is to wait until he grows a little older. Either that, or just give up on him and aim for someone else. That's no solution at all, you know." "So then, what about you, Akira?" "Don't worry, you can share anything, I'll at least give you some advice regardless if it's useful or not." Carol was smiling teasingly as if she was planning to get payback at Akira when she said that. Akira thought for a bit before replying. "Worry, huh? Let's see. If I have to say anything, I'll say my lack of strength and money, huh? Wait, is that included as a worry in the first place? Oh my, I think you got quite a lot of money from the last request and I also think that you're already pretty strong. Is it still not enough? Even if you say so, I need to buy ammo, I want to get better equipment, and I want to eat good food. I feel like it won't be enough no matter how much money I have. While for my strength, since I had trouble fighting the monsters back in the Mihazono ruin, that alone means that I'm not strong enough yet. Well, I have no other choice but to work hard as a hunter and there's no easy solution to that, I at least know that much." To be more precise, Akira was relying too much on the easy and effective solution called alpha support. As long as Akira knew that, the rest was for him to work hard. Carol smiled confidently and said, "In that case, I did invite you to work together with me back then in the Mihazono ruin, right? If you work with me, I'm sure you can get a better look at my fighting skill and negotiation skill, so, what do you think? If you work with me, I think I can teach you many things, you know. I think it's faster than gathering the experience by yourself, yes." Unlike last time, Akira did not reply instantly this time, but in the end, he gave the same answer as last time. "I'm sorry, but I'll have to refuse." Carol was a bit surprised by that, she sounded so disappointed as she said. "Oh my, I thought I've done well trying to get you to recognize my skill, but I guess it wasn't good enough, huh?" Akira hesitated as he replied. "No, that's not the problem here. Like I said back then, I don't plan much and can be pretty random, I don't think I have the suitable personality to work together with someone else. I'm the one who's asking you to work with me, you know. So I at least will adapt to your schedule. And if we can't work well together even after that, we can just stop working together. So, is it still a no?" "Even if you say so, it's still a no, sorry." Akira thought that he made the mood bad there, but unexpectedly, Carol smiled and said, "I see. Well, it can't be helped then. It's true that working together with the other hunter whom you can't really work together with often ends up with trouble. Not to mention, you might come to hate me too, so I'll stop bugging you about that. But if you ever want to work together with me even if it's only for a short time, I'm open anytime, okay? I know that you sometimes go to the ruin with Elena and Sarah, right? You can invite me too the next time you do that and I'll be more than happy to come along." Akira thought for a bit before replying. "You're right, well, I'll call you again if the chance comes up." Carol smiled happily. "I see, I'll be looking forward to it then." "Yeah." Akira smiled back and gave that short reply. Akira and Carol were talking about a lot of things even after they finished their meals and had ordered refills for their after-meal coffee multiple times. When Akira realized that he had spent way more time than he originally planned, he said his goodbye to Carol and left the restaurant. After Akira left, Carol was still inside the restaurant for some time. She was smiling wryly and mumbled. Akira's reaction there was not bad, but I wasn't able to make any appointment when to meet next either. I guess I relied too much on my seduction skill lately that my speechcraft skill has gotten dull. Carol was not always using her body to seduce her customer, she sometimes used other skills too. One of them was to get friendly with her customer, which included bringing subjects about some common interests, talking about each other's worries, asking about each other's opinions, listening closely to what her talking partner was asking and giving an answer that the other was expecting, and eventually getting so close to the point that the other person became reliant on her. Seducing was just one of the methods that she could use to reach that goal. Carol sometimes also used that to lead her partner to a better state. She encouraged them to be more positive about their lives, to be more confident, to cheer them up, to get them to enjoy their lives more and support them. It could be said that those were the services that they got from paying the money they earned from risking their lives to Carol. At the same time, all of those encouragements sometimes caused them to get ahead of themselves and made them challenge dangerous old world ruins that were out of their league, but Carol was okay about that. There were many different ways for people to use their lives. So Carol had no wish to stop them from doing so. Although, she might try to stop them if she knew that it would be counter-effective. Seeing how he reacted, I don't think Akira would accept my invitation if I invite him to go to the wasteland randomly, and it's unlikely for him to invite me. What should I do? Carol was thinking about what she could do next to seduce Akira. That was when a call reached her information terminal. Carol checked the caller and accepted the call. Viola, I'm outside right now. If it's something sensitive, call me again later. Don't worry, it's just that I have a small question for you, it's nothing serious. Carol could feel that Viola was planning something bad behind her uppity voice. Rebuild World, Chapter 141, Reignition. After he left Carol, Akira headed to Cheryl's base. Akira seemed to be in a good mood, noticing which, Alpha asked him a question. You seem to be pretty happy, was it really that fun talking with Carol? But Akira reacted in a surprised manner, it seemed that he did not notice it himself or he just simply did not feel that way. Do I look really that happy right now? Yup, I always kept my eyes on you, so I can easily tell. I see, well, it's true that it was fun. After all, I got to hear a lot of things about being a hunter. Alpha smiled gently after hearing Akira's honest answer. I see, that's good to hear. In that case, it might be a good idea for me to gather information around that subject to talk with you too. Alpha said gently. On the surface, it was as if she was saying it was for Akira's sake, but behind it, she was only doing that for the sake of keeping him away from Carol. Akira thought for a bit before replying. Well, to be honest, I learn more about common sense in the Eastern District instead of knowledge about being a hunter from you after all. I guess I want you to teach me about common sense first. After all, I don't even know where the Kagamayama city is located in the Eastern District, so, you can teach me about being a hunter later after that. Sure, got it. Suddenly Akira extended his hand and grabbed the man next to him. That man had Akira's wallet in his hand. In one fluid move, Akira drove a kick with his enhanced strength to that man who was not using an augmented suit nor an armor. Although Akira held himself back, his kick still hurt. Enough so as to force the man to roll on the ground and writhe in pain. Akira happily picked up his wallet and then walked toward that man. That man who was still gasping in pain, noticed Akira walking toward him and desperately reached for his pistol in his pocket. He aimed it at Akira as fast as he could, but due to the pain, he was too slow. With a smirk, Akira kicked the pistol away from that man's hand. The pistol flew and slid on the ground. Meanwhile, it had that man's hand bent at a weird angle, it was obvious that the bone inside it was broken. That man screamed in pain. Akira was in a good mood. Unlike back then when Ulna caught him off guard and took his wallet, this time, he was able to properly protect his life-staking money. Alpha did not even need to help him at all, Akira was able to identify that man entirely with his own ability. He felt the satisfaction as if he had redeemed himself. Thanks to that, even with all the sins the man had taken against Akira, the boy was in such a good mood. It could be said that he was being considerate to that man and only rendered him incapacitated. If Akira was in his usual mood, there was no mistaking it, that man would have died by now. This was the back alley. It was not a strange thing to find one or two corpses lying here and there. His mood was the only thing that saved the man. That man looked fearfully at Akira, who smiled at him in a good mood and said, "You got really unlucky today trying to prey on me." Akira still sounded like he was in a good mood when he said that, but he immediately delivered another kick after he said that. That man shrieked, slammed to the ground, and rolled over. For Akira, that was the end of the incident. It was done, it was finished. He got stronger, he was no longer careless anymore. After he could confirm that, he just turned around and walked back toward the main street. But the voice behind him told Akira that it was not the end of the incident. That man, who was writhing on the ground in pain, suddenly shouted a curse. "God damn it, I didn't hear anything about this." Akira stopped, his smiling face turned cold in a snap. Viola had an office hidden among the countless buildings in the Kagomayama city's lower district. Colbert was there with Viola that day. She was sitting on a sofa and said to Colbert in a good mood, "Geez, you're so cold, how about you come over here?" Colbert was sitting not too far away from Viola and was able to clearly hear her invitation. "No thanks. Geez, you're no fun." Colbert's swift reply was more out of wariness rather than coldness toward Viola, but that did not ruin Viola's mood at all. She was still smiling like usual. Colbert looked at Viola, who seemed to be in an excellent mood, and told himself to be careful not to get involved in any troublesome stuff that she had in mind as he said to her, "So then, why did you call me today? Is there anything you don't like in the report that I gave you? Just so you know, I'm not going to return the reward." "Nope, it's nothing about that at all. The report that you gave me was not bad. I just wanted to ask some stuff directly, like what's your impression of that shop? I'm sure I wrote it in my report already. You didn't read it?" "I did. But even if it's about the same subject, people usually give a different opinion when they're asked directly compared to what they wrote in a simple report, you know. Even when you do negotiation, you would rather meet the other party directly, even if it was something that you could have taken care of with text messages, right? That's just how important the information that you can get just by talking directly. Or at least, for me, it's that important. You do know that, right?" Whatever the case, Viola was the one who hired him. Colbert made that as an excuse to give up there. "Alright, so then, what do you want me to tell you this time?" "A lot of things. For the starter, what kind of girl is this Cheryl?" Viola smiled bewitchingly at Colbert as they started going deeper into that subject. That day, Colbert did not go to Cheryl's shop out of pure coincidence. He was hired by Viola to investigate Cheryl's shop. Although he hesitated at first to accept that request, since the reward offer was pretty generous, he eventually decided to accept it. The only reason why Colbert tried to help out Levin was because he could do so while completing Viola's request, and in case if it got exposed that he got that request from Viola, he could use it as an excuse to evade. It might also help him to avoid getting roped into troublesome stuff later on. After all, either for better or for worse, Viola was famous for causing trouble. A lot of people would raise their guard and they noticed that Viola had made some moves, and there was nothing bad with being extra careful. Viola asked Colbert about a lot of things and Colbert answered all of her questions. Most of them were about the same thing that he had already written in his report, while the rest were about some stuff that he thought to be unnecessary to be written in his report. Viola was listening closely to Colbert, who had known Viola for a long time. At this point, he knew for sure that she had something completely different in her mind behind her outer expression. She sometimes looked deeply interested when she actually did not care at all, sometimes she looked like she did not care at all when she was actually really interested, and sometimes it was neither. Viola only showed an expression that would help her get more information. Colbert knew that Viola had manipulated information in order to indirectly control other people multiple times in the past. So he took great care and was being very careful as he was speaking to her, but even after that, he was still doubting himself, wondering if he was already dancing to Viola's tune. That's basically the gist of it. The boss of that gang and the owner of that shop, that Cheryl girl is basically a pretty impressive girl. After all, it seems that she has Akira on her palms too, so it's not like her beauty is everything. This is only my guess, but I think that shop is doing well. You have a pretty good review on that shop. It's just my opinion. If you're questioning it, you can meet her and decide for yourself. In the first place, why are you interested in that shop? There are a lot of other similar shops in the slum city, right? Is it because Akira is involved? Now that you mention it, did you see Akira there? I didn't get to see him when I went there. He might have been hiding somewhere. That room was surrounded with white sheets, he might have been hiding behind one of those sheets, though I can't really say for sure. I see, well, I have a lot of interest in that shop. Let's just say that a lot of other shops are getting alerted by their new competitor. It's nothing strange at all, right? Well, if you say so. Colbert could see Viola was hiding all kinds of stuff behind that excuse which she just gave. He could not tell if that was just his imagination or not, since he might be mistaken, but he had no means to confirm it for sure. If that's all, I'll head back home now. You can call me if you need anything else. One more thing though, I just want to make sure, it's up to me what to do about the relics that I bought yesterday, right? Yup. That's one of the rewards from me, you can do anything you want with them. I'll at least tell you this out of kindness, it might be a good idea to sell it, and don't bring that to the Hunter office's exchange center. If you get comfortable doing that, you'll never be able to return back to being a normal hunter. Colbert glared at Viola. Humph, it's none of your business. But of course, it's completely up to you. Viola smiled when she said that. Colbert made a rather frustrated look as he left the room. The door banged as Colbert slammed it on his way out. Viola looked at it and mumbled. Looking at how he acts, I don't think he can return back to being a normal hunter at this point. But well, that's one way to live. Viola was the one who offered to pay Colbert with relics rather than with money in order to lure him to accept that request from her, taking advantage of his wish to never return back to being a regular hunter. A call reached Viola's information terminal. She reached for her information terminal and said in a good mood. It's me. Yep, I've spread the rumor. Nope, my job is only to spread the information around to incite the fire, and it is done when the fire has already started burning. Of course, I don't mind going further, but it'll cost you more, you know. If you don't want to pay me, then just wait. I did properly spread the rumor, so it's only a matter of time. Yes, well, later then. Viola ended the call. I wonder what will happen from here on, I can't help but get excited. Viola smiled, imagining all kinds of possibilities. The man who stole Akira's wallet was folded over the ground. Akira was walking toward him with a grim expression. That man's face was distorted not by the pain from his broken hand, but also by the fear of Akira who was coming at him. He did think of running away, but the pain from his stomach and his hand, as well as the fear of getting killed by Akira, prevented him from making any sudden movements. It was impossible for him to make a run. Akira stopped right in front of that man and asked him with a calm voice as if he was whispering. What do you mean by that? But that man begged for forgiveness instead of answering Akira's question. Please spare me. I'm really sorry. Akira prodded his rifle at that man and asked him once again. Answer my question. What do you mean by what you said just now? If you answer my question, I might give you some of my medicine. If you won't talk even under threat of a gun, then I'll be more than happy to grant you that wish. Akira's mood had gotten considerably worse. Even if that man did not answer Akira's question because he could not organize his mind from the terror of the rifle that Akira was pointing at him, Akira would probably not care about that and just kill that man. That man desperately begged Akira to not kill him. Oh, of course. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. So please don't shoot. Akira lowered his rifle, pulled out his medicine box, took out some pills, and forced them down that man's throat. He did not care even when that man groaned. Then Akira grabbed that man's broken hand and forcefully realigned it. That man screamed in pain when Akira realigned his broken hand, his face was distorted in agony. But his surprised and pained face immediately changed. The medicine worked wonders, the pain from his stomach and his broken hand from Akira's kick slowly but surely waned. Even his hand that was bent in an unnatural angle until just now, after Akira forcefully realigned it, that man was able to move it again, albeit only slightly. That man was confused and surprised that Akira really shared some of his medicine, but his confusion and surprise were blown away when he noticed Akira had already pointed his rifle at him again. Akira really shared his medicine, just like he said. So, just like he said too, he might as well kill that man for real. That man opened his mouth in panic. If Akira thought that he had abandoned his promise, Akira could pull the trigger anytime, so before that, he tried his best to start speaking. I bought that information. They said that there's a certain careless young hunter who carries a lot of money but an easy target to pick. And that it would be fine even if I get caught, since someone got caught in the past too, but when that pickpocket ran and hid behind another hunter, that boy was scared and ran away. The rumor is basically saying that you're an easy target and that it'll be fine even if I get caught. Akira remembered that he got careless in the past and had his wallet picked by a young girl named Alna. Unfortunately, he was not able to get his money back. After all, Katsuya protected Alna. At that time, their difference in power was just too big. Although he was against the idea, Akira ended up backing off. If Alpha had not stopped him back then, it was almost certain that a fight would have broken out and Akira would have been killed in that fight. Akira's mood immediately turned for the worst the moment he remembered that. His expression turned cold, although he was emotionless, a wave of dark and gut-wrenching anger could be felt welling out from him. Looking at that man got super scared as he begged Akira to spare him. It's not me. It's the information from the information broker. Akira replied with a calm voice. How did you find me? Did you see a photo of my face or something? They told me some descriptions like the hairstyle and body build. And also they showed me a blurry picture too. You were able to find me only with that? Like I said, I got the wrong person. I mistook you with that boy hunter. Didn't you say back there that you didn't hear anything about this? You didn't say that you mistook me for that easy prey, right? That is. That man was lost for words. Akira fixed his gaze at that man without saying anything. That man could not bear the pressure and started to tremble as he begged Akira. I am really sorry, I was tricked by that information broker, they gave me the wrong information. It's my fault, I'm so stupid for getting tricked by that information broker. So please, have mercy on me. Akira stared down at that man with his rifle still pointing at him, and that man looked back at Akira with a puckered face. Akira suddenly lowered his rifle. That man looked so relieved, but that was immediately proved to be premature. Akira grabbed that man by his neck and pulled him up, he then smashed that man on the wall of the back alley. That man groaned in pain, but Akira did not stop there, he then said to that man with a cold and heartless tone without even looking at him. First of all, let me get this straight, you were not tricked by that information broker. I am indeed the fool who got my wallet easily stolen by a brat. I was that weakling who ran away when the hunter who was protecting that brat confronted me. The info broker did not lie to you, that information is correct. Then Akira looked straight into that man's eyes as if he was peering deep inside that man's soul, that man's face was filled with terror. But I have no plans to just end that incident there. I'm not done with her yet. I don't care where you got that information from, but make sure to tell that information broker that it's not the end of the story yet, got it? Although Akira grabbed hard on his neck, that man managed to nod. Akira then released his hand, that man coughed and fell over to the ground. Akira swiftly turned around and started walking away again. That man was coughing while trying to calm his breath. When he was dropped from Akira's grasp, he saw his pistol, which Akira kicked from his hand, lying there on the ground near him. That man slowly stood back up and reached for his pistol. The moment his hand reached his pistol, a gunshot echoed and his pistol was blasted off from his hand. That man could not help but turn at the source of that gunshot and saw Akira there with his AAH assault rifle aimed at him. Akira was the one who shot his pistol. That man screamed and ran as fast as he could into the depth of the back alley. Akira silently lowered his rifle. He was now in a terrible mood. He had the same grim expression that he had when he was about to fight Katsuya. Alpha flew and stood in front of Akira. She enlarged her image in Akira's vision. Akira, take a deep breath. Akira took a deep breath just like Alpha told him to. He did that multiple times. After a few repetitions, he slowly calmed down. Alpha smiled gently at Akira to calm him down and said, "Are you good now?" "Yeah. Sorry. Don't mention it." Alpha smiled as if it did not bother her at all. Akira seemed slightly dispirited as he let out a big sigh. "To be honest, I thought I've already completely moved on from that, you know." For Akira, it was something that was already over. Or at least, that was what he thought. If nothing had happened, he would only have chuckled when he remembered about that. It was really something that was already over in his mind. But it seemed that someone did not want to let him end it there, so in Akira's mind, it changed from already over to a short pause, and now it was back on play again. Alpha then worriedly said to Akira, "I think it's a good idea if you just head back home without visiting Cheryl's base today. It would be bad if something were to happen when you're in such a bad mood. You won't be able to try to defuse the situation, right?" "No, I'll at least visit her briefly. After all, I did promise her that I'll come even if it'll be rather late than usual. Moreover, there's something I want to ask Cheryl." Akira's face turned tense again as he thought of what to do to solve this situation. Cheryl was working in her private room when someone suddenly knocked on the door. "Come in." Alicia opened the door and said to Cheryl, "Boss, Akira-san is here." Cheryl glanced at Alicia, who was alone. She then tilted her head and asked, "Where is he?" "He's talking with Ario right now, he'll be here in a minute. And also, there's actually something that I need to tell you." Alicia hesitated and looked rather worried. "I'm not really sure what happened, but it seemed that Akira-san is in a very bad mood right now. So, be careful." Alicia asked Ario to hold Akira back for a bit so she could warn Cheryl about Akira's mood. Cheryl noticed that as she frowned. As Alicia left the room, Akira came in. When Cheryl saw Akira's expression, she was barely able to maintain her expression from shrinking. Even Cheryl could see clearly that Akira was obviously in a terrible mood. Akira knew his expression was leaking his emotions, so he tried his best to mend that. He tried his best to act casual but he completely failed in doing so. "This indeed looks really bad. Thank goodness Alicia warned me beforehand." Cheryl was extremely nervous, but she still smiled at Akira, trying her best to hide her nervousness. She sat face to face with Akira on a table. She could clearly feel the heavy mood in that place. She was wringing all her brainpower to think what was the right thing to do there. Both for the sake of her position in the gang and her own feelings, Cheryl did not want Akira to hate her. Akira was the main supporter of the gang as well as the reason why she could keep her position as the boss in the gang. If Akira came to hate her, her position would crumble. Akira was also Cheryl's psychological anchor. He was the place where she would lean to when she was mentally or spiritually exhausted. If Akira abandoned her, there was no doubt that she would break. If it was the normal Akira, even if Cheryl made some slip-ups and said something that she should not, Akira would just let that slide. If Cheryl said something that caused a misunderstanding, she could explain everything until the misunderstanding was cleared up. If she said something that offended Akira, she could apologize for it. That way, it would not deal a fatal blow on her relationship with Akira, or at least, that was what she thought. But the current Akira was not how he usually was. Cheryl could not afford to behave normally. She felt that if she made a slight mistake or if she said something that caused even a slight misunderstanding, it would deliver a fatal blow to her relationship with Akira. Cheryl proceeded extra carefully as not to trigger any landmines. Should I just keep my mouth shut like this? Is it a good idea to keep silent until Akira calms down a little? But, what if that angers him instead? Should I take the initiative and put my bet on the chance of cheering him up? While of course, being extra careful is not to make his mood even worse. But I have no idea what made him angry in the first place at all, so. But no. As Cheryl put all of her focus on thinking about what to do there, she started to forget about other smaller things. Her face also slowly turned tense. Although Akira was normally a dense boy, he was able to easily notice that change in Cheryl's expression. It showed just how desperate she was. Looking at Cheryl, who was getting more and more desperate, it somehow calmed Akira a little. He then said to her, "Cheryl." "Why yes." Cheryl flusteredly replied back. She did not expect Akira to talk to her so suddenly like that. Akira tried his best to sound like his usual self. "Well, something happened today and I'm not in a good mood right now. I know that myself, but it's not like I'm angry at you at all. And also, I'm trying my best here, but I'm sure that I might vent my anger on you, so I'll apologize in advance. I'm sorry, if I really end up venting at you, please just forget about it and don't let it bother you too much." After he said that, Akira lightly lowered his head. Cheryl was a bit surprised by that, but she immediately regained her composure and smiled gently at Akira. She was somehow able to calm down and regain her clarity. She thought that it would be less likely for Akira to get angry at her if she was the one who was on the listening side, so she encouraged Akira to continue. "I understand. I won't force you, but if it helps you if you share it with someone, I can listen to you as much as you want. Sorry, thanks for the offer, but no." Cheryl looked at Akira and tried to make some guesses. "It seems that it's something serious. I might be able to win some points if I can help him solve his problem. But looking at it, it's more likely that I'll be biting more than I can chew." Cheryl acted casually as if it did not bother her at all and said, "Please don't be, it's my fault for saying something that I should not. I know that it's not like I can help much, but if there's anything that I can do, please do tell me." When Cheryl said that, Akira looked at her as if he just remembered something. That's right, there's something that I wanted to ask you." Akira took out his information terminal, clicked some buttons, and then placed it on the table so that Cheryl could see it too. Alna's picture was on that information panel. She was the pickpocket who stole his wallet. "If you ever see this girl, I want you to inform me." Cheryl peeked at the picture. Judging from her attire, that girl seemed to be someone from the slum city, but her figure was not that bad. She would be beautiful with a little bit of effort, or at least, that was what Cheryl thought when she saw that picture. Akira did not show any interest even after he saw Cheryl naked, but now he was asking her to help him find another girl. Cheryl felt a bit dissatisfied by that. But she decided to put that for later and asked Akira. "I just need to look for this girl, right? If you would tell us her name and her connection with you, we should be able to find her more easily. I don't know her name, and also, I don't want you guys to look for her. It's just that if any of you spot her, I want you guys to tell me. But you're looking for this girl, right? What do you plan to do to her after you find her?" Since Akira did not say anything about his relationship with Alna, Cheryl got a little suspicious there. If it was nothing bad, then she needed to be careful not to do anything rude when she brought Alna to Akira. On the other hand, if it was the opposite, she could use force to capture that girl and that might help her win some points from Akira. But Cheryl needed to be extra careful on how she would deal with Alna. If Akira was looking for her since she helped Akira before, then it would only cause Akira's mood to get worse if they treated Alna badly. But Akira's answer to Cheryl's question was short and clear. "I'll kill her." Akira's voice was so cold and heartless that it even surprised Cheryl. Cheryl's smile froze in an instant. Akira sighed to calm himself, he then said. That girl stole my wallet, you see. So, since she stole the money that I gathered by risking my life, I'm planning to kill her if I find her again. I see. And also, there's no need to kidnap her or use force. Although I'm not sure if they're just her friends or if they were just backing her up, she basically has some hunters protecting her. And those hunters are more or less as strong as me, or might be even stronger than me. I chased her when I noticed that she stole my wallet, but in the end, I couldn't get my money back because of those hunters. They're stronger than you? Yeah, so there's no need to use force. Akira casually admitted that those hunters were stronger than him, and on top of it, Cheryl noticed that he had no plans to sacrifice the gang just to look for that girl. Although she felt happy about it, she also thought that they needed to get more useful to Akira. Showing that the gang was useful to Akira was an important milestone for the gang. The only reason why Akira was helping the gang was simply because he was Cheryl's lover, there was no other reason. So if they could give Akira more reason to back the gang, it would definitely make the gang feel safer. After all, everyone in the gang was actually worried that they might be abandoned by Akira. Cheryl replied with a serious face. I understand. I'll properly warn everyone. How should we inform you if we spot her? Even though you told us to inform you if we spot her, it's not like everyone in the gang has an information terminal. Of course, we want to help you as much as possible, but... No, there's no rush. You can just tell me when and where you guys spotted her. After all, she might have moved to another area by the time that information reaches me. Cheryl was a bit surprised by that. When Akira said that he will kill that girl, it sounded like he had a deep dark grudge on her, but from what he said just now, it sounded as if Akira did not really care that much even if they could not find that girl. I don't really understand what's on Akira's mind, but it's better if we do what he told us to. It might break into a fight, after all, if that's the case, we can't afford to get reckless. After all, unfortunately enough, we're not ready for something like that. Cheryl was not that close to Akira yet, she made a forlorn expression when she realized it. Akira noticed that slight change, misunderstood its meaning, and apologized. Sorry, I did try my best to be careful, but I guess I still ended up venting it on you, huh? Sorry. Cheryl somehow managed to give her usual smile. Please don't worry about it, everyone has their bad day. If it helps you out, you can vent as much as you want on me, I don't mind it. But of course, as a reward, I'll have you spoil me a lot later. Ah. Well. You can do whatever you want. Cheryl was smiling mischievously, which Akira replied with a wry smile. Rebuild World, Chapter 142, Shizuka's Worry. Cheryl took an information terminal from her desk, it was the information terminal that Akira left there the other day. I'm returning this. It is a hard game, but it was interesting. Thank you very much. Cheryl gave her impression about the game and returned the information terminal back to Akira. It was indeed just a game, but it was also a relic hunting simulation based on Akira's real skill, a training tool using a top-down simulation. Akira lent that to Cheryl since it seemed she was interested in it yesterday. When he heard that Cheryl also thought that it was a difficult game, Akira made a troubled face and said. Yeah, you're right, it's really a difficult game. Saying that the game was hard was similar to saying that Akira's skill that was reflected onto the main character in the game was still way too underdeveloped. Although Akira himself understood that very well, it still hurt him a bit when he was reminded of it. It's true that I still have a long way to go. I guess I have no other choice but to get better equipment, train myself up, and gather more experience, huh? Cheryl thought that it was simply a game. That was why she did not think much about it as she said to Akira. Yes, it was an interesting but difficult game. It took me some time before I could clear it. Akira was taken aback by what Cheryl said. Cheryl was also surprised by Akira's reaction. Akira was so dumbfounded that he could only react awkwardly. You cleared it? Why yes. Cheryl, who saw that, replied back awkwardly too. It was indeed a difficult game, but there was no reason for Akira to be that surprised, at least that was what she thought since she did not know anything more than that. Akira opened the menu to check the previous play sessions of the game. He was so surprised that he was not able to nimbly navigate through the menus, so instead Alpha took over and quickly brought up the history menu. Alpha scanned the history list and said, "Yep, she did clear it, the score is turned to a plus." It was really surprising for Akira. So it was really possible to clear it with that difficulty, huh? Alpha smiled and faked a pout. Oh my, did you really think that I would set it to a difficulty that you can't clear? Well, I didn't mean it like that. Akira flusteredly said that it was not true, but somewhere deep inside his heart, he really thought so. After all, it was really difficult. But now that he knew it was possible to clear it in that difficulty, it made him wonder how to do it, and the person who could answer that question was right in front of him now. Akira pushed the information terminal that he just received back to Cheryl. Cheryl, can you try to clear it again? Sure. Cheryl found Akira's sudden mood change to a more serious one rather weird, but then, she replied with a smile. Cheryl sat on the sofa and played the game to clear it one more time. Akira sat next to her, he had his eyes fixed on the information terminal on Cheryl's hand. Cheryl had once sat on Akira's lap while facing in his direction, so Akira thought that she would not mind him getting that close and prioritized more on a position where he could comfortably look at the information terminal. But Akira's guess was wrong, Cheryl actually was a bit bothered by that. She continued playing the game while holding back her embarrassment and delight. For Cheryl, who thought that she overdid it the other day, Akira was too close this time. And it was not Cheryl who took the initiative, it was Akira, and that fact alone made her face glow with happiness. Close, way too close. In order so that he could get a good look on the monitor, Akira tried to line up his vision with Cheryl's, so of course, Akira put his face close to Cheryl's. Since they did not cover anything from their neck up, they were close enough to feel each other's skin warmth. If Cheryl said that Akira was making it more difficult to play the game, or even if Cheryl showed any sign that she was bothered, Akira would normally get some distance. She tried her best not to show it while continuing to play the game in silence as her cheeks went slightly reddish. Fortunately, the game did not need Cheryl's continuous attention or any time-sensitive actions. So even if she was a bit in disarray, it did not affect her performance in the game, she just needed to be extra careful and take extra time before making any decisions. Following that, the Akira in the game started to slowly and carefully explore the old world ruin. The reason why the Akira in the game could make dangerous moves as if he could read the future was simply because Cheryl had cleared that game a few times, so she knew what would come afterwards. Of course, it was not something that she could overcome only by knowing that it was coming, but if she knew what she would face, it would help her overcome that danger. Akira closely observed the movements of the Akira inside that game and asked Alpha a question. As I thought, even if you know that it's coming, it's still not easy. Alpha mischievously smiled and replied. So in short, it means that even if you have the ability to read the future, it's still a difficult thing to return back alive from the dangerous old world ruin. Akira got dejected. He understood and completely agreed with what Alpha said. He also knew well that he should not feel prideful about his skill nor belittle whatever he faced. But still, it was discouraging to get reminded of that. Now then, putting aside the real Akira, the Akira in the game did not find much trouble exploring the ruin. Eventually, he got some relics and left the ruin. The ammo and medicines that he used during the exploration, his wounds, the time that he took to explore the ruin, and the number of relics that he brought back, all of them were translated into his score. The black-colored score points showed that he ended up with a positive score, and with that, Cheryl cleared the game. Akira, who saw that Cheryl cleared the game, casually complimented her. That's impressive. Cheryl blushed. Thank you very much. Cheryl glanced at Akira. It seemed that his mood had considerably turned for the better. It seems that Akira has been completely cheered up. Is he really that interested in this game? I guess I'll put in some effort to investigate about this game later. Cheryl thought that she should look about that game in the network later. But sadly enough, that game was made by Alpha, so there was no information about that game that she could find in the network. Cheryl was about to return back the information terminal to Akira, but Akira stopped her. I'm lending that to you, so you can use it for the time being. Are you sure? It looks like an expensive information terminal though. Yeah, you can use it as your usual information terminal. I've also changed its provider from the free provider, so you should be able to reach me even when the line is busy. Well, what can I say? You can just think of it as a reward for clearing that game. And also, if you have the time, you can play that game and aim for a higher score. I understand, I'll hold on to it dearly. If I can get a better score, can I get a better reward next time? It depends on the score. Cheryl was joking when she said that, and Akira replied while giving Cheryl a smile. Akira then left Cheryl's base. The sun was about to set, the slum city slowly but surely blanketed in darkness. But it was not like the slum city would be covered in total darkness once the sun was out. As people had created lights to help their lives, there would be some places that would radiate light. But even so, it did not change the fact that the slum city would get more dangerous once the night fell compared to when it was in the middle of the day. When the light that illuminated the world was gone, those who hid under the shadows would start to make their moves. Akira was walking through the slum city at that moment when the world shifted from light to darkness. He was walking while talking with Alpha. I wonder if I can explore the old world ruin without your support, if I can clear that game. The Akira in that game was the reflection of his real skill. So what he said was not exactly wrong. Alpha smiled smugly and said, of course, that is if you can easily clear that game. But in that case, you'll have to make decisions in an instant. You have no way to know the position of your enemies beforehand. Your life will be over if you make even a single mistake. Basically, it would be a one-try-only game with no chance of retry. You sure you want to give it a try? No thanks. Akira's answer was swift and instantaneous. If that game's difficulty level was increased to be as close to reality as possible, that would be the kind of game that he would play. And of course, the real world would be even more difficult than that. Alpha then continued with her smug smile. Just to let you know, I do all kinds of things to support you during your hunter work. And that's including giving you instructions to make sure that you won't get killed, refining your movements by controlling your augmented suit, and many other things too. Alpha was still smiling mischievously at Akira, and he returned with a wry smile. Thank you for all your help. You're very welcome. Alpha smiled satisfied after hearing the words that she was waiting for. Akira suddenly grabbed the hand of the man next to him, and that man had Akira's wallet in his hand. Akira's face twitched out of anger as he mumbled. Again, huh? Akira took back his wallet and kicked that man. He made sure to hold back so as not to kill that man. That man was also aiming for Akira after he got the information from the information broker. But the information that man gave to Akira was different compared to the last one. This time the rumor said that Akira was a kind hunter who let go of the girl who stole his wallet since she was just a little girl. So even if that man got caught, Akira would just forgive him if he apologized. That man trusted that information and went for Akira. The reason why Akira backed off when that young girl stole his wallet was just because he had no other choice when the hunters backing that girl confronted him. He lightly threatened that man and told him to tell the information broker what he just said there. Akira kicked that man 3 times before he let that man go, so that man dragged himself in pain and somehow managed to leave that place. This time, Akira did not share his medicine. When he kicked that man, he had no plans to kill that man, but he did not care if that man died. If that man was unlucky, he would die before he could convey Akira's message to the information broker. The reason why Akira let him go was because he did not try to shoot Akira when Akira caught him. Had he aimed his gun at Akira, Akira would have killed that man. He was livid, but he was still able to think calmly. Akira did not lose his cool like last time. The fact that he was able to prevent his wallet from getting stolen twice with his own skill helped him to calm down. Akira suddenly asked Alpha a question. "Alpha, do I look like an easy target to them?" "No idea, but at least, you don't seem like a veteran hunter." "Well, I know that too, but still." Akira seemed to be slightly dejected. Alpha then made some remarks about another thing unrelated to his outlook. "Rather than your outlook, I think the main reason is the fact that an information broker is selling info about what happened back there. You're just a boy, the pickpocket was just a girl, 100,000 orum is a rather big sum of money for those in the slums. You were able to catch her, but, leaving the reason aside, you couldn't get your money back. If you look from that point of view, it's understandable that people easily misunderstand your real skill. Since you are seen as just a mere child, the information about you would be quite cheap. Especially if the ones spreading it believe that you are incapable of retaliating. So, those that are seeking a target would most likely end up buying information about you. What a pain in the neck. Not only the people who bought it from the information brokers, but the fact was that this info must have spread across Slum City as rumor by now. A lot of people would be preying on Akira from here and on out. At least, until the rumor died down naturally or something happened that overrode it." Akira exasperatedly sighed. Shizuka closed her shop at a prefixed time every day. The private security company that she was in contract with also recommended her to do so. Although her shop was located in the lower district where it was relatively safe, once the night fell, the area would still become dangerous. Both for the sake of her own safety, as well as to lessen the work needed to be done by the private security company responsible for the area, it was important to close the shop during the night. When Shizuka was about to close the door, Akira suddenly appeared. "Is the shop already closed for today?" Shizuka noticed Akira and threw him a smile. "HM. Don't worry, come in. Is it really okay?" Akira looked a bit apologetic. Shizuka smiled teasingly at Akira and said to him, "Of course, it's important to hold dearly the candidate with the potential to become regulars of my shop." "Thank you very much." Akira said his thanks and entered the shop. Shizuka then closed the door after he went in. There was no one else inside the shop, only Akira and Shizuka. Putting Akira aside, it was a situation where it could be said that Shizuka was a bit too careless, but she decided to trust her intuition and thought that it should be alright. It was not like she would allow just anyone to enter her shop after she closed it. Shizuka returned to the counter and started talking to Akira. "Are you here for ammo again? Or are you planning to buy rifles today? Is it okay if I get my hopes up? I actually have something I want to ask." "Shizuka-san." Akira noticed that Shizuka was staring at him. Shizuka fixed her gaze at Akira. She looked straight into his eyes as if she was trying to see through him. Akira was not that bothered by it, but he still found that a bit weird. He could not understand why she was doing that, so he awkwardly tried to say something. Akira, did something happen?" Before Akira could say anything, Shizuka suddenly asked Akira a question while still staring at him. With that question, it felt like Shizuka was able to see through him. Akira seemed to feel a bit troubled as if his bad side just got discovered by Shizuka. He then proceeded to try to avoid that subject for some reason that he himself did not understand. "Well, it's not really something bad. It's just that someone tried to steal my wallet, but I was able to prevent it. But yes, it still leaves a bad aftertaste." "I see." Shizuka approached Akira and gently hugged him. Akira's head was pressed against Shizuka's chest and was buried in her bosom. "Shizuka-san. Just let me do this." Akira was troubled by it, but once Shizuka told him so, he stopped fighting back and just let her hug him. Shizuka seemed to be thinking about what to say to Akira while still hugging him. Her expression was saying that she found some words to say to Akira, then decided they were not the right words, and tried to look for something else to say. After she gathered all of her experience until now and combined it with her intuition, she then proceeded to convey those words to Akira, who was still hugged tightly. "I'm sorry if I get this wrong, you've grown to be pretty strong as a hunter, you now can do things that you couldn't before, so I'm sure that you have things you're worried about related to that, and I'm sure that you have a lot in your mind too about that matter. I'm sure you don't need to worry about it if you decide to stop caring about it, but before you do that, you should at least share it with someone. You can share your worry with me, it might lighten your burden if you do so, you know." Shizuka then put her hand on Akira's head and lightly patted him. Akira did not say anything as he let Shizuka hug him. When she said those words to Akira gently, his arms moved slightly to hug her back, but he stopped his arms midway. Right after that, Shizuka released Akira from her hug. Akira took a step back, lightly bowed with a smile, and thanked Shizuka. "Thank you very much, I think that helped me." Shizuka smiled at Akira, she seemed relieved. "I'm glad to hear that, if you have anything you want to talk about, you can always talk to me. After all, although I look like this, I have more living experience than you, so I think I can give you some advice, and even if I can't give you any advice, I can at least listen to your complaints." In reality, Akira did feel much better. Now that he had regained his calmness, Akira smiled and thought of something that was not really that important. It was true that Shizuka was a beautiful young girl, but of course, there was no way she was in the same age group as him, so Akira thought that although I look like this line was not necessary there. Shizuka noticed that thanks to her sharp intuition, and that made her smile even more. "You just thought that there is no need for me to say, although I look like this, right?" Akira did not say anything back, he just replied with a smile, which was a bit awkward. Shizuka could somehow sense that the dark emotion that was welling deep from inside Akira had mostly vanished. Shizuka felt relieved after confirming that. But she did not show that in her face when she said to Akira, "So then, you want to ask me something, right? What is it?" Akira hesitated and sounded rather unsure. "Ah, yes, right, I actually want to ask some questions about equipment, so I just thought if I can get your opinions. It would be a great help if you can give me an estimation of what is the best equipment that I can get with my current budget. Like an augmented suit, or rifle, or information terminal. It would be great if you can give me some recommendations, but this time, I'm not thinking of getting new vehicles." "Sure, I don't mind, so then, how much is your budget this time?" Shizuka smiled at Akira as she asked him that question. Akira hesitated before answering back. It's about 400 million orum." Shizuka continued smiling at Akira without saying anything. Akira, who saw that, started trying to make excuses with an awkward smile. "No, it's not like what you think it is. It's true that I did pretty reckless things. But I wasn't alone, I was with Elena-san and Sarah-san when that happened, so it's not like I did some dangerous stuff out of my own volition, things happened and I had no other choice. So, back then in Mihazono Ruin, something unexpected happened, something that even Elena-san couldn't predict, so under Elena-san's order, we all tried our best, so." Shizuka was still smiling without saying anything when Akira desperately explained what happened. The reward from the request that they had accomplished in the Mihazono Ruin with the other hunters was 500 million orum. They then got extra money from the insurance company too, as well as an extra reward as the reconnaissance team that went to Saranthal building ahead of the main team. All requests that had something to do with the city management had a ton of rewards. Then to top it off, Elena and Carol worked together during their negotiation with the city management in Drankum. The information about the interior of the Saranthal building was also highly valued, and their success in rescuing Reina's group added a big plus to their evaluation as well as to the amount of rewards they received. So in total, they received 3 billion orum, which meant 500 million orum for each person. Of course, there were expenses for their ammunition and other expendables too, but the city management side also reimbursed them for that expense. Not all of them thought that it was worth all the trouble that they faced back in the Miyazono ruin, but at least, for Akira, that reward was big enough. Shizuka was still smiling at Akira, who was desperately making excuses, but she then suddenly sighed and said to Akira with a smile. "Don't worry. I heard from Elena and Sarah too. So I more or less know what happened and I'm not angry at you." I see. Akira sighed in relief. Even for him, it was not an easy thing to try to explain to someone, whom he had promised not to do anything reckless, as to why he broke his promise and did something reckless. Shizuka looked slightly apologetic as she gently smiled at Akira. "I'm sorry for doing something weird there. But if you've done something that you actually don't want me to know, then at least keep in mind that it was something substantial that you did. It's good to be proud of some extraordinary feat that you've done, you know. But that doesn't mean that it would be okay for you to do that again, okay? There's a small line that divides between getting used to dangers and belittling dangers, alright?" Akira gave a firm nod. "I understand." Looking at that, Shizuka smiled satisfied. She then changed the mood and asked Akira a question. "Putting that aside, I'm really happy that you came here to ask for my opinion, but are you sure you're okay with spending that much money?" Akira found that question a bit weird. Is there something bad about spending that much money? I got quite a lot of money from that request in Miyazono ruin, so I thought that I should spend that much money for my equipment while I still have the chance." That line of thinking is really good. It's true that investing in your equipment is really important. But you can use it for something else too, like maybe to get better living quality, for example. Like a better house or better clothing, or maybe use it for your own hobby. Since you got quite a lot of money this time, I think it's a good idea to take a rest for a while, you know. There's no need for you to rush yourself to get stronger, right? Akira thought for a bit. Getting better living quality, huh? To be honest, at the moment, I have no wish to spend my money on something like that though. Since I've been sleeping in the back alley of the slum city until recently, compared to that, my current daily life is like heaven though. So I have no complaints about my current living condition. I guess I won't spend any of my money on that kind of thing until I find something lacking in my daily life." When Akira said that, Shizuka had a sad expression, although only for a split second. She immediately hid that expression and replaced it with her usual smile. "In that case, then there's no problem. But still, 400 million for equipment, huh? It seems that you've grown so much. It's 400 million orum, you know. Even I am surprised when you say that. Does it not make you feel anything?" Akira smiled bitterly and replied. "To be honest, that number is so big that it still doesn't feel real to me yet. So I thought before it corrupts me or before I spend it on unnecessary things, I should spend it on my equipment first." "That's a good idea. As a shop owner, I'm really happy with your plan." They then spent some time talking about what to buy. It was 400 million orum, after all. Shizuka needed to make sure what kind of equipment Akira wanted to get before deciding on what to buy. The reason why Akira did not use his last 100 million orum was because he was planning to use it to get a checkup in the hospital as well as for emergency saving. He did a lot of dangerous things this time, so it was just to be safe in case his medical bill cost him 60 million again. After Akira finished his consultation with Shizuka, she asked him a question. "As I thought, it's important to carefully think about it when you're about to spend 400 million orum. Not to mention that it'll take some time before the ordered articles arrive. So, are you okay with that?" "Of course. I'm also planning to stay inside the city until I get my new equipment." "Alright then. I'll give my best to help you since you're a prime candidate as a regular." Akira pouted for a bit. It was rather rare for him to make that face. "Candidate, huh? I'm pretty sure I've contributed quite a lot to this shop's sale though, is it still not enough?" Shizuka smiled and replied with a serious expression. That's not the problem. Being a regular means that you'll come to this shop regularly. So you don't count when you get injured or killed and can't come regularly to this shop. Akira's expression changed. Shizuka was basically telling him to always come back alive, to make sure not to get injured too much that he could not continue his work as a hunter, and to put extra effort in doing so. Akira finally understood that. It was true that he always did dangerous stuff when he went out to the wasteland. If he could not make sure to come back alive any time he went out, then there was no way he could be a regular to Shizuka's shop. Shizuka smiled at Akira and said to him, "So please make sure to properly be a regular to my shop, okay?" Akira made his resolve and firmly replied, "Yes." Shizuka smiled satisfied seeing Akira had made his resolve. After Shizuka closed the shop and finished tidying up, she sat on the counter and sighed. Akira had already gone back home and there were no customers left inside the shop. The shop was dead silent, so her sighing echoed and could be heard clearly. Shizuka was deep in thought about Akira. To be honest, it's a not good thing to get too invested on a particular customer though. Shizuka already knew that well, but she still mumbled there as if to confirm it. She then remembered about Akira and made a troubled look. So he caught someone who tried to steal his wallet, huh? I wonder what he did to the person that he caught. Rifles were freely traded in the lower district. The only difference between robbers and pickpocket was whether they pointed their guns at you when they took your belongings. The people that Akira caught were likely to be armed, so it would not be strange at all if Akira killed them. Akira was no longer on the receiving end. If he wanted to, he could easily join the other side. The question was once he got enough power to get back on those people who robbed him, could he fight back the temptation of getting his revenge on those people? It was a difficult question. After all, the fastest way to make sure that he was no longer on the receiving end and to attain the sense of safety and superiority that came with it was to join the other side. Simply put, it was to be one of those people that he hated so much. For those people who decided to join the other side, their end was mostly the same. They get used to abusing their power and it corrupts them. They then have to fight those who have the same level of power and try to replace their positions. They would need to fight those who were in front as well as those from behind, trying to stab them in the back. The one who survived after all the chaos would stand on the peak, on top of those people who looked at them in awe and fear, on top of the countless corpses. When Akira said to Shizuka he planned to splurge his money for equipment, Shizuka thought that he was aiming for more power. But she was really glad that it was nothing but unnecessary worry. Shizuka actually wanted Akira to have other options and for him not to unnecessarily make enemies. After all, in this world where there were already plenty of enemies, it was the secret to long survival. But the one to decide was Akira, not her. She can hope but she cannot force Akira. After all, she has no right to do so. But even so, it should be fine for her to have hope. As Shizuka thought so, she then mumbled. If it's possible, I wish Akira can properly be a regular at my shop. As the owner of a shop and a hunter who is properly earning money, I really wish we can get along for a long time. Even if he's not earning that much. Shizuka once again noticed that she was too invested in Akira as she sighed. Rebuild World, Chapter 143, One More Time. Akira was taking a dip in the bath inside his house while thinking about what happened that day. His consciousness was hazy thanks to the bath. For some reason, I feel so tired today though I didn't get into any fights. Akira was exhausted. It must have been because a lot of things happened that day, both good and bad. He let the warm water help him recover his physical fatigue. Alpha was also in the same bath, just like usual. She looked at Akira as if she was thinking about something. Akira noticed Alpha's gaze. What? As I thought, it has minimal effect unless you can touch it, huh? What? I'm talking about when Shizuka hugged you. Akira, who was leaning on the bathtub, slowly sunk deeper into the water. When his mouth and nose finally went underwater, he breathed in some water, which startled him as he immediately pushed his body back up and coughed. Akira panicked for a bit since he was about to drown there. What are you even talking about? Like I said, I'm talking about when Shizuka hugged you. To be honest, I think outlook-wise, I'm better than Shizuka. But even so, it seems that it doesn't affect you that much, so I guess it's because you can't touch me. Alpha did not seem to be teasing him. She was simply asking an honest and straightforward question to Akira, and that made Akira waver a bit. Was I really fawning that much? Well, different people will have a different opinion about it, I'll leave it at that. Akira flustered for a bit since Alpha only gave a vague answer. Looking at that flustered Akira, Alpha did not show any sign of teasing as she started scolding him. Well, I guess I'll give you a little warning. She thought of you as a small boy, which you are, but there's a limit on how far this can go, right? I know. Akira decided that he had to make sure not to leave any bad impression on Shizuka. Alpha did not lie there. It was true that each person would have a different opinion on that matter. And even if Shizuka saw Akira's expression at that time, it was unlikely for her to think that Akira was fawning over her, she would only think that Akira only felt relieved and nothing more. But the actual reason why Alpha warned Akira was to check how he would react to that. She was checking how far people could manipulate Akira's course of action, which could affect her own objective. In turn, she might need to come up with a special plan in such a scenario. At least for now, Alpha was able to confirm from Akira's reaction when he was hugged that she needed to be careful about that, ******. Alna was walking through the Kagamayama lower district in the middle of the day, she looked terrified. She kept looking around her surroundings as if someone was hunting her. But in reality, no one was actually hunting her. But even so, Alna kept walking while keeping check of what was behind her, what laid on the next corner, what was hiding in the dark alley around her. A sound suddenly came from behind her. Alna flinched, she looked back while trembling. A signboard just fell over behind her. It was not because someone was hiding behind it, it was simply because of the wind. Once she realized that, she sighed in relief and her expression softened. But her expression immediately tensed up again. She still looked terrified as she mumbled. Why is this happening to me? Alna kept on running without knowing if anyone was chasing her and without knowing where she could run to. Last night, Nasha came to Alna's hideout, that was where it started. Alna, who was already sleeping, immediately woke up when she heard someone knocking on her door. It was already deep into the night, it was not the time where people would usually visit others. So, she carefully checked outside the door and she saw Nasha standing there with a grim face. Alna let Nasha come into her hideout. Nasha scanned her surroundings first before she stepped in, she looked around the room with a grim expression, she felt slightly relieved after she confirmed that there was no one else there, but the grim expression on her face did not change. It was obvious that there was something big going on. Alna tried to calm Nasha down as she asked Nasha what was wrong. Nasha, what happened? Alna, are you alone? Why yes. Is there anyone else other than me and you who knows about this hideout? I don't think so. I didn't tell anyone about this place except you. Nasha looked at Alna with a serious expression and said to her. Calm down and listen closely. Once we're done here, get away from this place as soon as possible. This time, hide somewhere where even I don't know about, okay? There, what's going on? Alna started to feel scared. Nasha placed both of her hands on Alna's shoulders, her voice was trembling as she was about to tell a painful truth to her best friend. Akira is going to kill you, he told the gang to look for you. Alna froze. Alna had heard from Nasha that Akira was the hunter supporting Cheryl's gang. But it did not seem like Akira was looking for her, at least until now. Akira would eventually forget about her with time. So after talking with Nasha, Alna was planning to join Cheryl's gang later once it grew bigger and got more members. And just to be safe, she was planning to fake her name too, that way, she might be able to sneak into the gang without getting noticed by Akira. Akira was not someone who would leech off from the gang, while the boss of the gang, Cheryl, even put some effort to teach the members of the gang how to write and read. Compared to the other gangs in the slum city, Cheryl's gang was a significantly better place for children from the slums. A lot of small children wished to join that gang, and if it grew so big to the point that it had a branch, it would be even safer for Alna to sneak in. Alna had her hopes up when she heard that plan from Nasha. But now, here, her hope was crushed. Alna asked Nasha while trembling. What? Why? Since when? Everything was calm until now, right? I have no idea, they suddenly told us to keep our eyes for you. They gave us a picture of you and told us to report back if we spot the person in that picture. And it seems that they distributed that photo to everyone in the gang. Nasha showed the picture that she received from the gang to Alna. Alna's face turned pale as if she just saw something that she could not believe. The person in that picture was really her. He even has my photo. But how? How did he get that? When did he take this photo? In reality, no one took a picture of her. That photo was produced straight from Akira's memory when he saw Alna. Its quality was not bad. As a matter of fact, the person in that picture could easily be identified as Alna. Nasha tried to calm Alna down since it seemed that Alna was about to scream. Alna, calm down, alright? Just calm down. Alna looked at Nasha with teary eyes, she was about to break. Nasha then slowly and calmly said to Alna in order to calm her further. Calm down, please, just calm down. There's something important that I need to tell you and I want you to listen to me closely. I received that picture when Alicia, an officer in the gang, told me to keep my eyes if I spot the person in that picture. But then, she also said that there's no need to get out of my way just to look for you. As in matter of fact, she told me not to do that, she said that it's okay to just report where and when I spotted you later. What do you mean? They're looking for me, right? I don't know the details either, but from what I heard, you have a hunter friend who is stronger than Akira. That's why there's no need to forcefully bring you in since it's dangerous. Alna, do you have any idea who that hunter is? Alna shook her head. I see, then it must be a misunderstanding. They might be talking about that hunter who helped you back then. Who was it again? Katsuya, was it again? That's right, Katsuya-san. When Alna said Katsuya's name, it sounded as if she placed her hopes on him. Nasha then continued. I think you have two choices here. First of all, you can try to run away as far as possible from here. Although the lower district is pretty big, we don't know how far Akira would go to look for you. But I'm sure that he won't go as far as looking for you in another city, so you just need to run away at least that far. It would be suicide to walk all the way to another city. If she really chose that option, Alna would need to make an arrangement for transportation. But doing that was not cheap, after all, the wasteland was filled with dangerous monsters. So not only for the transportation, she would need money to arrange for the escorts too. Your other choice would be to seek help from that Katsuya. If he's a kind person and if he's someone who won't let the person who he saved once get killed, even if it was only out of a whim, he might be willing to help you again. Akira himself said that Katsuya is stronger than him. So if that Katsuya told Akira not to mess with you, he might stop looking for you. Nasha has never met Katsuya before, so she did not know what kind of person this Katsuya was. But she knew that Katsuya was kind enough to help out a total stranger, so she thought that if Alna desperately begged, he might decide to help her again. It might be even better to try both the ways out. Try and ask for that Katsuya's help, and if it doesn't seem like he'll help you, then make a plan to escape to another city. Nasha gave Alna some hope. Thanks to that, Alna was able to calm down for a bit. But it did not fix her situation at all. It was just that Alna had two possible ways out and both of them were unlikely to work. She might not have any means to run to another city, and Katsuya might refuse to help her again. Both choices did not give a guarantee that she would be saved. Nasha pulled out a pistol and some money. She then handed them both to Alna. "Use this, it might be not much, but it's better than nothing." Alna was so surprised and flusteredly said. "This pistol, isn't it the gang's property? If you get caught." Nasha smiled at Alna as not to make her worry. "Don't worry, just use it. I'll be fine, I can just tell them some lie. But it'll be fine." Nasha hugged Alna and stopped her words midway. She then looked lonely at Alna and said, "I'm sorry. Although I call myself your best friend, this is all I can do for you. I did think of telling Cheryl about it and ask for her help, but it seems that won't work too. She is scared of getting on Akira's bad side, so I don't think she'll help out someone who Akira is planning to kill. As in matter of fact, I'm sure that if she knows I'm your close friend, she would do anything to make me leak your location. Then, you should come with me too." Nasha was still hugging Alna when she shook her head. "No, I'm sure it won't be much trouble if the gang lose one person worth of money, and Katsuya might help you if you're alone. So both the choices you have might not work if I'm with you, that's why I can't come with you. Nasha. Moreover, things might change later and you might not need to run away, like Akira might get killed somewhere soon. He's a hunter after all, so it won't be strange if he's suddenly dead. Although, when that happens, it might be the end of the gang too. Whichever the case, if something like that were to happen, only people in the gang would know about it, so I'll need to stay in the gang. And if that happens, I'll try to let you know, but don't get your hope too high." Nasha lightly smiled and hugged Alna tightly. "This might be our last goodbye, I'm sorry but I have nothing else to say other than I hope you'll be well." After she said that, Nasha released Alna from her hug. She then said to Alna with a serious face. "Now then, I'll head back now. After this, leave this place and hide somewhere that even I don't know. Make sure to act carefully, always assume that they have interrogated me and I've told them everything that I know about you. I'll do my best to resist, but I can't promise you that I won't leak anything." Nasha confirmed that. Alna nodded with her teary eyes. She smiled at Alna to encourage her for one last time before she left. After that, Alna packed her stuff with teary eyes and left her hideout just like what Nasha told her to. She had no plans where to go, she had no hideout that she never told Nasha about. Alna walked in the middle of the night and picked a random back alley to catch some sleep. When she woke up, the sun was already high up. She then remembered everything that happened last night, stood up and continued walking in fear. Why is this happening? There was no one there who would answer her mumble. Alna was wandering aimlessly in the lower district of Kagomayama City. Although she was not aiming for any place in particular, she unconsciously headed to a certain place. It was the place where she met Katsuya. She unconsciously headed there while hoping for a miracle to happen so that she could meet Katsuya one more time. As she walked through the alleyway, her expression was a mix of terror and resignation. She then eventually got out of the alley and stepped into the main road. That was when she spotted Katsuya. Alna was dumbfounded as if she could not believe what she saw. Katsuya noticed Alna, smiled at her and said, "Ah, well, we meet again." Alna saw his smile and realized that it was not a dream. Right at the next moment, Alna started to cry. She was holding herself from crying from yesterday, and now the dam broke open. Katsuya was flustered when Alna suddenly started crying. She clung to Katsuya while still crying. Please help me." The miracle from the last time had happened once more. Her wish had come true. This meant that she had decided to abandon her other choice. There was an abandoned warehouse near the slum city. Armed people gathered inside that abandoned warehouse. All of them looked to be already experienced in handling their weapons and they looked like thugs. Looking at their equipment, they seemed to be your common hunters. But the air around them was more like that of robbers. They were exuding an ominous aura saying that they had lost their sense of logic to the point that they were willing to not only hunt the monsters in the old world ruin but also normal humans. They were talking about their next plan inside that nameless warehouse. So what's the plan here? This will be it, everyone. We'll do it tomorrow. I have no one else that I can ask to come, nor do I have the plan to take more people in. After all, the more people we bring, the less our individual share would be. I've secured the route to sell the relics that we'll rob. I also have contact with a fencer too. After all, we can get relics with unknown origin, as many as we can, but it would be bad if they started asking where we got them, right? A man suddenly complained about their prey this time. Are you sure it's worth robbing? If we only get cheap relics, it won't even be enough to pay for the drinks, you know. Some information that I gathered say that some of the relics there could be resold for even 100 times its original price. We should be able to find good relics there. 10,000 Aurum relics might fetch us 1 million Aurum, and 1 million Aurum relics might fetch us 10 million Aurum. That place is worth robbing. Another man who was still in doubt voiced his doubt. If you go even that far, it actually makes it sound a little bit fishy though. How's the enemy? They have about 10 armed children, and one of them is a hunter. Small children, huh? I heard that there have been many strong young hunters lately. Does it have anything to do with those children? Ah, it's about that guy from Drankum, right? I heard that Katsuya guy defeated a bounty monster only with young hunters. I've also heard that they did pretty good during that incident in Mihazono Ruin. The guy who was doubting the plan said with a hoarse voice. Whoa there, it's a bad idea trying to fight someone who can defeat the bounty monster, you know. Drankum is trying to be a proper hunter gang. They even have some connections with the hunter office. I'm sure they won't be protecting a back alley shop in the middle of the slum city. I'm sure the shop that we're aiming for has nothing to do with that gang. Another man intervened. I heard that the young hunter protecting that gang is not that strong. I heard that when a thief stole his wallet, he could not fight back and just ran away when the hunter protecting that thief intimidated him. So basically he's not that great of a hunter, huh? If that's really the case, then that shop might be not worth that much, no? Are you sure we can get any money from robbing that place? If you're worried about money, I have insurance. I heard that the shop would likely get popular in the near future. Someone made a request to crush them sooner than later, and we can take some extra profits on the side too. Another man then awkwardly said. I see, I've never heard about that info before, but if it will really bring us money, I don't have any complaints. The guy who led the group put some pressure on his words as he said. Then just shut up. Humph. They were a group of people who were tied together because of money. As long as whatever they were going to do was going to bring them more money, they would not break up their alliance. It was not like they were acting completely separately from each other. All of them had enough skill to work together with each other as a team. With their level of skills, they should be able to safely hunt for old world relics to some extent. But even so, they chose to hunt for humans instead, since they thought that it was an easier way to earn money. As long as they kept getting results confirming that their assumption was correct, they would keep doing the same thing. At least, until the day they were proved to be wrong. That day, Akira spent his day in Cheryl's base again. Cheryl did not open the shop every day. It was not because Akira could not come to her base every day, it was more because there were other ways of gathering money that they needed to develop. Not to mention, Akira also asked them to teach the gang members how to read and write, and sometimes, they had to help Katsuragi too. Cheryl and her gang opened their stalls and their shop irregularly about 3 days a week. Since Akira came to the base early that day, they decided to open their shop that day. Akira was waiting inside Cheryl's private room together with Cheryl. When someone came in telling that she had a customer, Cheryl would change into her dress and go to the shop together with Akira. Every time she had a customer, Cheryl would change to her dress and welcome the customer, and then she would change back to her casual attire when she returned. One of Cheryl's men came and said that she had a customer. So Cheryl started changing to her dress. While in the middle of changing her clothes, Cheryl suddenly heard Akira throw a question at her. Isn't it better if you just keep wearing your dress rather than changing to it every time someone comes? Cheryl smiled and said. It's a matter of feeling. It's better this way, knowing that I have a special dress for it helps me focus. Is that so? Don't you feel a bit relaxed too when you return home and take off your augmented suit? It's something like that but only reversed. Well, you have a point there. Akira sounded as if he was trying to avoid that subject. Alpha smiled at Akira teasingly. To be honest, you often think that it's too much of a trouble to take it off, so you often don't take off your augmented suit even when you're home though. I know, I'll be more careful. It's important to have this kind of switch, you know. It might be a good idea if you learn that from Cheryl. Yeah. Alpha looked at Akira, who reacted just like a small kid getting annoyed when he got scolded, and smiled. Akira could feel that gentle smile from Alpha and felt a bit embarrassed. But he made sure to stiffen his expression so that would not leak out. In the middle of changing her clothes, Cheryl could be seen using the undies that she received from Akira. Those were also old-world relics. She received those when Akira thought that they would not fetch him much, although they could get him quite a lot of money in reality. Cheryl had gotten used to having Akira seeing her in her underwear, and it took even less time for Akira to get used to seeing Cheryl in that situation. Cheryl put on her dress and thought. I wonder if I should at least act more bashful to make Akira interested in me. But considering everything that happened until now, I don't think that would have much effect though, not to mention that it seems I'm already gotten used to it too. I'm pretty sure Akira would see right through me even if I act bashful, good grief. Cheryl glanced at Akira. Although someone as beautiful as Cheryl was changing cloth next to him, Akira did not show any interest at all, and it was highly unlikely that he was acting indifferent. So basically, there's no need to fake anything, right? But I wonder what kind of situation he would show his embarrassed side. Now that I think about it, even back then when I straddled him, even though I think he's happy with that, I don't think he's embarrassed at all. Was it because I was the one who took the initiative? If Akira was the one who took the initiative, I wonder if he would react differently. That's right, for example, when I change my dress, what if Akira is the one undressing me one by one? I'm sure he'll have a different reaction. Cheryl imagined all kinds of scenes in her mind. She imagined Akira undressing her layer by layer while slightly blushing. Akira's hand was trembling as he gently took off her dress. As her dress fell to the ground one by one, she blushed and sent an embarrassed gaze to Akira, who was undressing her while trying to hold back her smile. Cheryl unconsciously added more spice to her imagination. As her movements in the real world slowed down, her imagination grew wilder and wilder. As Cheryl started to drown in her imagination, Akira suddenly called her. Cheryl. Yes. Cheryl was so flustered when Akira's voice pulled her back to reality. Akira found it a bit weird. You're taking your time changing to your dress there, isn't it better if you hurry up for a bit? It would be bad if the customer arrives in the shop before you, right? Why, you're right, I'm sorry, I'll hurry up. Cheryl started to hurriedly change to her dress while still being flustered. Akira looked at her and tilted his head in confusion. This time, Cheryl was blushing for real, she was not acting. Rebuild World, Chapter 144, Uninvited Visitors. Cheryl stood in the middle of the main room where she was selling relics with a puzzled face. Akira had already positioned himself by hiding behind the white sheet hanging from the ceiling. They were ready for the customer, and it did not take long for those customers to arrive there. The problem was the report that Tyal, who brought the customers there, gave. Cheryl frowned and said to Tyal. 8 people. Wasn't it supposed to be only 4? Tyal flinched from Cheryl's gaze alone, but he managed to give her an explanation. There were only 4 people when they visited the stand. But when I was guiding them here, they met up with another 4 people. They said that those people were their friends. They then seemed to get rather excited and the other four asked to come along too. It was hard to refuse them and they seemed to carry quite a lot of money, so I ended up bringing them all the way to the back alley. If you want to send them home, please ask Akira to do so. All of them are armed so I'm sure they won't listen to me. Cheryl made a grim face while thinking of her available choices. Tyal was bedazzled by Cheryl. The dress that Cheryl was wearing to welcome the customer was beautiful enough to bedazzle him. There was not that many occasions where Cheryl put on that dress. So being able to see her in that form was one of the special perks that Tyal received from his duty. But Tyal killed his desire to strike a conversation with Cheryl. The reason she was able to have that wonderful high-class dress as well as the reason she maintained her beautiful hair and skin was none other than his love rival, Akira. To be honest, even if I can become Cheryl's lover, I don't think I can give her that level of luxury. After all, she got that dress from Akira, and even if she breaks up with him, I'm pretty sure the whole gang will be disbanded. Since she's this beautiful, I'm sure there are a lot of people out there aiming for her too. I bet one day, a leader from a big gang would get his eyes on her and force her to be his lover or something. Once that happens, I bet I won't get that many chances to meet her anymore. At the moment, Tyal had zero chance to win Cheryl's heart. But that might not be the case in the future. If the gang grew bigger and bigger to the point that it was big enough to maintain itself without any support, then, the power relationship between Akira and Cheryl might get reversed. Then, if something happened at that point, for example, let's say Akira fell in love with another girl which caused his relationship with Cheryl to sour, they might break up and Tyal thought Cheryl might start getting interested in another man. For now, I have no other choice but to help the gang to grow big enough so that we won't need Akira's help anymore. And if Akira's relationship with Cheryl gets worse after that, then I should be able to get my chance. And if I help to develop the gang, Cheryl might start to like me. Although, I'm sure I'm not the only one who thinks so. Tyal's guess was correct, there were other people in the gang who thought like him. Most of them had no plans to get on Akira's bad side just to get Cheryl, but at the same time, most of them also hoped that they would eventually get some chance. As Tyal thought about a lot of things in his mind, Cheryl finally reached her conclusion. 8 people is too many. Just let 4 of them in. Let the first 4 come in, then once they're done, let the last 4, who came along with them, come in after that. If they refuse to do so, then tell them that none of them is allowed to get in. If they still insist on coming in after that, Akira and I will tell them to go back ourselves. Even with her ability to serve multiple customers, 8 people were still too many for her and for Akira to keep his eyes on, and that's doubly true when they were armed hunters. Lastly, Cheryl smiled worriedly at Tyal and said to him, "Be careful, there's no need to get reckless." "Oh okay, I understand." Tyal blushed and smiled, he felt relieved. Cheryl's mood was considerably worsened when he questioned her relationship with Akira the other day, but judging from that exchange just now, it seemed that it's alright now. Tyal seemed a bit happy as he left that room. Cheryl smiled coldly and whispered, "He's so easy." Cheryl thought if Akira caught her with that expression, there was no doubt that Akira would come to hate her. So she quickly returned her usual warm smile to her face. Not too long after that, 4 people entered the room. Cheryl smiled in relief, it seemed that it did not turn into a fight. She then started serving the customers with her usual friendly smile. It was possible to extract someone else's personality and preference from their attire, equipment, gaze, and expression. Then, that information could be used to adapt on how to approach them. Those 4 people were scanning the relics lining inside that room. All of them were so well armed that they could go out to the wasteland anytime. They were also carrying bags, most of which were empty. Cheryl felt something was wrong with those guys, but she decided to shelve that for now. Those men were browsing the relics displayed in that room, but somehow, they did not seem that interested. One of them kept checking the exits and doors in that room, and another one seemed to be keeping his eyes on the sheets hanging from the ceiling. Then Cheryl could feel from their expression a slight nervousness. It was like a calm before the storm. Something was going to happen, something really really bad. But she tried her best not to let that out in her face. One of them walked to Cheryl with a big smile. Cheryl had her usual graceful smile as she welcomed them. "Welcome to our shop." The smile of the man who was walking toward Cheryl grew bigger. It was not because she was smiling at him, it was because his plan was going really well. Alpha suddenly gave Akira an instruction. "Akira, get ready for a fight." Although Akira was a bit surprised by that sudden order, he quickly swapped to battle state. At the same time, the man who was walking toward Cheryl slightly lowered his guard. Cheryl trusted her calculation and immediately started running toward Akira's direction as fast as she could and dashed through the white sheets hanging from the ceiling. That man was shocked and could not react for a while, but he immediately got a grip of himself, aimed his rifle with a grim face, and spread bullets haphazardly towards Cheryl's direction without showing any hesitation. Bullets pierced right through the first sheet, but lost most of its momentum and could not penetrate the second sheet. The accumulated momentum tore the sheet from the ceiling. It danced gracefully, pulled down by the gravity. Bullets that had lost their momentum fell down and rolled over on the ground. That man twitched and shouted. "Anti-bullet sheet. They're not just simple interior sheets." Originally, they were planning to take Cheryl hostage and take their time robbing the relics. But he was caught off guard and Cheryl was able to run away from him, which meant that Cheryl was able to quickly guess why they were here. So he immediately changed their plan from capturing Cheryl to killing her. "Get the relics. Tell the guys outside to meet up with us." That guy shouted and gave an order to his men. Akira caught Cheryl, who dashed right to his direction with his right hand and hugged her close. He raised the CWH anti-material rifle on his left hand and pulled the trigger. There was no need to hit his target, his main aim was only to let them know that he was there. After that, he immediately brought Cheryl further into a door that was leading outside. It was an emergency exit prepared beforehand and the sheets were there to hide that emergency exit. The man heard the gunshot coming from behind the sheet and turned in that direction in response. The anti-bullet sheet deflected the bullet from its original track and landed away from the man. "As I thought, they have escorts hiding behind the sheets." That man kicked a display covered by the anti-bullet sheet down and hid behind it to make sure that he would not get hit by the enemy's bullets. "The escort is behind the sheets. Make sure to equip your defensive suits." While he said that, that man pulled out a full-face helmet from his bag and put it on. They did not put that helmet at first so that Cheryl and his men lowered their guard, but now their situation had changed and they had to put them on. Akira ran quickly while still carrying Cheryl. He was able to do that thanks to the augmented strength from his augmented suit. He made sure to run as fast as possible while not injuring Cheryl. Once he arrived in front of the door, he quickly opened it, pushed Cheryl out, and immediately shut the door. Cheryl was dumbfounded when the door in front of her was closed with such force. She thought that Akira would run away together with her. Although she stood frozen for a few seconds, she immediately returned back to herself and started to move. The rest of the gang still did not know what just happened. A gunshot echoed through the base. Most of the gang members stopped what they were doing the moment they heard that gunshot. Cheryl shouted as hard as she could. "It's a shootout." With Akira protecting the gang, they thought that no one would dare to attack the base, but that day, their assumption was proven wrong. At first, Akira evacuated Cheryl to a safe place, out from that room and away from the 4 men shooting from inside the room. With this, Cheryl's safety was pretty much guaranteed, so he quickly moved to his next order of business, shooting back at those 4 men. Akira lightly frowned. "But still, I always thought that I'll eventually open up a shop in the slum city big enough to warrant some robbers, but this is way faster than I thought." Alpha smiled and replied. "You're just unlucky." "I can't agree more. As I thought, I already ran out of luck, huh? But since they attacked when you're here, I guess it means that Cheryl is really lucky. Thanks to that, she didn't get killed this time." Akira smiled wryly. That might be true, Cheryl has good luck after all. Yup, then let's try to take advantage of that luck and clean up this mess as soon as possible. You're right, let's do that. Akira had no idea if it was him being unlucky, or it was Cheryl being lucky, or maybe it was even both. In order to make sure that the people who attacked the base that day were unlucky, to push his bad luck to those people, Akira fired himself up to shoot back. Alpha then asked Akira what he wanted to do with those people. So then, Akira, what's your plan with them? The fastest solution would be to kill them. That way, there's no need for you to hold back. Alpha was still smiling when she said such a heartless sentence. She did not show any hesitation in killing them, she had her usual smile while asking for Akira's confirmation to end the life of those people. Akira replied back with a calm expression. I don't mind killing all of them, but if it's possible, I want to paralyze them so I can ask them why they attacked us. You do know that you're being impossible, right? That's why I'm only saying that if it's possible. I don't want to die anyway, the longer we dilly-dally, the more dangerous this might become. We just need to try, but there's no need to be reckless. If it's impossible to hold back and not to kill them even with your support, then I'll just follow your instruction to kill them. Akira somehow sounded as if he was doubting the value of Alpha's support, but Alpha smiled smugly and replied. Don't be stupid. It'll be alright as long as you have my support. It's just that if you won't take the easiest way, then you'll have to put more effort yourself. So I just want to confirm that. If you're okay with that, then I don't mind either. Alright then, let's go. Akira smiled and ran back into the room. The conversation between Akira and Alpha happened through telepathy. Even if it was something they would need a few minutes to talk about, if it was through telepathy, they could finish that in split seconds. Moreover, when Akira switched to his battle state, he unconsciously activated his time compression. Thanks to that, Akira and Alpha could communicate almost instantly. A feat impossible if done verbally. This was also a form of training for Akira to quickly process information inside his brain. After all, being in the middle of a fight needed him to process a huge amount of information. In the middle of that dangerous situation where stopping to think even for 1 second meant certain death, Akira needed to continuously identify all the dangers around him. It included filtering what information was important and what was not. He had to process all the information effectively before the enemy could get him first. If Akira could not process all of the information fast enough, he would be testing his luck, whether he would get unlucky and die, or he would get lucky and live. At the moment, Alpha was compensating for his bad luck, but that was not enough to guarantee his safety. But even so, the luck that brought that meeting between Akira and Alpha was the very thing that allowed him to survive until now. Akira swapped his CWH anti-material rifle with his AAH assault rifle and quickly headed back to meet the enemies. The 4 men inside that room were shooting in random directions. The sheets were not invincible, they eventually ripped and danced in the air as they fell down, thus blocking their field of visions even more. They hid behind the displays while shooting around randomly. Akira suddenly appeared in their field of vision. He was hiding behind an anti-bullet sheet and had come as close as possible to those 4 men. He jumped out from that cover to get even closer. One of the 4 men was surprised by that sudden move, but he still somehow managed to shoot at Akira. But Akira was able to shoot at him faster. Akira already had his AAH assault rifle fixed at him. A bullet flew from the rifle's muzzle and hit that man's head, body, arm, and rifle. But that man was mostly uninjured. Akira's normal bullet could not pierce the full-face helmet that man was using. It did not even leave a mark on that man, and since he was gripping his rifle strongly with the help of his augmented suit, he also did not lose his rifle. Akira's shots were only able to surprise him, nothing more. That man smiled as he noticed that Akira did not have enough firepower to kill him. He then tried to aim his rifle at Akira, but Akira shot his arm and rifle again, thus making him miss his shots. The shockwave from Akira's bullets threw that man off balance. It also prevented that man from fixing his aim at Akira. When that man realized that, Akira was already standing in front of him. Akira's right leg was already off the floor. The next moment, he drove a painful kick enhanced with his augmented suit on that man's head. The helmet could not fully dampen the shockwave as it propagated to that man's head and knocked him unconscious in one blow. That kick sent that man straight up, but he did not crush into the ceiling thanks to Akira, who caught his leg before his face drove into the ceiling. Akira then pulled him back to the ground and quickly shifted his left hand from the leg to that man's collar. The other 3 men in that room were so surprised that Akira knocked one of their friends so quickly, but that did not stop them from shooting at Akira. The moment Akira noticed the other men aiming at him, he immediately used the man that he was grabbing as his shield and made other men there hesitate. Akira used that short opening to quickly close his distance. The other 3 men immediately dispersed to surround Akira from the front, left, and right. The men on Akira's left and right could not shoot at Akira since they might shoot their friends. But that was not the case for the man in front of Akira, either because he was in panic seeing Akira moving toward him, or because he had consciously made that decision. He ignored the man that Akira was using as a shield and started shooting at Akira's direction. Bullets riddled the augmented suit and the full helmet of the man that Akira was using as his shield. The momentum shocked that body hard and the shockwave was transmitted all the way to Akira. The only reason that did not blow Akira back was because he was bracing against it with his augmented suit. At the same time, Akira shot the man on his right. The man on Akira's right was not as well armed as the man that he was using as a shield. The close-range AAH bullet barrage knocked that man back before he fell down to the ground. Akira then shifted his aim to the man in front of him and pulled the trigger. The man in front of him fell down to the ground while still pulling the trigger on his rifle. Akira quickly shifted his focus toward the last man there. When Akira was about to pull the trigger, Akira saw what that man was doing and stopped. That man had both of his hands up with his rifle. Akira thought for a bit before curtly saying, "No." Akira let go of the man he was grabbing and delivered a kick to the last man there. It was a single kick that was enough to knock that man unconscious as he fell down like a puppet cut off from its threads. After confirming that all the enemies there were either unconscious or dead, Akira let out a sigh. "That's 4 down, how many more was it again?" Alpha smiled and calmly answered that question. "There's 4 more left, don't drop your guard yet." "I know, should I take the initiative here?" "Don't worry, they're coming here themselves, so let's wait here to welcome them." Alpha suddenly stopped smiling. Akira, who noticed that, immediately heightened his senses. "Alpha? Akira, you need to swap your rifle." And with that, Akira changed his equipment. The other 4 men were left waiting outside since Cheryl did not want to have them all inside at the same time. They were waiting next to the back entrance of Cheryl's base. One of them, Zalmo, received a call from their friends and swiftly replied. "All right then, we'll head there now." Zalmo closed the call and sent a glance at the other 3 men. The other 3 men only replied with a nod and put on their helmet that they did not use from the beginning in order to lower Cheryl's men's guard. Of course, Cheryl could not afford to let her guest wait outside without anyone to accompany them. The young boy, whom Cheryl stationed there to accompany them as well as to stand guard there, noticed that change and was about to ask those men a question. "What dash?" That young boy was about to ask what was wrong, but before he could finish it, Zalmo pulled out his rifle in one fluid move, aimed it at that young boy, and pulled the trigger. The bullet ripped through that boy's torso. The armor that boy was using was nothing more but fake armor. It had no defensive power against a real bullet. The bullet also destroyed the boy's important communication device. He then fell down and died. Zalmo did not show any feeling even after he killed someone. His expression did not change at all as he gave an order to the other 3 men. "Let's go." Zalmo kicked the door open and stormed into the base. Since they already knew beforehand the room that they were aiming for, they went through the base straight for that room. Just to be safe, they released some shots to the places where someone might be hiding on their way there. Bullets flew around inside the base, destroying walls and furniture. Bullets flew right at Zalmo and his men from deep inside the base. Although those bullets hit them, they did not have any effect on Zalmo and his men. The people who shot those bullets noticed that. Those men then aimed their rifles in the direction where those bullets came and released a barrage of shots. With that, the resistance from Cheryl's men stopped. The scream of Cheryl's men could be heard echoing inside the base. But for Zalmo and his men, it was nothing but meaningless noise. Zalmo and his men arrived in front of the door of the room that they were aiming for without much trouble. Zalmo sent a glance to his men, telling them to break in, but right before they did that, a barrage of bullets pierced the wall and the door and rained on them. On the other side of that door, Akira had a 2D and AAH assault rifles on both of his hands aimed at the door. Thanks to his enhanced vision from Alpha's support, he was able to completely see what Zalmo and his men were doing. Akira used the power of his augmented suit to help him hold both of his rifles at the same time as he kept shooting at the door. Once the door was shredded to pieces, Akira finally stopped. He could see Zalmo and his on the other side of the door. It seemed that they took the barrage pretty much head-on. One of them was blown all the way to the other side of the wall. The bullets from Akira's barrage pierced through his augmented suit and created holes on that man's body. The blood splatter from those holes dyed the wall red. When Akira stopped shooting, the force keeping that man on that wall was finally gone and that man fell to the ground. The blood flowing out from that man created a pool around his body. The other three were still standing after Akira finished the barrage, but only one of them was still conscious, Zalmo. He looked at Akira and somehow smiled amusedly. Those were armor-piercing bullets, right? It's not the type of bullet that you would use to fight other people, you know. Look at the result here. There are things that are okay and there are things that are not okay to do even when it comes to killing other people, you know. Or is it that you already don't have any sense of humanity left? You're so awful. Akira followed Alpha's instruction to exchange the normal magazine for armor-piercing magazine. It was a type of bullet designed to fight mechanical monsters, not fellow humans. But Akira just looked back coldly at Zalmo and said, "I don't want to hear that from someone who used their friends as a shield." Among all the three people standing in front of Akira, Zalmo was the only one who was still alive. When Akira released that barrage, Zalmo grabbed the other two people next to him and pulled them to shield him. Their augmented suit and flesh were enough to protect him from Akira's bullets. The bullets shred the other two men beyond recognition, but in exchange for that, Zalmo was uninjured. Zalmo replied with a smirk. No, this is one of those important sacrifices thingy. If both of them did not shield me, all of us would have died by now. So it was an unavoidable sacrifice to escape the worst possibility. It's better to have one person alive rather than having 0 people alive, right? Do you get that now? The other two that Zalmo used as his shields were riddled with bullets. Their augmented suits, helmets, and bodies were shredded beyond recognition. Their limbs that were somehow still dangling by a few strands of muscles swayed left and right before eventually falling to the ground. Zalmo who noticed that just threw both of them to the ground. Their shredded bodies fell over and splashed the pool of blood below them. Zalmo spotted the other 4 men that went in ahead already lying on the ground. So you defeated the other 4 alone, huh? That's pretty amazing, not to mention that all of them seem to be still alive. That's pretty merciful of you. I really hope you would have been that merciful to us too, you know. So why wouldn't you be that kind to us? Akira replied with a grim face. It's because even what happened just now was not enough to kill all of you. I don't have any leeway to hold back against someone that strong. Oh, so it's basically my fault for being too strong and I got them roped in my situation, huh? That's really regrettable. I feel really bad for them. It was obvious that Zalmo was lying. He was trying to act unperturbed by what just happened as he assessed his situation. All the men that went in first are alive. they're not bleeding, there are some spots in their augmented suit indicating that they got shot, some of them have their helmets bent. CQC, huh? There's a good chance that they're knocked unconscious with gunshots too. So why did he use armor-piercing ammo instead of normal ammo against us? Is it because he noticed that normal bullet has almost no effect on the men that we sent in ahead, so he changed to ammo with better firepower? Zalmo tried to remember what Akira said to him and tried to match them with Akira's expression when he said that. No, that's not right. He noticed that he could defeat the men that we sent in ahead only with CQC and normal bullets, that's why he spared them. But our hard armor is too durable for his normal ammo, that's why he decided to change ammo. But why did he make that decision? Did he interrogate one of them before we came here? No, there was not much time gap between when they went in first until we arrived here, so that's just impossible. Did the info about our surprise attack somehow get leaked out? No, that's not right too. If that's really the case, they would have made more preparations to fight us back, and that doesn't seem to be the case here. I really have no idea, this boy is really strange. Zalmo still looked relaxed while carefully watching for Akira's movements. To Zalmo, Akira did not seem that strong, but it was true that he had already defeated 7 of his men, all alone by himself. But even so, that was not enough of a reason for Zalmo to get alerted. After all, it was not a hard thing to do. Akira noticed that Zalmo did not show any emotion at all even after seeing all of his men down. It made Akira be much more careful of Zalmo. Both of them faced each other, ready to fight. Rebuild World, Chapter 145, Arrogance and Choices. Zalmo slowly moved his hands to block the spot where Akira was aiming his rifles. He then smiled rather smugly and said, "Those rifles are both empty, right? I bet you've used all the ammo in that barrage in order to kill us. But then, that was not enough to kill me. Although you're aiming them at me, it's nothing but a bluff to keep me away, right? I bet bullets won't come out even if you pull the trigger." Akira's expression did not change at all. "I wonder now, I might have left some ammo inside." Who would give such a vague answer? If they still have some ammo in, you could have just told me so. To be honest, my augmented suit is not strong enough to defend myself from armor-piercing ammo, that's why I used those 2 men as shields. Then why did you throw them away? Of course, it's so that they won't slow me down when I try to evade the bullets. They're all already riddled with holes, there's no meaning in using them as shields anymore. That's why it's better to keep my feet light, no. Zalmo slowly but surely walked toward Akira, who walked backwards with Zalmo's every step. Zalmo smiled confidently. "What's wrong? You won't shoot. You still have some ammo left, right? Or is that you're afraid you won't be able to hit me from this distance?" Akira still had the same expression as he replied. "I'm still looking for an opening. If you can predict when I pull the trigger, you'll be able to evade. I don't have much ammo left, so I can't do indiscriminate shooting, I have to make sure to kill you with my shot." Zalmo was still approaching Akira slowly, and Akira was also walking backwards equally slowly. Both of them eventually reached the middle of the room. This time it was Akira who threw a question to Zalmo. "How about you? You're not going to use your rifle? You could have run away, hid somewhere, and readied your rifle when you still had your shields, no? Actually, you destroyed my rifle during that barrage just now. There was some leftover destroyed rifle back then, right? If I had tried to run away back then, you would have reloaded a new magazine in your rifle and used it to shoot at me. There's nowhere for me to hide in the middle of the hallway, so that would have been a very bad decision. Shouldn't you keep it a secret about your broken rifle? If I thought that you would shoot back, I wouldn't immediately choose to chase you, right? You could have noticed that only by looking at my destroyed rifle. It's easy to notice that on the ground after all. I know that you want to keep your distance from me, but just so that won't work." The tension between them heightened. Both of them kept their eyes on each other as not to miss even the slightest move. The critical point was close. Akira once again threw a question. You look pretty strong, honestly, I don't want to die. If I tell you that I don't mind letting you go, what are you going to do? Well, I don't want to die either, so I'll thankfully take that offer. So, can you put down your rifle so I can feel safe leaving this place? No. They're just empty rifles anyway, right? There won't be much difference even if you put them down. Like I said, they're not empty. Zalmo stopped pressing forward, so Akira also stopped walking backwards. Both of them understood that the fight would start soon. Zalmo suddenly dashed toward Akira. He decided not to run to his left nor right, but straight at Akira. Akira fixed his aim at Zalmo. If his rifles were really not empty, Zalmo would not be able to evade his shots. Akira pulled the trigger on both of his rifles. Bullets flew straight out from both barrels. Back then during the barrage, Alpha stopped Akira midway to leave some bullets in the magazine when it looked like he had used up all of his ammo. Akira was not bluffing, just like what Zalmo thought. Zalmo fully predicted that both of Akira's rifles still had some bullets left. When bullets flew out from their muzzles, Zalmo had accurately predicted their trajectories. He quickly raised both of his hands as if to block those bullets. Then, at the next moment, a bright light flashed. The force field armor changed the kinetic energy of the bullets into photons. Both of Zalmo's arms were equipped with portable force field armor. The smaller the force field armor area of effect, the shorter its duration, the stronger it became. Since Zalmo only deployed the force field armor on a small area just enough to block the incoming bullets, it was enough to completely kill the momentum of the incoming bullets. The blinding flashing light from Zalmo's force field armor made Akira flinch for a split second, but that was enough for Zalmo to close their distance as he released a kick aimed at Akira's head. Akira was not using anything on his head. A clean hit of Zalmo's kick would send his head flying. Akira looked completely surprised by Zalmo's force field armor. His expression showed his shock and he was unable to react for the time being. Zalmo noticed that and was sure that it was his victory. Got him. But Zalmo's kick cleanly cut through the air. Akira was able to quickly duck as if his body was sucked in and evade Zalmo's kick. Akira was down low right in front of Zalmo. He then released a swift kick as if to sweep Zalmo's leg off the ground. But Zalmo lightly jumped off and evaded Akira's sweep, while at the same time, he brought down his other leg that was still dangling in front of him to Akira's head. Akira quickly rolled back and stood up. The short exchange ended there. Akira and Zalmo returned to their initial position. Akira had already thrown away his rifle in the middle of that short exchange. He was now unarmed. Akira lightly tightened his fist and readied his stance. In reaction to that, Zalmo stretched his hand and also readied his stance. Zalmo then said to Akira mockingly, "Geez, you're no fun at all. You really shot someone who jumped straight at you thinking that you have no ammo left. Could you get surprised even for a bit? I'm sure you didn't expect I was able to block them, right? Are you actually a machine or something?" In contrast to Zalmo, Akira had a grim expression when he replied. "Didn't I tell you that I have no leeway for something like that? Or did you already forget about it?" Zalmo was still looking mockingly at Akira, but it quickly changed to a relaxed smile as if he was looking down at Akira. "Well, that doesn't really matter, it should take effect any time soon." Zalmo had an accelerator drug ready inside his body. It was set so that he could use accelerator drug anytime only by sending the command using his mind. It was a slow-reacting accelerator drug that had a strong effect. Once it was in effect, the drug would significantly boost his focus and perception, thus slowing down the passage of time from his point of view while keeping his disposition calm. Zalmo already activated the accelerator drug. The silly talk with Akira was only to buy some time until the drug took effect. Zalmo could feel the drug had already taken effect for real. He lightly smirked and said, "Die." With that signal, Akira and Zalmo stopped talking and restarted the fight. Akira and Zalmo used the full force of their enhanced strength to fight each other, releasing a flurry of attacks with their arms and legs to the vital points of their respective opponent. Zalmo had superb reaction time thanks to the accelerator drug, while Akira had his time compression from his sheer willpower as well as Alpha's support to move his augmented suit. They were fighting at a speed that no normal human could follow. A single clean hit was all it needed to kill their opponent. They were continuously throwing attacks at each other while evading the attacks coming at them. It was as if both of them had made pre-arrangement beforehand. Both of them prioritized evading and did not even try to block the attacks. After all, it was hard to judge how powerful an attack with the enhanced strength of the augmented suit was. If they made a blunder trying to block an attack, it might easily tear their limbs. That was why they had no other choice but to evade. Akira gritted his teeth. He looked like he was having a hard time. Too fast. Although it already took all of me to match the movement of my augmented suit that Alpha is controlling, he is still able to properly react to it. He did say something taking effect though. Is it an accelerator drug? How long before his accelerator drug loses its effect? Can I survive until then? Thanks to Akira's time compression, he managed to follow the movement of his augmented suit. By following the movement of his augmented suit during a high-speed fight, he was able to significantly reduce the burden on his body. But he could not maintain his time compression for long. Prolonged use of time compression would assault his brain with information and render his brain fatigued. The moment that happened, his body would be paralyzed. Moreover, there was a limit on how fast he could move his body. The faster the movement, the bigger the burden on his body. Akira's physical and psychical limits were coming close. The only thing that he could do in that situation was to do everything he could to end the fight before he hit his limit. But even so, after he exerted everything that he had, he was not able to get the upper hand. As a matter of fact, he was at the disadvantage there. Damn it. Why is someone this strong aiming for this shop? If he's this strong, he could have aimed for a better shop with better guards. Is it because of my bad luck? God damn it, I'm really unlucky, right? Akira continued fighting while cursing on the back of his mind. Zalmo drove a straight kick on Akira's body. Akira saw it as a good chance. It would be hard for Zalmo to keep his distance close after releasing that kick. If Akira could open some distance, he should be able to grab his AAH rifle and reload a new magazine. He might even be able to use his CWH anti-material rifle, which needed him more time to take aim due to its weight. Akira jumped backwards. Zalmo's kick did not hit anything and he lost his balance. Although it was only for a split second, he was not able to chase Akira. Akira thought that he already had that fight in his bag. So he jumped back, opened a space between them, and tried to aim his CWH anti-material rifle at Zalmo. Akira saw Zalmo still with his balance off, but he noticed something and his eyes went wide. Zalmo still had not recovered his balance, but he had his rifle that he said got destroyed aimed at Akira. Akira's augmented suit moved on its own. He stopped trying to aim his CWH anti-material rifle and grabbed the anti-bullet sheet next to him. He then pulled it to block Zalmo's line of fire. Zalmo released a barrage at Akira. Countless bullets pierced through the anti-bullet sheet and hit Akira's body. Thanks to the sheet killing most of the bullet's momentum, it did not damage Akira much, but it was enough to blow him back. Akira was smacked to the ground. Zalmo did not stop shooting, so Akira hurriedly hid behind a display nearest to him. Akira complained while hiding himself from the bullets. "Didn't you say your rifle got destroyed?" Zalmo recovered his balance and smirked. "Ah, sorry, my mistake." Zalmo's rifle was not destroyed yet. Although it was damaged, it was still functional. Zalmo shot randomly in Akira's direction. The displays were covered with a defensive sheet, but they were not that durable. Akira rolled on the ground from one cover to another, avoiding Zalmo's barrage. Akira's expression was grim. He understood that he was getting cornered. "Alpha, can we do something about it? It would be bad if this continues. I'm hitting my limit soon." Akira was in a rather dire situation. He looked pretty desperate, thinking of a way to get out of that situation. but in contrast to that, Alpha replied casually as if it was nothing to worry about. Is that so? In that case, how about we just go ahead and kill him? Eh? Akira was dumbfounded, he could not help but express his surprise. It might be a little bit dangerous, but hang on, okay? Alright. Akira still hadn't fully shaken off his surprise, while Alpha was smiling just like usual. Zalmo kept on shooting at Akira who was moving around, he looked like he was having an easy time there. But he found something suspicious, so he heightened his guard. That guy adapts perfectly again. I know he thought that he already won this fight when he jumped back from my kick. That expression was not a lie, he did not expect me to shoot back. There's no mistaking it that he was lured into my trap. So how? Is it because he has a good reflex? Zalmo reloaded a new magazine. Right when he did that, Akira used his CWH anti-material rifle from behind a cover and hit Zalmo. But Zalmo had expected that to happen, he raised one of his arms to block the bullet. Zalmo knew that Akira released a shot from the sound, so he immediately activated his force field armor. The bullet hit his palm and a flash of blinding light filled the room. He immediately shot back at Akira, but Akira already relocated himself behind another cover. Zalmo then shouted. Do you really think that it'll work with that rifle? Unfortunately, that wasn't good enough. Zalmo smiled full of confidence, but deep inside, he was becoming warier of Akira. Akira had moved according to Alpha's instruction, but he still was not able to defeat Zalmo. He then asked Alpha with a grim face. Alpha, that one didn't work. But Alpha was still smiling like usual, she did not seem perturbed at all. Don't worry, I was able to gather a lot of data from that shot. The next one will end this fight. Akira, you'll have to do something pretty dangerous, are you ready? Ready when you are. The reason why Zalmo did not take cover like Akira was because he had confidence in the force field armor on both of his arms. Zalmo did not doubt that he had the upper hand, but even so, he did not lower his guard at all. He kept shooting at the display shelves and the sheets hanging from the ceiling, looking for Akira. I don't think I can hit him like this. Does he know where I'm aiming? It seems that those sheets are not only for blocking bullets but can also be used as information-gathering devices, huh? I thought that both of us can't use our information-gathering device to ascertain each other's location, but I guess that's not the case. But if that's true, then why won't he shoot from behind the sheet? Is it because that will reveal his location? Or is it that I'm overthinking this? Zalmo reloaded his rifle again, and just like last time, Akira jumped out from behind the cover. It seemed that Akira really knew what Zalmo was doing. Zalmo thought so as he put up his arm to block the incoming bullets. Since Zalmo had predicted that Akira would shoot, he was taken aback when he noticed that Akira was not aiming at him. Akira had his CWH anti-material rifle pointing, he was holding it with one hand as if he was holding a sword straight forward. Then at the next moment, Akira's CWH anti-material rifle suddenly turned. A loud bang echoed quickly followed by a flash of light. Since Akira shot his CWH anti-material rifle without the proper support, the kickback destroyed the bone on his right arm, his augmented suit immediately stopped working on his broken arm. At least, for the length of this battle, Akira would not be able to use his right arm anymore. He had lost one of his arms. But in exchange for that, Akira's shot blew Zalmo's right arm off. The mechanical parts that were scattered on the ground were all the leftover from Zalmo's right arm. Both of them had lost one arm now. Akira and Zalmo stood facing each other. Akira had his CWH anti-material rifle on his left arm aimed at Zalmo. Zalmo extended his left hand to block Akira's line of fire. Both of them seemed to be desperate as they locked gazes. The first one to move was Zalmo. Zalmo laughed lightly and said, I have no idea where you learnt that from, but just so you know, that's not how you use a rifle. You lost your arm from that shot, didn't you? Well, you took one of my arms too, so I guess it's even, huh? But still, I know that you did that to prevent me from predicting where you'll shoot, but it's pretty amazing for you to even think of trying to do that. Thanks to that, I had no other choice but to expand the area of my force field armor and reduce its power, but it's still better than losing my head or having a hole in my body. But again, I didn't expect you would hit your shot, you know. Not bad at all. That is, if that was your real skill. Zalmo smiled provokingly. Akira frowned and replied. What do you mean? Zalmo casually replied. You have someone else controlling your augmented suit, right? Akira's face froze. Seeing that, Zalmo knew that he was correct. He then mockingly said to Akira. Haha, I knew it. I had my suspicion since you can immediately adapt well to what happened even though you don't look that strong, now I know exactly why. There's no way a normal hunter can execute that shot, you overdid it there. Akira had a stern face, he then said as if he was putting up a brave front. Even if that's true, does that help you win this fight? Once I know the trick, I can think of a way to fight back. For example, just like this. When he said that, Zalmo immediately jumped back. Akira was about to shoot at the running Zalmo, but he noticed that Zalmo dropped something that looked like a hand grenade, so Akira immediately moved away from it. The hand grenade-looking object immediately filled the area with smoke. Alpha then explained to Akira. Akira, it's jamming smoke. It looks thin but it's pretty strong. I see, leaving that aside, that shot was not enough to kill him though, did you predict this too? Moreover, he discovered that I'm receiving your support and he said that he knows a way to cut it off. Are you sure we're going to be okay? It'll be fine. Since he used a jamming smoke, I can pretty much guess what he's thinking. One thing that I can tell you is that he made a wrong guess. We just need to end him off after he does whatever he has in mind. The fight has basically been decided from what happened just now. The next move will really be the last. Get ready, he's coming. Alpha warned Akira about Zalmo. He saw Zalmo running in his direction. Akira aimed his CWH anti-material rifle with his left arm. Zalmo raised his left arm in order to block it. Zalmo smiled, he thought that he had won the fight. Akira pulled the trigger and a gunshot echoed through the room. Everything was the same just like last time until that point, but unlike last time, there was no flash of light. The bullet that flew out from Akira's CWH anti-material rifle left a big hole on Zalmo's body. Zalmo was so surprised by that sudden turn of events. No way. It was G3 level jamming smoke that'll even block close-range communication, you know. So how in the world he can still move his augmented suit? The jamming smoke that Zalmo used was not for blocking information-gathering devices, but it was to block the augmented suit's remote controlling. Zalmo thought that someone outside the room was controlling Akira's augmented suit. It was impossible to calculate Akira's movement using the small control device usually installed in augmented suits, but that was not the case for a powerful special control device that was usually installed in a room or in a vehicle. There was an illusion with using an augmented suit. Most people thought that anyone could fight veteran soldiers only by using an augmented suit. That was nothing more than a foolish assumption, but a lot of companies did a lot of research and development in order to get closer to that dream. Zalmo thought that room was a room for that kind of experiment where some company pitted a slum child with that type of augmented suit against Zalmo's men. The relic shop was nothing more than just an excuse. If that small boy can repel Zalmo and his men, it would be a good advertisement for that company. The rumor that there were relics in that shop worth reselling. The rumor of the powerful young hunters that spread around lately. The fact that Akira did not seem that strong from the outside. All of these reasons caused Zalmo to make that guess. In that case, if he could cut the connection to Akira's augmented suit, Akira would turn to just your normal slum boy, it would pose no problem to kill him. Zalmo thought so. But that assumption was the very reason why Zalmo lost that fight. Before Akira pulled the trigger, Alpha slightly changed his aim. Although it was a slight aim change, it put Akira's left arm in immense burden and Zalmo could not react fast enough to that. It was all just acting then. It was all to fool me. Zalmo's guess was almost correct, and that truth caused him to get even more surprised. Zalmo could see Akira standing in front of him holding CWH anti-material rifle that was already aimed at his head. He knew that he had zero chance of evading that, but that did not fill his heart with fear. At the least, it made him feel a bit cornered. The person who was in front of him was way stronger than he expected, judging from Akira's outlook. Zalmo needed to warn his friends about that, but unfortunately, his communication device was already destroyed. This boy might get in our way. I have to tell my brothers about this. The result of this investigation. Before Zalmo could finish his thought, Akira released a shot that tore Zalmo's head open. Zalmo's train of thought stopped in an instant as his headless cyborg body fell to the ground with a bang. Alpha smiled and complimented Akira. Good job. That's the end, it's alright now. Akira released the tension in him and sighed. That wasn't easy at all. Why is someone that strong aiming for this shop? Well, you can't ask him now that he's dead. So let's just ask the people that you tried your best to leave alive. They might know something. Tried my best to leave them alive, huh? Akira looked at the people who were left alive through his hard work. The result of trying to spare them was that difficult battle. I guess I was too arrogant, huh? There were a few things that Akira could not just shake off from what just happened. He regretted the choice that he made. Being unable to make any other choice but the easiest one was proof of weakness. Whether it was of a good deed or a bad deed, helping or robbing, the one who had the freedom to decide was the stronger one. The one who was helped, and the one who was robbed, they had no choice in that matter. Up until now, Akira was always on the receiving end, the one who had no choice. Akira tried to be the one who made the decision, he tried to go to the other side, and just now he was shown the price of it. Alpha tried to cheer Akira up with a smile and said, "If you really think so, then you need to grow strong enough so that it would be out of leeway rather than arrogance, that way you'll be able to make your choice when it really matters. To be honest, I think it's okay to think that it was out of leeway for the 4 people that you spared, you know. For the other 4, unfortunately, that would be arrogance." Akira smiled wryly. "I see, well, if you say so, then I guess it means I've grown stronger compared to before." Akira still did not have the option to make his own choice, he was still not strong enough to do so. But he was able to keep 4 men alive, it was better than having all 8 of them dead. He was at least able to get closer to another choice other than killing everyone in order to protect himself. Rebuild World, Chapter 146, Cleaning Up the Aftermath. Cheryl, Akira, and some of Cheryl's gang members gathered inside a room in the gang's base. There were leftovers of battles scattered all around the places inside the room. After Akira killed the attackers, the gang finally calmed down. Cheryl had a grave expression as she asked a question to her men. "How are the casualties?" Alicia also had the same grave expression. 5 people dead, many are injured. I'm not even sure whether Ario can be saved or not. I see. Take the wounded to the clinic. If they ask you about the payment, just bring out mine and Katsuragi's name, they should give you decent care after that. Okay. Akira was taking care of his own wounds while he overheard Cheryl's conversation. He checked his medicine reserve and called Alicia. He then lightly threw a box of medicine that was still pretty much full. Alicia looked at the medicine box in her hand and was surprised, she knew that it was one of those 2 million orum per box medicine. She also knew that Akira was telling her to use that for Cheryl's men, but when she thought about how much it cost, she could not help but hesitate. Akira thought for a bit while making a rather sad face before saying to Alicia, "I'll just put it on Cheryl's tab. No one could have seen this coming, so don't worry, I'll give a big discount." Cheryl smiled at Alicia as if to calm her down and said, "It's okay to use everything, so hurry up, before it's too late." Alicia looked at Akira and Cheryl and lightly bowed, then rushed out of the room. Cheryl then bowed to Akira and thanked him. Thank you very much. It should be able to save a lot of souls. So, how much is it? Although I'm not sure when I can pay it, I will definitely pay for it eventually. Just pay me with anything. I said that to make them think that it isn't free. After all, although I know that you guys don't have money, it would be troublesome if you guys start leeching off me. I understand. I'll take up on your generous offer then. Cheryl bowed deeply one more time to Akira. Akira then continued tending on his wound. He swallowed several pills of medicine and straightened up his broken bone while the painkiller was still active. He then took off his augmented suit and applied the paste-type medicine on his skin that got peeled off due to the friction with his augmented suit. Although the painkiller was still active, he could feel pain when he was applying the paste on his exposed flesh, but he just gritted his teeth and continued tending his wounds. He seemed to be already so used to it as he covered his wound with bandages before putting his augmented suit back on. Akira then lightly moved his arm to check his broken arm, but he felt something was not right. My arm doesn't feel right though, is this because of that crazy thing that I did? But Alpha then said to Akira with a serious expression. I have bad news regarding that subject. Is there something wrong with my arm? I knew that it would be bad so I took a rather large amount of medicine though, wasn't it good enough? For your body, it will recover just fine after a short rest. I'm talking about the damage to your augmented suit. It was already in a bad shape before, but after that fight, its condition has considerably worsened. Some of its parts are broken, so to make sure that it's still functional, I've changed some of its parts from nerve transmitter type to movement sync type. But due to that, those particular parts can only move slower than usual. My augmented suit is in such a bad shape. Well, you got eaten by a monster, ran down a building's wall, got shot, used its full power back in Saranthal building, and so many other things. It's in a pretty rough shape right now. Akira thought and remembered everything that had happened. It was true that he had been using his augmented suit pretty crudely, so there was no surprise that it finally broke. He then asked Alpha. It's not like I lost your support, right? Yup, it's because of the damage on your augmented suit, so it's not like you lose my support. Akira seemed relieved, but Alpha then warned him. But it doesn't change the fact that its ability has been significantly lowered. So you can't do any crazy moves like that again until you get a new augmented suit. It's fine. I'm planning to stay inside the city until my new equipment arrives anyway, so I'll just take it easy for the time being. Akira finished tending his wounds, put back his augmented suit, and took his rifles back to his shoulder. Although he was still not in his tip-top shape, he was ready to fight again. As a matter of fact, he had returned to his usual state of mind where he was ready to fight anytime. So now he shifted his focus to the men that he had been ignoring until now, the attackers that he had knocked unconscious before. Sorry for the wait, so, let's hear your explanation now. They were stripped naked off all of their equipment and their hands were tied tightly with the anti-bullet sheet. All of them were already awake and they were looking at Akira with a grim face. They already understood the situation that they were in, but they did not panic and they looked completely calm. Not too far from them, there were 4 corpses of their friends lying, killed by Akira. Those were kept there to scare the attackers that Akira spared. They thought that Akira might see some worth in sparing them since he did not kill them yet. As they thought so they believed that they had a chance for negotiation. Other than the attackers, there were also Akira, Cheryl, and some of Cheryl's men inside the room. Cheryl's men were glaring at the attackers, but that did not scare them at all. The one person that they needed to negotiate with was Akira, so there was no need to pay attention to other people, they at least knew that much. And since Akira was just a boy, they hoped that they could find some openings that they could take advantage of. One of the attackers cautiously spoke to Akira. If we tell you everything, will you spare us? Akira replied casually, there was no intimidation in his voice. One thing for sure, I'll kill you if you don't. But don't worry, I don't like torturing people, so I'll give you a swift death. After all, if you won't tell me anything even if you're dead, then you're better off dead. There was no killing intent or a sense of threat from his voice, but the attackers understood very well that Akira was being serious. Alright, what do you want to know? Right, for the starter, why did you attack this place? Akira and Cheryl tried to extract as much information as possible regarding the current incident. To put it simply, the reason why the attackers attacked Cheryl's base was because they were in need of money. So they decided to attack a shop that seemed to have expensive goods but weak security. That kind of reasoning was common in the slum city. So after gathering information, they ended up choosing Cheryl's base to rob. Among the information that they gathered, it included the information about the hunter that was protecting Cheryl's base. It particularly said that the hunter protecting Cheryl's base was a weak hunter who got his wallet stolen, and when the pickpocket's friend scared him, that hunter pulled back and ran away. It must have been the information that those men received from the same information broker who gave the same information to some pickpocket that Akira had been encountering lately. The moment that subject surfaced, Akira's mood immediately worsened. But he was somehow able to keep his calm. The attackers were really frightened when that happened, but Akira did not give a shit about that. There was still one thing that Akira and Cheryl could not understand. It was how they knew that there were expensive articles in Cheryl's shop and who bought that article. Unfortunately, the one who told them that was already dead. To be more precise, Akira killed that guy. That person was Zalmo. According to them, Zalmo joined their group before they knew it and he brought all kinds of information to the group. He was also the one who prepared the fencer to sell the relics that they would rob. Among the attackers that Akira spared, it seemed that none of them knew Zalmo well. Akira found that weird, but since it was impossible for him to defeat Zalmo without killing him, Akira thought that it could not be helped and decided not to question the attackers that he spared further about that subject. He did not think that they were lying and Alpha agreed with him. After listening to their explanations, Akira looked at those men pitifully and mumbled. What can I say? It's really important to get the correct information, huh? Cheryl agreed with him as she said. That's right. As far as I can get from their explanation, it seems like they were tempted by rumor, or more like, tricked by fake information. I guess that's the gist of it. It's really troublesome. According to those men, after gathering all kinds of information, they concluded that there was a few million orum worth of articles in Cheryl's shop, and the owner of that shop did not know that and the shop was guarded by a weak hunter. If that was true, it was only to be expected for strong people like Zalmo to try to rob that place. Akira could understand that reasoning. Akira and Cheryl explained to them that they were mistaken, but they could not believe that because of Cheryl's dress. Cheryl's dress was an expensive old-world relic that even got refitted. It was enough as proof to cement those men's misunderstanding. It made them think that Cheryl must be earning a lot of profit enough to get her that dress. But when Akira and Cheryl told them that she only got that dress as a gift from Akira, her lover, rather than from the profit of running the shop, those men were so embarrassed that they hung their heads low. It was not rare for hunters who were earning a healthy amount of money to buy their lovers expensive things out of their own money to express their pride in their abilities. Those men finally understood that the truth was the exact opposite of what they were expecting. Rather than a rich shop with a weak guard, it was a cheap shop with a strong guard. They hung their head low the moment they realized that. Seeing them acting like that, Akira and Cheryl looked exasperatedly at them. Although Akira and Cheryl felt sorry for them, it did not change the fact that they attacked the shop. Akira then changed the mood and asked those men a question. That's all I have to ask. So then, regarding what we are going to do with you next, you can either pay us money or die, which one you want to pick. If you'd rather die, don't worry, I'll give you a quick death. As I said, I have no plans to torture any of you. Those men looked at each other. One of them then scaredly asked Akira. How much should we pay? Oh, you're going to let us decide? Well, how about 10 billion orum each? The moment Akira said that, those men were dumbfounded. One of them flared up and shouted at Akira. Are you fucking kidding me? There's no way we can pay that much money. Then how much can you pay us? Just to remind you, you guys did shoot at me fully intending to kill me, so I'm being nice to you to let you off the hook only with that much money. If you can't give me a good offer, I'll just kill you here and that will be the end of it. Those men shivered to Akira's declaration. There were already 4 unrecognizable dead bodies next to them, showing just how serious Akira was. If they could not give a good offer, he would not hesitate to add them to those dead bodies. Another one of them shifted his gaze to Cheryl and begged. Hey, are you really okay with that? There's no good thing that you can get from being greedy, you know. And it's not like you can get any money if you kill us, right? That man thought that it should be easier to talk with Cheryl rather than with Akira. But Cheryl just smiled and replied. I don't really mind, you can go ahead and die. Ha! If Akira decides so, I have no wish to stop him. Why, you're the boss in this gang, right? He's just your guard, isn't it? Yup, but, this and that are 2 different things. Not to mention that you guys killed some of my men too, so I have no reason to stop him. But the guy who killed your men is already dead over there, isn't it? We didn't kill any of your men. That's exactly why we're willing to let you solve this incident with money. Cheryl told them to die with a smile on her face. She knew that Akira would not be satisfied with a small amount of money, and she knew well that those men could not pay the amount of money that Akira demanded of them. That was why she told them to die. Those men had run out of moves that they could make. One of them then said with a pale face. Wait, you won't get anything if you kill us, right? And you already killed enough people to scare us. So just think about it, it might be a good idea to let us live and get some profit out of that. Akira swiftly replied. I know, so, how much are you going to pay? That man hesitatingly replied back. 1,000,000 orum. After hearing that, Akira looked at Cheryl without saying anything. Cheryl reacted by shaking her head. So Akira replied to that man in place of her. Not good enough. 1,500,000 orum then. Akira looked at Cheryl again, and she shook her head again. Cheryl thought that Akira was trying to bring that price as high as possible, so she had no plans to nod. Akira once again replied to that man. Still not good enough. And also, I don't mind if you want to keep increasing your offer, but also tell me how you are going to pay for it. After all, it's not like we can accept it if you're planning to pay 10 million orum in a 100 years installment, right? Those men immediately closed their mouths. If Akira demanded them to also tell him how they would pay for it, it really limited their options. Since no one said anything, Akira then continued. Well, if you won't say anything, I'll assume that you chose death, okay? Or is it that you want to pay but you're still thinking of how to pay it? We're still thinking. But you'll pay, right? Oh, of course. Those men nodded, they knew that they would be dead otherwise. I see, in that case, wait for a bit. Akira opened his information terminal and made a call. The person that Akira was calling picked up the call. Akira, huh? What is it? Is it something profitable? It depends on your skill. Oh, it's profitable then. So, what is it? It was Katsuragi. After listening to Akira's explanation, Katsuragi exasperatedly said. I see, I understand what's going on, so basically those people need money, right? But why do I have to lend them money? It's not like there's any need for you to lend them money. You do have some connections with some companies that handle this kind of thing, right? Well, I do, but even if I introduce them to those companies, I don't see how that can give me any profit. Are you telling me to get the referral bonus? My skill is in trading and not lending money. I specialize in trading hunter equipment, so this has nothing to do with my skill, right? Katsuragi sounded a bit annoyed, but Akira casually replied. All of that money might be used to pay for the equipment from you. After a short pause, Katsuragi had thought of all kinds of ways to get profit out of that transaction. So then he carefully asked. All of it? Yeah, all of it. Akira's answer was enough to convince Katsuragi, who replied back happily. If that's the case, then this might be an interesting offer. It's indeed a profitable subject related to my skill as a merchant. Alright then, I'll handle the rest. So, what kind of equipment are you looking for? After all, I need to make sure what equipment you are going to buy from me. But still, you are finally interested in buying my goods, huh? No, it's not for me. It's for Cheryl and her gang. Cheryl's gang? Yeah. They need extra equipment. I want them to at least be able to defend themselves when I'm not around. As for the details, you can discuss it with Cheryl later. To be honest, Katsuragi wanted Akira to buy his stuff. A hunter like Akira who was earning a healthy amount of money would definitely contribute greatly to the shop's revenue. Judging by the fact that Akira bought a dozen of 2 million orum per box medicines only for his consumable item, it was to be expected for Akira to pay way more for his equipment. Katsuragi squeezed his brain every day to somehow find a way to make Akira his patron. But it did not change the fact that this deal would be big, so Katsuragi decided to prioritize the profit in front of him right now. Well, if it means that they'll buy some of my goods, then I guess that's fine too. I'll head there now, so wait for a bit, okay? Alright. Akira was about to close the call when one of the attackers who heard that conversation immediately spoke up. Wait there. Are you going to sell us? Akira still had not closed the call when he said to that man. You did say that you want to pay but you don't know how to pay, so I'm just helping you here. You just pay me with that money then do your best to settle your debt with them. Isn't that the same as selling us? Even I know how those hunters who get caught in their debts end up. Like hell I would accept that. I would rather choose death than take on that kind of debt. That man was shouting on top of his lungs. He knew well about the end that was waiting for hunters who had a huge amount of debt. When he imagined that end, he could not help but shout desperately. A gunshot echoed in the room. That man, who was shouting just now, fell limp on the ground and stopped moving. Akira shot that man, granting him his wish. Katsuragi's voice could be heard from Akira's information terminal. Whoa, Akira, what was that? He said that he would rather die than take on debt so I killed him. I have no plans to force them to take that debt after all. Katsuragi clicked his tongue and annoyedly asked Akira. How many left? 3 people. Don't kill them. It's more profitable to keep them alive. Killing them will only cut my profit, you know. Good grief. I'll convince them myself, so don't kill them, alright? Alright. Akira then closed the call. 1 down, 3 were still alive, and those 3 were looking at Akira while trembling in terror. When Katsuragi arrived at Cheryl's base, he quickly got on with his work. He came there bringing quite a lot of people. Katsuragi was talking with Cheryl. They had a lot to talk about, the peace money, the equipment that Cheryl would buy with that money, the relics that got destroyed from the fight, the treatment for Cheryl's men that were wounded, and still a lot more. While on the other hand, Tomjima was talking with the attackers who were still alive about the loan. Tomjima was the guy from the moneylender company that Katsuragi brought. He felt a bit awkward when he saw Akira, but since Akira did not seem to mind him, Tomjima sighed in relief. The people that Tomjima brought with him were taking photos of the traces from the battle and were cleaning up the dead bodies. Akira was taking a break while looking at the people working in that room. That was when Colbert and Levin showed up. Colbert came there with Tomjima while Levin came with Katsuragi. Levin was putting the dead bodies in the body bags when he glanced at Akira, he then frowned and said to Colbert. Akira did all of this, right? That's what I heard. Don't stop your hands. We need to put the equipment in a different bag and properly gather the pieces of the cyborg guy. I know. Levin started gathering the pieces just like he was told to. He picked up pieces of a destroyed arm, chips that were still enveloped in brain juice, and other pieces that he could find and shoved them inside the body bag. He then suddenly voiced out his impression of the person who caused the scene in front of him. But still, it's 8 armed hunters against 1, you know. So is it really true that he did this all by himself? That's what I heard. If I can't pay back my debt to Katsuragi, the very person who caused this will come to me to collect that debt, huh? Levin looked at the dead bodies inside the body bags with a conflicted face. Katsuragi said that in the worst-case scenario he would ask Akira to collect that debt. If he got unlucky, that might be as soon as tomorrow. Colbert then made a suggestion to Levin. In that case, how about shifting all of that debt to the company that I'm working for? That way at least Akira would not come to collect your debt, you know. About that though, one good thing about Katsuragi is that he doesn't put any interest. So I have no need to worry about the interest, you see. Well, it's your debt, so it's up to you. Watching Levin, Colbert thought that it would still take some time until Levin paid all of his debt. Akira was only waiting there, inside that room. He looked bored. He thought that it would not be right to head back home alone, so he decided to stay there. Although, to be honest, he wanted to just go back home and get a good rest. He then mumbled. It's not a good idea to head back home in this situation, isn't it? Alpha replied to him. Personally speaking, I think it's alright to go back home. After all, among all of them, you're the one who must be the most tired. There's no need to stay here just to accompany them. I'm sure it's alright if you tell them that you're tired after that fight. After all, it's not like it's a formal request where you got properly paid anyway, so I don't see any reason why any of them would complain. Is that so? But still. If it was the previous Akira, he would silently and apathetically head back home. But the present Akira was slowly but surely starting to change. From Alpha's point of view, it would be troublesome if Akira turned into a kind person. To put it simply, if he turned so kind to go as far as to cover a total stranger without showing any hesitation, it might cause big trouble for her goal. Even just now, Akira was giving the money that he could have to Cheryl's men for buying equipment. It was okay if he did that as an investment, but if he did that without expecting anything back, then there was a need for Alpha to warn him. So she casually asked him. Say Akira. About the money that you're paying for the gang's equipment, is it okay if I think of it as debt? Yeah, sure. Do you think that you can get some profit from lending that amount of money? Is that why you lent them money? Well, what can I say? Carol also did say that selling relics is actually pretty profitable, and judging from how Cheryl served the people who came here, it seems that the shop should do pretty well in the future. So I thought that there should be some profit that I can get back. By the way, why did you ask me that? Akira was only giving random excuses. It did not seem that he was expecting to get some profit from lending that money. Alpha smiled teasingly and said. To be honest, if you ask for my opinion, I would rather have you prioritize your equipment for the sake of finishing my request as well as to compensate for your skill. But I have no plans to force you. Even if you say so, I actually don't want to buy any equipment from Katsuragi. I only did that since I know that he would not help me unless I did that. I already spent 400 million orum on equipment in Shizuka's shop. That should be good enough for now. Well, it should be fine. It's not like I can stay here forever to guard this place anyway, so just think of it as a small amount of money that I need to pay to take care of that problem. Don't worry, I will get something back from it if we're lucky. Well, putting my luck aside, Cheryl's luck at least doesn't seem bad. So I guess it should be okay to expect something good from it, right? Is that so? Well, if that's the case, then I'm fine with it too. Alpha decided that she needed to be more careful and keep reminding Akira regarding this small change of heart and his growing kindness, but she did not show that in her face at all. Rebuild World, Chapter 147, Methods to Collect Debt. Alpha suddenly turned towards the direction of the door into the room. Akira noticed that and followed suit. There he saw Carol and Viola coming in. Other people also noticed Carol and Viola. Both of them scanned the room, talked to each other for a bit and separated off. Carol went to Akira while Viola went to Katsuragi. Carol walked all the way next to Akira and smiled at him. "I'm happy to see you again." "What a coincidence, Akira." "You're right, so, why are you here?" "I just thought of killing some time talking with you. Are you busy right now?" "Nah, I'm not busy." "That's good to hear." Akira was sitting on top of one of the displays originally used for the relics. Carol casually sat next to him. Carol was wearing a bodysuit for fighting. It had a more tame design compared to the old-world design augmented suit that she wore back in the Miyazono ruin. But even so, it still pronounced her body lines, so for those who were not used to it, she looked rather seductive. The fastener on her bodysuit was lowered so her cleavage was visible. The other people who were working there could not help but peek at that cleavage, but Carol did not mind them at all. Akira then warned Carol. "I don't mind you sitting there, just make sure not to break the display." "Geez, I'm not that heavy. It's just that I had a fight here so the display might be damaged." "I see, I'll be careful. By the way, my weight is a secret. If you want to know no matter what, I recommend holding me up while I have nothing on my body." Carol was smiling teasingly while Akira replied with a wry smile. "No thanks. You're no fun." Carol smiled but seemed slightly disappointed. The room was painted here and there with blood. Empty cartridges were also scattered all over the floor complete with scorch marks from the bullets too. It only showed how fierce the fight was. Carol looked one more time around the room, she then smiled as if the scene did not bother her at all and said. "But still, it seems that you had a pretty hard fight here." Akira awkwardly replied. "It's not my fault." Carol was a bit surprised by Akira's reaction. She thought that he was someone who was not bothered by something like that. Although she did not mean to blame him at all, her wordings there might have somehow triggered him. So in order to not worsen his mood even more, she tried to defend Akira. "Well, it's true that it's the attacker's fault and not yours." Akira turned his face to Carol and looked slightly weirded out. He then noticed that she misunderstood his words, so he shook his head and said. "That's not what I meant, the room was cleaner after the fights. It's because those people who came with Katsuragi dragged the dead bodies around and spread the blood, and used the sheets to mop the blood in the corridor which made the fight seem gorier than it originally was. That's why it's not my fault that the room looks like this. But well, it's not like I was being careful to keep this room clean when I fought them either." Carol nodded. "Oh, I see, these guys are pretty naughty." "Naughty?" "Yep, it's just a small stupid trick, but it's enough to trick some people." Akira tilted his head in confusion. He still did not understand what Carol was referring to. When Carol noticed that, she smiled mischievously and asked Akira. Your face is saying that you don't understand. If you want to know, I can explain it to you, of course, that is if you don't mind me adding my guess there." "Oh, please do." Akira was interested, so he nodded without much thinking. He was waiting for Carol to start explaining, but she did not say anything, she was only staring at Akira while smiling. Akira, who found that weird, frowned. That was when she said. "If I ask for an information fee, what would you do?" "Information fee? Information is not free, you at least know that much, right?" "Well, yeah, I do." Akira only replied awkwardly. Carol, who saw that, enjoyed his reaction. From others' point of view, it might look like Carol was teasing Akira and enjoying his reaction. But Carol tried her best not to show her real intention out on her face as she was observing his reaction closely. Carol was trying to judge Akira's personality in his way of thinking from how he reacted to that, whether he took that seriously, or he took that as a joke, or if he just laughed it off, or if he replied back trying to be considerate to her. If Akira seemed offended or angered or anything similar to that, she would immediately apologize and carefully start her explanation to make sure not to worsen his mood. Akira seemed to be thinking for a bit. Carol kept her eyes on him while waiting for his reaction. Akira hesitated for a bit, but he then said, "Well, it's not like I want to know it that much anyway, so I'm okay not knowing it." Carol smiled bitterly. "I was just joking, you're a pretty serious guy. I just don't like that kind of joke." Akira's reply was rather brusque. Carol understood Akira's character a bit more. She then smiled and apologetically said, "I'm sorry, please don't be angry. But I'm really happy to know that you're that interested in me. As an apology, I'll properly explain it to you, so cheer up, okay?" "All right." Akira reluctantly nodded. It must be because he was interested in that subject and he thought that Carol was only teasing him. Carol was able to infer a lot of things from Akira's reaction. She then thought to herself, "Akira doesn't seem to joke that much, huh, or maybe is it that he doesn't like to joke around money? Judging from his reaction, it might be both. I need to be extra careful not to make bad jokes when I'm trying to seduce him." Carol did not show her thoughts on her face. She was still smiling like usual as she started her explanation. Katsuragi was trying to sell the attackers regardless of whether they were dead or alive, and he did not care whether they would be dead or alive in the near future. He wanted more than the peace money, so he planned to have them pay for the damages. As for the attackers that were still alive, they would be put on a huge debt and made to work for a long time to pay for that debt. But in the Eastern District, their contract would be invalid if they were forced to sign the contract at gunpoint. After all, that kind of contract was not allowed by the biggest authority power in the Eastern District, the corporate government. The corporate government had declared in the past that they would not allow any kinds of activity that might bring harm or disrupt the order and the peace in the Eastern District. Regardless of whether they really put that into action or not, it was properly written in the rule. Rather than for the sake of anyone else, it was for their very own sake. The definition of criminal in the Eastern District was simply those who were against the corporate government. The corporate government would not do much when hunters kill each other outside the wall, but if merchants or scammers started doing something suspicious, they would not show any mercy. That kind of bias was normal in the Eastern District. So, forcing someone into a debt without a good reason would disrupt the economy. Thus, such actions were seen as an act against the corporate government of the Eastern District. Because of that, Katsuragi and his men needed to show the attackers that they had enough reason to force the attackers into debt, which included the peace money. After all, they could not demand trillion orum peace money just because they tried to kill Akira and Cheryl's men. And if their reasoning was good enough, they could get help from the corporate government to seize the attackers' properties. They could also ask for help from the Hunter office that was handling their bank account. They could even sell the bond to the Hunter office if all of the above things were not enough to pay for the debt. The reason why Katsuragi and his men were making the room messier than before was simply to give a good reason to get the attackers on that debt contract. They were trying to pull up the debt nominal by taking a record of how bad the damages were. After listening closely to Carol's explanation, Akira looked around the room one more time. "I see, so in that case, the worse it looks here, the better the profit that they could get, huh? The attempted robbery that caused the current situation, the criminals over there, the peace money, the reimbursement for the damages, and any other excuses that they could use to gain more money. I bet they are trying to squeeze as much money as they can from those attackers, both from the alive ones and the dead ones. But is that really going to work? Maybe. Some of them are really experienced in this kind of thing after all." When Carol said that, she pointed her finger at Viola, who was talking with Katsuragi and some other people. "That girl is Viola, and she, well, what can I say? She's an expert in under-the-table deals like human trafficking and resolving disputes. I'm here because I was simply following Viola since I'm her bodyguard at the moment. I bet she got the news of this incident from her personal information web. I myself only know it since I heard about the incident from her. Oh, it's not like she's one of the people that Katsuragi called to come here. I'm pretty sure she came here uninvited, and they know well that Viola is powerful enough so that they could not just shoo her off. I don't know what they're talking about, but I'm pretty sure it's nothing good. I know it's strange for me to say this since I'm her bodyguard, but she's a bad girl. It might be better if you keep your distance from her, you know. And that's doubly true since you're bad with negotiation. Carol was talking while giggling as if she was joking with Akira. But Akira understood that she was being serious there. Well, if you say so, I'll be careful with her. Yup, you should do that. Carol smiled satisfied seeing Akira nod firmly. She was indeed being honest when she warned Akira. One of the reasons why she said that to him was to make sure that Viola would not mess with him. Carol was in the middle of trying to seduce Akira, so it would be troublesome for her if Viola tried to mess with him. The discussion was still going on between Katsuragi, Tomejima, Cheryl and Viola. They had different expressions as they were talking to each other. Tomejima looked like he knew he was talking to a difficult opponent as he desperately refused to back down. No. You came so suddenly and now, you want to buy all the attackers. That's just too suspicious. Viola smiled at Tomejima, there was a trace of confidence and intimidation in her smile that was adorning her beautiful face. Oh my, I only said that I can increase the profit by 50%, you know. I'm just giving a better offer here, it's so rude of you to call me suspicious. You bought that debt bond for 60% of the face value back then, like hell I'll let you take this one away from me too. That value was the price that both parties agreed to, right? If you really want it that much, I don't mind selling it to you with a discount, you know. That is. Tomejima reeled back. He was talking about the debt bond for Kadol who tried to kill Akira. In order to avoid getting targeted by Akira, he sold that troublesome bond to Viola. Now that Akira just defeated 8 armed hunters alone, that bond had become more troublesome than before. Viola smiled and said to Katsuragi. So, what do you think? If you sell them to me, it'll bring you more profit, yes? Katsuragi sounded slightly hesitant as he said. Even if you tell me so, I have my connection that I need to keep. I was the one who asked Tomejima to come with me. So as a merchant, I can't just turn my back on him now. Tomejima confirmed that he got a vote of confidence from Katsuragi, so he raised his voice and said. That's it. That's right. But still, 50% more profit, huh? Hey. Katsuragi mumbled as if to contradict what he just said before. Tomejima who heard that could not help but exclaim. Viola understood that both Tomejima and Katsuragi were not easy opponents to negotiate against, so she shifted her focus to Cheryl and asked for her approval. What about you? I want to hear your opinion as both the owner of this shop and the leader of the gang here. As the head of the gang, which one do you think will bring more profit? And I'm not talking about just monetary profit here, you know. Katsuragi and Tomejima turned to Cheryl too. Although Cheryl was listening to their conversation, she was looking in a completely different direction. Cheryl kept her gaze in one single direction, she was staring at Akira who was talking with Carol. Seeing how Akira seemed to be having a good time talking with another girl whom she knew nothing about, Cheryl could not help but feel something welling up inside her as she tried her best to hold it down. Cheryl understood that if she obeyed that feeling, she would be taking a step closer toward her own destruction. Insecurity, jealousy, displeasure, fear, sorrow, sadness, these kinds of things would disrupt her ability to make a sound decision. If she ended up making bad decisions because of that, it might become a reason for Akira to abandon her. She kept reminding herself of that possibility as she kept doing her best to maintain her calm. Katsuragi noticed that Cheryl was looking at Akira. Oh, I see, it might be a good idea to ask for Akira's opinion too, right? Cheryl tried to keep her calm as she replied. No, I believe Akira has left this matter to Katsuragi-san. Even if we ask him, he will just annoyedly tell us to do whatever we want with them. I will also follow whatever Katsuragi-san decides. As for the talk about profit, I think the best decision here is to follow whatever Katsuragi-san and Akira decide. Now that Katsuragi was given the right to take the final decision, it made him even unsure of what to do there. Is that so? If that's the case, then what should I do now? Viola suddenly said as if she decided to give up. It can't be helped then. I'll let Tomjima take those who are still alive and I'll take those who are dead. How about that? It's not like Tomjima could get them to sign on a debt bond anyway, right? Well, he might be able to if he tries, but I believe his real skill is not in that matter. I don't think it's a bad offer though, so. Katsuragi turned to Tomjima, who did not seem to be fully happy with that offer, but he gently nodded. Viola, who caught that, smiled and said. We have a deal then. Humph. The only way to get profit from dead people is only to seize their properties, so it's not like it can give you that much profit, right? Are you sure you can get 50% more profit with that? Tomjima sounded as if he said that out of spite. Viola just smiled confidently at him and replied. Well, there are many ways other than that one. But they are my trade secret. Later I'll give a report to Katsuragi-san outlining how I plan to do that together with the money minus the handling fee. Katsuragi, Tomjima and Cheryl looked at Viola with different expressions. Although each of them imagined different things, all of them equally thought that it was nothing good. They finally finished their business. All the attackers, dead or alive, were carried away ignoring their freedom. Those who were still alive were given minimum equipment as Tomejima's men took them away, while the dead ones were stuffed into body bags and carried away by Viola's men. Cheryl's men were gathering the bloodied sheets. It seemed that it would take a lot of work to clean up the bloodied room. While Katsuragi and his men had left the place, Viola stayed behind and came to Akira. Viola looked at Akira with interest as she said to him. We meet again. Akira replied casually. Yeah. Carol was surprised to hear that short exchange. Oh. Both of you know each other? Akira quickly explained to Carol before she misunderstood something. I met her once when Shikarabe hired me for a job. That was also when I met Tomjima. It's not like we know each other, it's just that we have met before, and that was just once. I see. Carol replied back swiftly with that short reply. She believed Akira's words. She did not let that just slide and use that information to make all kinds of guesses. Even Akira was able to notice that. Carol showed that reaction only by knowing that Akira had met Viola before in the past, although it was only for once. With that, Akira put Viola on the list of people that were not his enemy but he needed to be careful with. Carol then stood up and smiled at Akira. Well, since Viola is done here, I'll leave too. Akira, see you again next time. Yeah. Viola then casually asked Carol a question. It seemed that you were having a good time talking with him. What were you talking about? Well, a lot of stuff. Ah, by the way, I did tell Akira about you too. I told him that you're a bad girl. Oh my, that's so rude. Viola smiled mischievously at Akira. I don't know what Carol told you, but just so you know, she's more or less as bad as me. There are many men who got ruined because of her, so you better be careful of her. Sure, I will. Carol, who heard that, faintly smiled and intervened. Geez, how can you say that? Well, at least, it seems that Akira was able to quickly see how bad you are. Well then, see you again. Carol only said that before she left the building together with Viola. That was when Alpha smiled at Akira and said to him. So basically, both of them are bad girls, huh? Yup, that would be the right conclusion. Well, I did kill 5 people without feeling anything much though, so I guess I'm not that good of a person either, right? Akira sounded as if he was admonishing himself, but Alpha just smiled like usual as she replied. I don't think that's true. Is that so? Akira awkwardly replied back as if he was trying to hide his embarrassment. After that, he returned to Cheryl's private room together with Cheryl since she asked him to. Even after they returned, Cheryl did not change back to her usual clothing. She seemed to be a little bit bummed out as she was only standing there not too far from the door. Akira found that a little weird, but since he was tired, he decided to just ignore that for now. He put down his stuff, sat on the sofa, and let out a big sigh. He then noticed Cheryl came in front of him. She slowly climbed on Akira and sat on his lap. She then coiled her arms around him and hugged him from the front just like in the past. But there was something different this time. Cheryl was Akira's fake lover. She used that position to hug Akira in the past. That time, Cheryl was smiling. She looked delighted spending her time together with her lover, although it was in name only. But this time, Cheryl's expression looked a bit dark. She seemed to be feeling cornered. Cheryl rested her head on Akira's shoulder and squeezed on him. It was not a hug to draw in someone that she loved, it was more of a hug to cling to someone. Although Akira was not skilled enough to read what Cheryl was feeling inside, he at least knew that Cheryl was not her usual self, in the bad meaning. So Akira awkwardly spoke to her. "Cheryl? I'm sorry. I think I'm still shocked. The fact that I almost got shot back then finally hit me after I calmed down. So please let me stay like this for a while. If you don't like it, I'll step away." Even in the Eastern District where the public order was bad, even for the slum city resident where fighting was common, people would still get shocked when they were about to get shot and killed. So it was not right to compare common people with those hunters who were used to that kind of thing. Akira reminded himself of that fact and accepted Cheryl's excuse without questioning it much. "Ah, I see. Well, you can keep doing that until you calm down. Thank you." Cheryl's voice was darker than before as she tightened her hug. She was not lying, it was true that she was still scared after she was about to get killed, but that was not the only reason. She was more scared of Akira suddenly abandoning her. Cheryl knew very well that Akira was not a kind person and it was not like he loved her either. Akira was not interested in her body, he also did not expect to get some profit from Cheryl's gang, he was not a part of the gang either. The only reason, excuse, motivation for Akira to help her out was nothing more but something as vague as a whim. Cheryl saw Akira talking with Carol. Even to her, Carol was a beautiful girl who was wearing such a seductive outfit. From her point of view, it seemed like Carol was trying to seduce Akira. It was only to be expected for Akira to be in contact with all kinds of people other than Cheryl and her men. Cheryl was evading that common sense until now. Someone might one day seduce Akira and become his lover, that day might be as soon as tomorrow. If that happened, Akira might as well stop supporting Cheryl. Seeing Carol talking to Akira, trying to seduce him, seeing a beautiful skilled female hunter doing that, it really gave her a kick of reality. It reminded her of the possibility that she had been avoiding recognizing until now. If only Akira was interested in Cheryl, regardless whether it was her body, her heart, her position, her money, her skill, anything, it might give her a sense of security. If Akira asked anything out of her, she would happily give everything to him. But unfortunately, Akira was not interested in Cheryl at all. Cheryl was feeling insecure whether the current situation would still hold until her plan came to fruition, i.e. until Akira had another reason to support her other than just a whim. And in order to run away from that insecurity, Cheryl was clinging to Akira. Not too long after that, Cheryl's men came to give their reports. She was a bit annoyed that she got interrupted. The children who came to give their report winced back as they gave her the report of the current situation including the treatment of the wounded gang members. "So then, the guy from the clinic told us to tell the boss to come to the clinic. It seems that he has something to talk about, like about the fee and other stuff too. You did tell him about me and Katsuragi-san, right?" "We did. But we carried a lot of wounded people there and some of them are badly wounded. So I guess there's something he wants to talk about regarding that. So please, don't let them kick the wounded out after they got treated just enough for them to stay alive. Those guys will have to work after this to stay alive, so please do something about it." "Alright, I'll go now. I'll do something about it. Those boys thanked Cheryl and bowed deeply to her before leaving the room. Akira was also planning to have his body checked up soon anyway. So he thought that it might be a good idea to get his body checked up in a small clinic first before getting a full checkup in a hospital. A clinic, huh? Can I come too? Cheryl was a bit surprised, but she immediately replied happily. Of course. I was actually planning to ask you to accompany me. Alright then, let's go. Akira then headed to the clinic together with Cheryl. Rebuild World, Chapter 148, Selling Corpses. Akira followed Cheryl to the clinic, which was located inside the slum city. Although it was located outside Cheryl's territory, it was not that far from the base. It was located in a particular area inside the slum where there was an unwritten rule among the residents not to cause any trouble. After all, if the clinic got involved in a fight, it would bring trouble to all of them. Also, even if the clinic was fine, it might refuse to treat them if they caused trouble there. Although it was an unwritten rule, it was effective enough to make people around the area obey. When Akira saw the exterior of the clinic, he frowned and asked. Cheryl, is this really the place? Yes, it's this building. I understand what you want to say, but this is the clinic. I see. The clinic looked suspicious from the outside. Rather than a clinic, it looked more like a laboratory. Weird devices were sticking out of its roof as if to say that they were doing questionable experiments inside. The dangling signboard was so worn out, the letters written on it were almost unreadable. But, it still could be read Yatsubayashi's clinic. Akira and Cheryl entered that clinic. A guy in a white suit was tending Cheryl's men. He might be tending their wounds, but judging by the glowing liquid that he was using, it looked more like he was experimenting on Cheryl's men. That man noticed Akira and Cheryl. He immediately went to Cheryl, whom he had asked to come to the clinic, and said to her. You're here, huh? It's about the medicine that I use. That man looked at Akira and felt like he had seen Akira somewhere before. He then lightly smiled and said. Oh, it's you. Long time no see. But Akira did not remember that guy at all. Did we ever meet before? It's me, Yatsubayashi. I tended on your wounds back in the Kuzusuhara city, remember? When Yatsubayashi said that, Akira immediately remembered him. Oh, the guy from back then, huh? Now you remember. I heard that you got badly injured right after I tended to your injuries though. Thanks to that, the city management intervened and I couldn't use the data that I gathered from tending your wounds, you know. It's not like I can do anything about it even if you tell me so. It seemed that Akira's contract with Kobayashi to erase all kinds of records from back then had affected Yatsubayashi too. But it was not like Akira could do anything about it even if Yatsubayashi told him so, and in reality, Akira himself was not bothered by that. Cheryl lightly bowed to Yatsubayashi and said to him. Thank you for helping us, so I heard that there's something you need to talk to me about. Yatsubayashi looked at Cheryl and Akira alternately. He then lightly nodded and said. Nah, it's not a problem now. It seemed that the guys your men brought in had been treated with some expensive medicine. So I just thought that if you have enough money to buy that kind of stuff, I want you to properly pay for the treatment, but it seems that's not the case. Yatsubayashi thought that it would not be strange for Akira to easily pay for those expensive medicines to win some points from Cheryl. After all, from his point of view, Cheryl was beautiful enough for Akira to aim for her. He then smiled and said. Putting that aside, do you want me to charge more for the treatment? The more you pay me, the better the treatment that these guys will get. Akira flatly replied. I have no reason to go that far. I see, well, that's to be expected. It seemed that Akira was not really that interested in Cheryl. Yatsubayashi thought so when he saw Akira react that way, so he decided to stop offering more treatment. He then shifted to Cheryl. Over there are the people that I've finished treating. 2 of them ended up dead, but that's not my fault. If you want me to take care of the bodies too, then you'll have to pay more. If not, then take them home. While for those who are still alive, they should be able to walk back home by themselves by tomorrow. I understand, Akira, I'll go and check on them. Cheryl lightly bowed and left. Cheryl's men who had already finished getting their treatments noticed Cheryl, although some of them were still half-dazed. Some of them were already recovered enough to move. It might be because their injuries were not that bad, or it might be because the strange green medicine was pretty effective. Akira suddenly casually asked Yatsubayashi a question. How bad were the people that you couldn't save? They got shot in their body and their organs were in a mess. They were bleeding pretty badly too. Was that really that bad? I thought that level of injury is only a light injury, right? Yatsubayashi lightly laughed. That's indeed the case for hunters. You can't just compare the injuries between hunters and normal people. Normal people would die with that level of injury, you see. As for those who are still alive, even after they are left with nothing but their heads, they are mostly cyborgs. While those who are still alive even after they get cut into two are only alive because they use a lot of medicines to forcefully keep their bodies functional. Those people with enhanced bodies basically have a completely different level of resilience compared to normal people. So if you compare these normal guys with hunters, they would die, you know. You gotta be careful about this difference. Now that you say so, that's kind of true. Akira smiled bitterly. He just realized how badly skewed his perception was. Yatsubayashi then changed the subject. Well, putting that aside, since you're here, how about getting some treatment too? Ah, that's right, I wanted to have a checkup. As for my injuries, I already treated them with my own medicines, so I just want you to do a normal body checkup and also check the nanomachine leftover accumulated inside my body. Just a checkup, huh? Geez, just to let you know, it won't be free. I know. Akira took off his augmented suit and did a checkup there. Just like last time, Yatsubayashi used weird devices to check Akira's body. When he was doing that, it seemed that something piqued his interest as he said to Akira. Say, are you trying to be superhuman or something? Akira asked back confusedly. Superhuman? What are you even talking about? You were putting your body under immense stress while consuming a lot of medicines, right? And that stress was so immense that it more or less negated the healing effect from the medicines that you consumed. Do you have any recollection of doing something like that? Well, I did fight a lot while consuming medicines to compensate for the stress from my augmented suit though. Is it from that? Is there anything wrong with that? Yatsubayashi sighed. So you don't even realize that you're doing it, huh? You're really crazy. What are you even talking about? Although not many people realize it, the people of the Eastern District would improve a lot only with a small amount of training, you see. Of course, the effect differs between people and there's a limit on how effective it is. But some people have an abnormal level of growth. These people basically can throw a tank without any extra help. These people are what you usually call superhuman. But even those people can't get that level of strength purely from training. After all, their talent only increases their potential the more they train, not their real strength. That's why they need to do something else other than just physical training to obtain that strength. And one of those methods is to put your body past its limit while consuming powerful medicine. They do that to compress the training intensity as much as possible. Akira searched through his memories. It was true that he did something similar numerous times in the past. Is that even effective? I heard so, but well, rather than doing that, it's far faster to just modify your body or to just use an augmented suit though. So, unless you're obsessed with getting that level of strength only with your body, no one would try to do that. But, that kind of thing is a talent that you are born with, right? So I bet most of the people can't do that even if they try. Yatsubayashi seemed to be having fun talking about that subject. It might be a subject that he was interested in. Surprisingly enough, a lot of people actually have that kind of body, they just don't realize it themselves. Some theories say that those superhumans might be the descendants of enhanced people from the Old World era. As the story goes, some people tried to be superhuman by using technologies in the Old World era, much like how they did it in the past. On the other case, some people get their bodies modified before they even realize it because of the nano-machine that they keep using. Either way, that strength propagated to their children and then their children used new technologies to achieve the same thing. And basically, everything accumulated together. The Old World technology was at a level where it could redefine what it meant to be a human. As a matter of fact, the current people of the Eastern District were created through the Old World technology, so they were, in a sense, Old World relics. Because of that, relics sometimes cost a lot of money. For example, the people who can connect to the Old World domain were prized highly. And that worth would not go down until they completely analyze the cause and extract the technology from it. I even heard that some people from the Central District call the people from the Eastern District as mutants or even biological weapons. Well, looking from that point of view, it could be said that everyone in the Eastern District is a mutant, and since we call biological monsters as monsters because of similar reasons, I can't say that is wrong. Akira slightly frowned. The free food distributed in the slum city were free because they were not safe. They were filled with stuff that might cause mutation, and Akira had been eating such substances for a long time. His body might as well have been mutated, although it was just not enough to kill him straight away. A lot of veteran hunters have abnormal strength. Although they are not superhuman, they get pretty close to being one from all of the training that they have gone through. Well, of course, a lot of them died before they could reach that point, or just decided to enhance their body with a particular technology that has been fully analyzed, or lose their potential to be a superhuman because of an unexplainable reason. Even now, that's why there are not that many superhumans out there. Personally speaking, I don't recommend trying to be one too. I don't want to be one either. Yep, if you want to get stronger, my recommendation would be to modify your body. So, want to try it? Although you can't use any insurance for this, I'll give you a big discount so that it'll cost more or less like a normal treatment, you know. Akira swiftly replied. No thanks. Yatsubayashi clicked his tongue and looked slightly disappointed. You don't need to be that wary. It would be fine, of course, I already checked that it's more or less safe. I want a guarantee, not more or less safe. Isn't the possibility of getting killed an occupational hazard for a hunter? It's less risky than exploring Old World ruin. And considering that it'll give you a superhuman strength if it succeeds, would say that it's a very low risk. Still no. Yatsubayashi sighed. I wonder why people hate it so much. They often commented that the outlook of this clinic looks so suspicious. Why does no one other than me find this Old World vibe interesting? Akira remembered the outlook of the clinic. According to Yatsubayashi, it was based off on Old World design. Now that Yatsubayashi mentioned it, Akira could understand his point. But rather than giving the high-tech vibe from the Old World, it still gave off a suspicious impression. Akira thought that it was normal for other people to think so too. After Yatsubayashi finished with the checkup, he told Akira the result. Your injuries will fully recover in no time as long as you don't do anything crazy. But as I thought, the nanomachine count inside your body is too high. I'll prescribe you a medicine to clean it off, so make sure to take it. You can buy the medicine in another place, but if you buy it from me, I can give you a better one, although I can't guarantee its safety. If you decide to take my medicine, I'll put the medicine cost together with your checkup cost. The checkup alone is 10,000 orum, if you want to buy the medicine too, the total will be 100,000 orum. I'll take your medicine. Thanks for the business. Right after Akira paid for his checkup and medicine, Cheryl came. She then thanked Yatsubayashi one more time before leaving the clinic together with Akira. After Akira and Cheryl left, Yatsubayashi mumbled. The record says that he's been using a lot of expensive medicines. It means that he's earning a lot of money and I am always in need of more money for my research. It seems that he's Cheryl's lover. I wonder if I can get a lot of money from him through Cheryl. I guess I'll think about it. Yatsubayashi was a kind person, he had saved the lives of a lot of people who would have died otherwise. But that kindness did not come for free. The biggest reason why he opened a clinic in the slum city was because poor people would be desperate enough to try something risky. In the slum city, it was relatively easy for him to test pretty dangerous stuff that would have originally taken a lot of money and time. Not to mention, no one would complain if some of them got killed in the process. The slum city was the perfect place for those researchers who believed that small sacrifices were unavoidable in order to save many people. After Akira took Cheryl back to her base, he headed back home. In the middle of the way, he thought of something and asked Alpha. Say, Alpha, about that superhuman thing though, do you think I can be one? Alpha smiled and replied. Possibility-wise, yes. But the success rate is too small that it's unrealistic to change your training schedule just because of that. Akira seemed a bit disappointed. I see, well, I did expect that though. It's not like there's any need for you to throw a tank solely relying on your physical strength, right? If you want to do that, you can just do that with an augmented suit. Well, you're right about that, but is that even possible? It depends on the quality of your augmented suit. Let's just hope that Shizuka would find a good one. You're right. Akira headed back home while looking forward to his new augmented suit, ******. That night, a truck was parked near the border between the Kagamayama city's lower district and the wasteland. Two girls were standing next to the back door of that truck, they were Carol and Viola. Viola was wearing casual clothing not recommended for combat, in contrast to her, Carol was armed to teeth. Carol was way more armed compared to when she met Akira that day. She was using an augmented suit and carrying a portable heavy weapon. It would not be strange if she went to explore an old-world ruin in that state, but there was no mistaking it that she did not need that much firepower in the area where she was right now. Of course, that was excluding the case if she expected something to happen that needed her to be that armed. Carol was checking the area around her with her information-gathering device when she suddenly threw a question at Viola. They should be here soon, right? Soon, but not yet. My information-gathering device hasn't picked anything yet though, are you sure they can reach this place before the meeting time? Just so you know, if they don't come on time, I'll leave. I have no idea who are you dealing with, and I have no plans to get involved in trouble with people who can't come on time. Those who could not come at the meeting time could not be trusted to uphold the result of the negotiation. Thus, Carol thought that it would be dangerous to negotiate with them. Viola had her business face up as she replied. I'll wait until the last second. And if they don't come, then they're the ones who scrapped the deal, so it's not my fault. Viola then smiled and continued. By the way, putting that aside, is your next prey that Akira boy? Carol smiled smugly and replied. That's so rude to call him a prey. Call it investing in a prospective customer. Geez, you would even go for such a young boy, you really have no integrity at all. Or did you change your principle or something? Or is that you see something special in that boy? Age has nothing to do with it. You saw for yourself how strong he is from that fight against those robbers, right? So I'm not talking about potency, he's pretty good even right now. Judging from how Carol responded, Viola knew that Carol did not target Akira out of a whim. So she thought of a plan based on that and made a suggestion to Carol. If age has nothing to do with it, then how about you go for that popular Katsuya? He should be around the age of that Akira. From what I heard, he did pretty well during that battle in Mihazono Ruin, and the city management seems to be interested in that boy too. Even some skilled hunters in Drankum decided to create an anti-faction since they're scared of his power. It's the main reason why the gang is broken into factions right now. There's nothing to complain about his skill, and it seems that he likes girls pretty much that even his team is called Katsuya's harem team. I'm sure it's an easy thing for you to slip in. It's your favorite thing, right? Money that these hunters earned with their talents. Viola knew well about what Carol liked. So she tried to test if Carol would be more interested in Katsuya than Akira. But Carol's reply was rather ambiguous. Ah, that guy, huh? I just can't get interested in that guy, you see. Oh my, is it that you don't have the confidence to capture him? Don't tell me that your skill in capturing men has gotten rusty. Viola tried to provoke Carol for a bit, but Carol did not show any change. Of course I'm sure I can do that, but... what can I say? What is it? I actually had a job to go to Drankum's facility. I heard about that boy from back then and I did check him out too. To be honest, I don't want to get involved with him. About that harem squad too, I feel like they're going to kill me if I try to seduce that Katsuya. Viola found that a bit weird and asked Carol. Leaving that Katsuya guy aside, I don't think the people around him can do any harm to you though. That harem squad is nothing but small fries to you, isn't it? So why you don't just go ahead and crush them? That is if they're really nothing but small fries. But that's not exactly true, they're. Rather than strong, they're more like cult members. Cult? Yep, cult. Well, it's not like all of them are like that. But I'm sure it'll only gather more and more members with time. Just like you said, it's already big enough to break Drankum into factions. So at this rate, probably, it'll take over the whole gang. I have no plans to get killed fighting a cult, you see. Carol sounded like she really hated that idea. Although she was already used to facing death since she was also a hunter, she at least wanted to have the leeway to choose how she would die, and she hated the idea of dying to a cult. Aren't you the one who usually is more interested in that kind of thing? Messing with that kind of stuff is completely under your area of expertise, right? I'll think about it. Viola was smiling when she said that. Even Carol could not tell what she was thinking. Carol checked the time, it was already 1 minute past the meeting time. She still did not get anything from her information-gathering device. She then mumbled. As I thought, they didn't come, so it was pointless, huh? Suddenly a signal was detected in her information-gathering device. Although that surprised her, she still reacted quickly to it. She immediately covered Viola and aimed her rifle in the direction where the signal came. In the direction where she was aiming, a guy was standing, where there was no one just a moment ago. That guy's head was made of metal. It was obvious from the first glance that he was a cyborg. He was using a black robe so it would be hard to spot him in the middle of the night. That man slowly walked toward Carol and Viola. His strong-looking arm was carrying a single case. That man must be the one who had the appointment to meet Viola. Although Carol hesitated, she eventually lowered her rifle. Even when Carol was aiming her rifle at that man, he walked normally toward Viola as if it did not bother him at all. Carol already lowered her rifle, but she still had her guard up as she cautiously said to that man. To be honest, if it could be helped, I would like for you not to sneak up on us though. Sorry, we just don't want to stick out. I was hoping you can understand that since we picked this place and time to meet. Moreover, I did remove my camouflage not too close to you, so I hope you can forgive us with that. In reality, that man was actually there even before Carol and Viola arrived. But he kept himself hidden under his robe. That man stopped in front of Viola, placed the case he was carrying on the ground, and showed the money inside it. That case was filled with bills up to its brim. That guy then said to Viola. Go ahead and confirm it, how about the goods? Viola pointed toward the back of the truck and said. It's inside, you can go ahead and check it too. Don't worry, it's open. That guy left the case on the ground and went inside the truck to check the goods. There were 5 body bags inside the truck. They were the body bags of the robbers that attacked Cheryl's base. That guy opened the body bags one by one and checked the bodies inside them. While outside, Viola was checking the money inside the case. Carol tilted her head and looked at her, confused. Is it really that profitable selling dead bodies? Well, I can't say for sure. Don't give me that, you're the one who came up with the deal, aren't you? This is my first time too, you see. I have no idea why they want those dead bodies. Carol could not tell whether Viola was being serious or that she was just playing fool. Considering both possibilities and the fact that she needed to still get along with Viola, she decided not to ask any further. Viola might really not know, or she was telling Carol not to ask her. But she then continued. I can't even tell if this negotiation is with him alone or he's just a representative of a bigger group. I don't know what they are going to do with the corpses, and I have no plans to find out either. Or at least that's what I want to say, but seeing how he can easily break through your guard, I don't want to ask now. If it was a common camouflage, you should have been able to spot him, right? Well, yeah, we're not in a thick colorless mist, and the information gathering device that I'm using is not cheap that it can't detect common optical camouflage. Although it depends on the distance, even if he's just standing still, as long as he's breathing or as long as his heart is still beating, it'll still trigger my information gathering device. I was using such a powerful information gathering device while watching the surroundings. I know that he was using camouflage and he is a cyborg, but it's still surprising that I couldn't detect him. The guy stepped out from the truck and said to Viola after he closed the door. I already checked it, there's no problem. How about yours? I have no problem too. We have a deal then. I don't know if there's next time, but if we're going to do business again, just transfer the money, okay? It's not easy for a frail girl like me to carry around this heavy case filled with money, you know. Honestly speaking, I did this since I don't want to leave a suspicious record in your bank account. I can still transfer the money if you want. No, it's fine. I see, I'll take my leave then. Just to be safe, let me remind you that it's better if you don't try to tail me. Of course. As I promised, we'll stay here for a while after we finish the deal. And also, you can just take the truck with you. The guy went to the driver's seat and drove away. He was heading to the wasteland instead of to the city. The truck, together with that guy and the bodies inside it, disappeared into the darkness of the night. Viola and Carol just stood there without saying anything while watching the truck leave. Once the truck had completely vanished from their views, Viola let out a big sigh. Although she was smiling and looked relaxed from the outside, she was actually pretty nervous during that exchange. Carol also looked slightly relieved. It's not like I want to dictate to you what to do and what not to do about your deals, but you won't be able to stay alive for long if you keep making deals like this. Viola, who had regained her composure, smiled amusedly and replied. I don't want you to tell me that when you're working as a hunter yourself. Although right now I'm the one who agreed to make that deal in this place and time, it's still safer than exploring old world ruin as a hunter, you know. Well, that's true. Viola was indeed correct. Carol smiled wryly and gave that short reply. After they waited there for a while, they returned back to the city in the car that Viola called. The cyborg guy, who drove the truck with the dead bodies inside, drove away for a bit and stopped not too far away from the city. He stepped down from the driver's seat and went to the backside of the truck. He then dumped some of the body bags while they were still opened. He dumped 4 of the 5 body bags as if they were just trash. As for the last one, he carefully picked that body bag and carried it outside. It was Zalmo's body bag. That cyborg was treating Zalmo's body differently. When that man stepped out of the truck, someone called him. It's me. Yeah, I've picked up our brother. Yeah, it's no problem, I'll leave the rest to you. It was a call through the communication device installed in that guy's body, thus his conversation did not make any sound at all from the outside.